Chapter 1, The Last Delivery. Logan Hayes always thought the inside of a cockpit at night was the closest thing a mortal man ever got to a church. Not the old kind with stained glass and choirs, but the quiet kind. Just him, soft instrument glow, and the vast, unknowable dark pressing against the windows. Tonight, that dark felt closer than usual. The Cessna 208 purred along at 8,000 feet, a steady, dependable vibration under his boots. The panel in front of him glowed a familiar constellation of green and amber. Engine gauges in the green, GPS happily drawing a bright magenta line toward a lonely little waypoint called Hollow Ridge Municipal. Weather readouts calm and uneventful. Beyond the glass, nothing. No moon, no reflected city glow. Just the invisible folds of the Blue Ridge Mountains stretching away in layers of black on black. Logan cleared his throat and broke the silence the way he always did, by talking to someone who wasn't there. "Last run of the year, Hayes," he muttered, tapping the altimeter with one knuckle. "Then it's you, a motel pillow that smells like cleaning fluid, and a bottle of something pretending to be bourbon." The radios should have answered him. On this route, on any route, there was always somebody on frequency. A board controller, a cargo hauler going the other way, some student pilot nervously reading back clearances. Tonight, the headset crackled with pure empty hush. He frowned and reached for the push-to-talk anyway. Habit was a religion in aviation. Atlanta Center, November 875, Lima Hotel, level 8,000, inbound Hollow Ridge. Radio check. He released the switch and waited. Nothing, not even static. Logan glanced at the Garmin unit. The little digital airplane icon marched along its magenta course line as though nothing at all were wrong with the universe. Ground speed, course, estimated time en route, all perfectly normal. "Come on, Center," he said, trying again. "Lima Hotel, radio check." Silence answered. He shifted in his seat, aware of how small his body felt inside the big December night. A technician's voice from years ago whispered in his head, "Radios fail, pilots don't. Fly the plane." Fine. The radio could sulk. The weather was clear, the air smooth, and he knew this route well enough to fly it asleep. The little town's one runway sat in a valley, a dark scratch in a bowl of darker hills, 25 minutes ahead. He could practically see it in his head. A small red notification blinked at the top of his phone screen where it sat face up on the empty right-hand seat. "Call Riley, 8 p.m. It was 8:13. Logan told himself not to pick up the phone, not while he was flying, not even with the autopilot holding steady. He lasted almost 40 seconds. He thumbed the autopilot switch, confirmed the servos had control of the yoke, then snagged the phone, glancing at the lock screen. No messages. No cheerful, "Hey, Dad," or even a bored "yo." The last text from his 14-year-old daughter was 3 days old. "I'm fine. Stop asking." He had saved it anyway. He locked the phone and set it down a little harder than he meant to. "Love you too, kiddo," he said under his breath. The cabin smelled faintly of aviation fuel, machine oil, and the cheap peppermint gum he chewed when he needed to stay awake. Behind him, strapped down against the bulkhead, a gray medical cooler hummed quietly, its internal compressor keeping fragile medication at precisely the temperature a desperate small-town doctor had requested. Logan had heard the plea secondhand. The chief pilot at the charter company had tossed him the job with a look that said, "I know you won't say no. Clinic's got a bunch of old folks needing their meds and a bunch of kids whose lungs don't like cold weather," the chief had said. "Snow's moving in. This might be their last shot before the roads get stupid." So here he was, trading an evening of solo self-pity for another run into the mountains. On paper, it was just another invoice. In his mind, in the quiet places he didn't show people, it was the kind of job that made him feel like his time in the air still did something good. "Atlanta Center, Lima Hotel, radio check. Anyone?" He tried one more time. Still nothing. He checked the comm panel. Frequencies set correctly. Volume up. Squelch normal. A second nav comm unit showed the same clean, empty carrier. "Maybe everybody went home for Christmas on," he said. "Can't blame them." He shifted his attention outward, scanning the darkness. On clear nights, there were usually clues that life existed below. A distant smear of highway lights, the orange fuzz of a town, isolated farmhouse windows glowing like earthbound stars. Tonight, the world below might as well have been an ocean. No towns, no highways, no nothing. A prickle of unease crawled up the back of his neck. He checked the clock, did a quick mental plot. He should be seeing at least a hint of light from Hollow Ridge by now. A warm little puddle against the mountainside. Maybe they're having a blackout, he muttered. Storm took down a line. Happens. But the air was glass smooth. The weather briefing had been spotless. No storms anywhere near here. The cockpit, usually a haven, felt suddenly like a bubble suspended over a bottomless well. He reached for the panel lights, turned them down a notch. Dimmer instruments meant better night vision. For a moment the darkness thickened. Then his retinas adjusted, and more stars bloomed outside, hard and sharp. That was when he saw the first smear of light. It hovered high on the northern horizon, like a faint fingerprint across the stars. Not quite cloud, not quite anything he recognized. Pale, shimmering. Now that, he said softly, is not in the forecast. The smear brightened. It stretched from one side of the sky to the other, a ghostly, curtain rippling as though someone were slowly dragging a white sheet over the world. The more it brightened, the more wrong it felt. Aurora Borealis, part of him suggested. Northern Lights. He'd seen them once, on a long-haul military transport run, a distant green haze flickering near the pole. This wasn't green, this wasn't distant, and this was far, far too far south. Atlanta Center, this is 875 Lima Hotel, he said, unable to keep a thread of tension out of his voice. I am seeing some kind of light phenomenon to the north. Anyone else got eyes on this? Silence. The curtain sharpened. The edge of it glowed so intensely that it made his teeth ache just to look at it. The air inside the cockpit changed. The tiny hairs on his forearms lifted. A metallic taste spread across his tongue, like biting down on aluminum foil. His headset crackled with something that wasn't a voice. A brief fizz, a pop, then nothing again. High-altitude lightning? Some weird upper atmosphere event? He never got to finish the thought. The curtain contracted into a single, blinding flash. For one impossible second, it was as if a second sun had ignited just above the atmosphere. Every shadow in the cockpit vanished. Every angle, every panel, every screw became razor-sharp and terrible in its clarity. Then everything went dark. The panel didn't dim. It died. The Garmin screen blinked off. The engine gauges fell lifeless. The soft inverter whine that had been part of the background noise of his world simply ceased. The roar of the engine cut out in the same instant. One heartbeat, he was hearing the propeller's steady thrumming song. The next, there was nothing but wind, howling over the nose as the aircraft abruptly became nothing but metal, weight, and momentum. The nose sagged. In that first half-second, there was room for panic. Logan didn't take it. "Fly the plane," he said aloud. The old mantra snapped into place like a safety harness. He yanked his hands off the yoke, just for an instant, to keep from jerking it and putting the plane into an uncontrolled spin. He blinked rapidly, pupils slamming wide in the absence of panel light. Outside, the stars reappeared, cold and indifferent. Inside, every instrument was dead. He wrapped his fingers around the yoke again and felt the new weight of the ship, the way it wanted to drop its nose and dive. "Okay," he whispered. "Okay, sweetheart. You and me." He eased back just enough to stop the nose from dropping too steeply, set the angle that experience told him was close to best glide. No instruments, no airspeed tape, no artificial horizon, just the feel of the air over the surfaces, the pressure on the controls. His heart hammered. Sweat broke out along his spine even as the air bit cold at the edges of his gloves. He reached for the magneto switch, twisted it back and forth, trying for a restart. Nothing. No sputter, no cough, no blessed surge of power. The engine might as well have been a sculpture on the front of the plane, not a machine. He checked the breakers by reflex, though he already knew. Every little toggle and switch stared back at him, blank and unlit. Total, catastrophic failure. Or somebody just flipped the off switch on your entire world, a part of his brain suggested. EMP. The word wasn't a scream, it was a flat, cold assessment. Electromagnetic pulse. In the Air Force, they'd showed him slides of what a high-altitude nuclear burst would do to an electrical grid. Concentric circles, estimates of millions without power. It had been theory then, war game stuff, worst-case ifs. Now he was living inside one of those diagrams, and the dotted line marked assumed area of effect was somewhere below his dangling feet. The Cessna slipped silently through the air, no more sound from the engine than from the stars. He craned his neck, searching the ground. Without town lights to orient him, the world below was a puzzle of vague shapes. Hills, valleys, the dark spines of ridges. Snow caught what little starlight there was, outlining slopes in dull gray. He checked his wristwatch. Old analog Seiko, second-hand ticking calmly along. Good. At least something with a simple spring and gear still obeyed the laws of the universe. He did quick altitude math in his head. He'd leveled at 8,000 feet maybe 15 minutes ago. The descent since the engine cut had been steep but controlled. Call it 6,000 now, maybe less. Figure 2 to 3 minutes of glide for every 1,000 feet if he kept the angle right. He was a few minutes from becoming a permanent part of the scenery. "Come on," he whispered to the night. "Give me something flat." As if in answer, a pale patch appeared just ahead of the nose, a strip of lighter gray amid the dark slopes, nestled in a small valley. Long, mostly straight, snow-covered. Field? Frozen pond? He couldn't tell. What he knew was that it was the only thing resembling a landing spot he was likely to see before gravity finished its sentence. He banked gently, coaxing the powerless wings into a shallow turn. The controls felt heavy, mushy. He was used to the pushback of an engine, the bite of prop wash on the tail. Now the plane responded like it was moving through syrup. The nose wanted to drop more as he turned. He compensated, listening to the wind. Too fast, he'd break the gear. Too slow, he'd stall and drop like a rock. The patch of lighter ground grew larger in the windshield. Shadows broke it up, stones, bushes, maybe a ditch. Not ideal, not even close. Ideal would be a runway with lights and a line of fire trucks waiting. Ideal was not available. "You and me," he told the plane again, because it felt wrong to go quiet now. Soft field landing, Blue Ridge style. With no hydraulic assist, he cranked the flaps levered down manually. The handle moved with stiff reluctance. The flaps deployed. With a faint mechanical groan, trying to grab more air and trade speed for lift. The Cessna ballooned briefly, then sank harder, like a hand pressing down on its back. "Easy, easy." The field rose up to meet them. At the last second, he caught the glint of frozen water to one side, the jagged teeth of rocks to the other. No time to adjust. He flared as best he could, lifting the nose to bleed off speed. The wheels hit with a bone-jarring crash. Something under the snow was not field flat. The right main gear struck what felt like a buried boulder and sheared off with a sound like a car crash inside a metal drum. The plane lurched violently to the right. The left wing dipped, dug into the snow, and the world spun. The shriek of tortured metal filled the cockpit. Glass burst around him, a glittering storm of fragments. His harness snapped tight across his chest, ribs protesting. The aircraft slammed sideways, then backwards, then stopped with a final crunch that seemed to suck every ounce of air from Logan's lungs. For a long, uncertain moment, there was no sound. Then slowly, other noises seeped in. The delicate ping of cooling metal, the soft hiss of wind against torn fuselage, the quiet patter of snow tumbling through the shattered windshield and landing on the instrument panel. He realized he was hanging at an angle, suspended in his harness. The whole world listed 30 degrees to the right. Blood roared in his ears. His head felt full of hot sand. He tried to move his right leg. White-hot pain knifed from his ankle up to his thigh. A raw sound, half curse, half animal yelp, fell out of him before he could stop it. "Bad idea," he whispered to himself, swallowing bile. He forced himself to look down. His left leg seemed mostly okay, though his knee throbbed. His right pant leg was soaked dark, torn open at the thigh. Blood seeped from a long, ugly gash. The harness bit into his shoulders. He fumbled with numb fingers until he found the buckle and stopped. Something in his brain that still remembered safety checklists said don't just unclip and fall onto whatever sharp thing is waiting under you. He took stock instead. The front windshield was gone. The nose crumpled. The right side of the cockpit had buckled in, the metal forming jagged, inward-pointing petals. Snow lay in drifts along the floor, already melting around shards of plastic and metal. Behind him, the cabin was a chaos of dislodged cargo. The medical cooler had torn free of its straps, broken open against the bulkhead. Frozen packs, vials, and syringes glittered amid crushed ice like spilled treasure. "So much for saving the day," he muttered. His breath puffed in front of his face, visible in the frigid air. He thought of the doctor's voice on the manifest notes. "Patients can't go without this. We really appreciate anything you can do." He'd done what he could. It just hadn't been enough. He tilted his head back and looked. Through the ragged hole where the windshield had been, the sky stared back, uncaring. The strange curtain of light was gone, leaving behind only familiar, distant stars. The radios were dead. His instruments were dead. His world was dead quiet, except crunch. A faint sound, barely audible over the whisper of snow. Crunch, crunch. Footsteps. Logan froze, irrational images flickering through his mind. A bear drawn by the smell of spilled fuel and blood. A wolf pack, eyes shining in the dark. The footsteps came closer, deliberate, unhurried. The beam of a lantern swept into view, cutting across the wreck. The light was warm and yellow, the old-fashioned kind, haloed by swirling flakes. A figure followed the light. Human, shorter than him, wrapped in a heavy parka, wool hat pulled low. The person stepped carefully around the shattered wing, boots sinking into the snow. As the lantern's glow washed over the cockpit, he saw that it was a woman. She had a narrow, watchful face, cheeks reddened by cold, dark hair escaping from under her hat in stray curls. Her eyes were steady, measuring him the way someone might study an injured animal to decide whether it was going to bite. "Don't try to move," she said. Her voice was low, rough at the edges from disuse or cold or both. "You're bleeding like hell." Logan tried for a semblance of dignity and got a cough instead. You always open with that line?" "Only when it's true." She set the lantern on a jutting piece of wing, climbed onto the crumpled edge of the cockpit, and peered in more closely. "Well, you did a number on this thing." He managed a weak smile. "I've had smoother landings." "I hope so. Otherwise, you picked the wrong career." Her gloved fingers probed along his forehead, gently but firmly, parting his hair. He flinched when she found a tender spot above his right ear. Her fingertips came away dark. "Head wound," she said. "Deep, but you're conscious and talking. That's something." "Talking is my best skill," he said. "Flying used to be second." "Past tense noted." She shifted her inspection down to his shoulders, chest, ribs, pressing through the layers of his flight suit. "Any sharp pain when I do this?" "Yes," he grunted. "And also when you do that. And definitely when you, do that." "So, everything hurts," she summarized. "Welcome to post-crash inventory." Her tone stayed clinical, detached, as if she were checking off boxes on a mental checklist. She stopped when she reached his right leg. "Ah," she said. "That's not a good Logan muttered. The lantern light showed the damage clearly now. The fabric of his pant leg was torn wide. The gash in his thigh was ugly, clogged with snow and dirt and slivers of plastic. Blood seeped sluggishly, already thickening in the cold. Below that, his ankle was twisted at an angle Mother Nature had definitely not intended. "We're going to need to clean that out and probably stitch it," she said. "And your ankle's at least sprained if not broken. You picked a bad night to fall out of the sky. Mr. Hayes," he said. "Logan Hayes." "Logan Hayes," she repeated. "All right, I'm Brooke." "Brooke," he said. And something about the normalcy of exchanging names in a broken airplane in the middle of a silent, frozen valley made the situation feel even stranger. "Here's the deal, Logan Hayes," Brooke went on. "Up there," she jerked her chin toward the stars. "Something happened, big enough that every light in these mountains went out at once. Whatever fried your plane fried my stuff too. So there are exactly two options. Either I drag you out of this wreck and up to my cabin, or I leave you here to freeze to death. I'm taking option 1. Try not to make me regret it. Wait, his brain snagged on one part of what she'd said. Every light? House, barn, fence charger, inverters, my little ham rig, the cheap digital watch I keep by the sink. All dead the second the sky went white. She shrugged, but there was something tight around her eyes. That's why I was outside. I was checking the solar junction box when you came screaming over the ridge with your engine already out. So it wasn't just me. The thought settled on him with a heavier weight than gravity. It wasn't just the plane. Afraid not. EMP, he said, the word tasting strange and metallic in his mouth. Electromagnetic pulse. Has to be. Sure. She slid a knife from a sheath on her belt, an old scarred fixed blade that had obviously seen its share of work. You can give it acronyms once you're not sitting in a busted-up coffin. Right now, I need you not to pass out while I cut you loose. He eyed the knife. You know, I've just met you. I feel like I should object to strangers with knives. I'm not going to hurt you, she said calmly. If I wanted your gear, I'd just wait until you bled out and then come back with a sled. Now hold still. He believed her, though he wasn't entirely sure why. Maybe it was the flat, no-nonsense tone. Maybe it was the way she didn't waste words on reassurance she didn't mean. She sawed through a twisted section of harness strap, then worked the buckle until it grudgingly popped free. All right, she said. I've got you. When this lets go, you're going to tilt. Don't grab anything sharp, don't kick. Just let me take the weight as much as I can. You make it sound so fun, he said. On 3, she replied. 1, 2. On 3, she braced herself and took hold of the front of his flight suit. The world tilted. Gravity yanked him sideways. Pain flared in his leg, his ribs, his head. For a second, white sparks danced at the edges of his vision, tempting him toward oblivion. Brooke grunted with the effort but held him, easing him down until he was half propped against the crooked doorway of the ruined cockpit, his feet still inside, his back pressed against torn metal. Cold air rushed over him, sharp and clean compared to the stale smell inside the cabin. Snowflakes landed on his cheeks, melted, and ran down his neck. Still with me? She asked. Depends what you mean by with, he said, voice thin. That's a yes. She hopped down out of the cockpit and disappeared from his field of view for a moment. When she reappeared, she was dragging a weather-beaten plastic sled behind her, one of those heavy-duty blue toboggans made for hauling more than children. She hauled it up close to the opening, snow squeaking under its runners. You're kidding, Logan said. You want to walk? She asked. Because I'm not carrying you. I like my spine the way it is. He thought about arguing, then thought about how he couldn't feel his toes on the bad leg anymore. Sled it is, he said. Smart choice. The next few minutes blurred into a sequence of extremely unpleasant sensations. Brooke climbed back into the cockpit and carefully maneuvered his legs free, wincing in sympathy when he couldn't keep a strangled noise from escaping. She slid him forward inch by inch, keeping his injured leg as stable as she could until his lower body was out of the wreck and resting on the sled. Each small movement sent new spikes of pain through him. Sweat broke out across his forehead despite the cold. Almost there, she said. You're doing fine. That is objectively untrue, he said through clenched teeth. Fine enough, she amended. On 3 again. 1, 2. She dragged him the rest of the way out. He slid, bumped, and finally came to rest fully on the sled, lying on his back, staring up at the sky. She tucked a folded jacket under his head as a makeshift pillow, then set about tying his torso and legs to the sled with lengths of rope, tight enough to hold, not so tight as to cut off circulation. Her movements were quick and practiced, as if she'd done this kind of improvised rescue before. Maybe she had. Mountain people often help themselves first. Any chance you've got a working phone? He asked, clinging to a sliver of irrational hope. Landline's dead. She cinched another knot. Cell service on this mountain is trash on a good day. Tonight it's whatever comes after trash. He exhaled. So no Mayday calls, no 911, no hey, I just crashed a plane in your backyard. Please send coffee. Nope. She picked up the lantern and slung a small canvas pack over her shoulder, the type backpackers used for short trips. Best you've got is me, a couple of goats, and about a mile of uphill trail between here and somewhere warm. Goats, he repeated faintly. Don't worry, she said. They're good listeners. She wrapped gloved hands around the sled ropes, set her feet, and looked down at him. You ready? She asked. Not even a little, he said, but go ahead. If you start to black out, try to do it quietly. Coyotes get curious about noise. Then she leaned into the ropes. The sled lurched, then began to slide over the snow, scraping and bumping. The wrecked plane fell away behind them, a twisted, broken bird lying wounded in the meadow. The valley swallowed them. Trees loomed on either side, dark trunks marching up higher slopes. The lantern's glow carved a little tunnel through the branches, turning falling snow into a whirl of gold-speckled motion around them. Every rock under the sled translated into a jolt in his spine, a stab in his leg. He stared up at the strip of sky overhead, at the familiar constellations, quietly pretending nothing had happened. This, Logan said after a while, voice hoarse, is not how I plan to spend my Friday night. Brooke's breath powered in slow, steady bursts as she pulled. How'd you plan to spend it? Drinking bad bourbon and leaving long, pathetic voicemails for my daughter. That's still an option once we get you patched up? Assuming phones come back to life, maybe. He swallowed. Assuming a lot of things. Then use the time to come up with less pathetic voicemails, she said. You've got, another 30 minutes or so. Great, he muttered. Homework. He let his eyes drift closed for a moment, just to rest. The darkness behind his lids wasn't much different from the darkness around them. The same sense of falling through something unseen. Riley's face floated up in that darkness. 8 years old, helmet too big, learning to ride a bike. 10 years old, frowning at homework. 14, pulling away from his hug outside a court-mandated custody transfer spot, pretending she didn't see his forced smile. Text me if you need anything, he'd said. Sure, Dad, she'd replied, already putting her earbuds back in. He wondered what she was doing right now, sitting in her mom's apartment in Atlanta, staring at a dead phone screen. Looking out a window at city towers that had all gone dark at once, he must have drifted, because the next thing he knew, Brooke was saying, Hey, Logan, open your eyes. He forced them open. The world swam, then steadied. Still here, he said. Good. She nodded toward the trees ahead. Through the branches, he could just make out a faint, unnatural glow. Not white like snow or cold like stars, but warm yellow. Is that home, she said. My cabin. Don't worry. It looks worse from the outside. It has an outside, he said. Upgrade already. The trail leveled out slightly. Brooke dragged the sled across a small clearing, then turned toward a squat shape nested among the trees. Only now at this angle did he see the cabin fully. Log walls reinforced with extra planks. Windows shuttered from the inside. A metal chimney pipe puffing a thin column of smoke into the night. The lantern light caught on coils of barbed wire tucked low along a fence line. On the dull gleam of metal buckets stacked neatly near the door, on a pair of goat-shaped shadows that backed away as they approached. Bells clinking softly. The place looked less like a vacation spot and more like a fortress someone had built one careful day at a time. Brooke pulled the sled up to a small porch. She dropped the ropes with a sigh, rolling her shoulders to work out the kinks. End of the line, she said. Let's get you inside before you turn into a Logan-sickle. He could smell warmth now seeping from the door seams. Wood smoke, cooked food, the faint tang of coffee grounds. She climbed the 2 steps to the door, knocked once out of habit, even though she obviously lived alone, then shoved it open. Yellow light spilled out, richer and steadier than the lanterns. She came back for him, untied the cords holding him down, then slid her arms under his shoulders. This is going to suck, she warned. Already ahead of you, he said. She half lifted, half dragged him up the steps and through the doorway. The difference in temperature hit him like a wave. After the brutal sharpness of the night air, the interior warmth felt almost suffocating. His skin prickled as numb patches woke back to life. The cabin inside was one large room, divided by furniture and function. To the left, a stout iron wood stove glowed red in its belly, a black kettle perched on top, sending up a thin ribbon of steam. To the right, shelves of jars and cans lined the walls. Beans, rice, pickles, things he couldn't identify. A sturdy table sat under the nearest window, cluttered with tools, a half-dismantled radio and coils of wire. A narrow bed was tucked up against the far wall under a rack of hanging coats. Brooks steered him there, lowering him onto the mattress with as much care as the situation allowed. He bit back a shout as his injured leg shifted. Once he was flat, the pain ebbed from blinding to merely horrible. Brooks straightened, pushing damp hair back under her hat. "There," she said, catching her breath. "Not dead yet. See? We're improving." Logan stared up at the rough-hewn beams overhead, listening to the comforting crackle of the fire and the distant muffled snorts of goats outside. "In case I forget later," he said, "thank you." "Don't thank me yet," she replied, already moving toward a low cabinet near the bed. "I still have to dig shrapnel out of your leg." She pulled out a metal first aid box and set it on a crate beside him. Bottles clinked as she opened it. Needles, thread, gauze, and scissors lay in neat rows inside, each in its place. "You do this often?" he asked. "Often enough," she said. "Axe injuries, falls, an ex-boyfriend who thought he could sharpen a chainsaw while it was running. Country life is full of opportunities." "Your ex okay?" He moved back to the city. She snapped on a pair of latex gloves, their powdery smell oddly comforting. "I assume he's making worse choices there now." She cut away the ragged fabric of his pant leg, revealing the full extent of the gash. Logan forced himself to look. Better to see than to be surprised later. It was bad, deep, dirty, already swelling, but not the worst he'd seen. A few inches higher and it might have hit the femoral artery. A few inches lower and it might have shredded his knee. "Lucky," Brooks said, echoing his thought, in a very specific way. "Story of my life," he said. She glanced up at him, the corner of her mouth twitching once. "Here's what's going to happen," she said. "I'm going to clean this with something that's going to hurt. Then I'm going to numb it as best I can and put in stitches that would make my grandmother proud. After that, I'll splint your ankle and you'll stay in that bed until you can put weight on it without screaming. In exchange, you're going to stay awake as long as you can, answer my questions about what you saw up there, and not be an idiot." "Define idiot," he said. "Trying to get up before you can walk, hiding symptoms, that sort of thing." He hesitated. "And after that?" "After that," she said, unscrewing the cap on a brown bottle that smelled sharply of alcohol and herbs, "we figure out what kind of world we just woke up in." She poured the liquid over his wound. Pain flared, bright and immediate, rocketing up his leg. He hissed and gripped the blanket in both fists, riding it out. Above the bed, beyond the cabin walls, the night stretched on. Vast, silent, and changed. Whatever had happened in the sky had knocked his plane from the air and killed the hum of the modern world. Lying there while Brooke worked, Logan understood on a gut-deep level that the real crash tonight wasn't his Cessna hitting a frozen field. It was something much bigger, and it had only just begun. Chapter 2. Impact. Pain came in waves. Sometimes it was sharp and bright, drilling up from Logan's leg every time Brooks' needle bit his skin. Sometimes it was a heavy, dull pressure behind his eyes, the kind of ache that made the edges of the room blur. Between those waves, fragments of the cabin swam into focus. The red-orange glow in the wood stove's belly, the soft clank of the kettle when it shifted with a bubble of steam, the faint clatter of goats knocking into something outside. "Breathe," Brooks said. He realized he'd been holding his breath and let it out in a ragged hiss. The needle dove again. Thread tugged. The skin of his thigh jumped under her hands. "You're doing fine," she added. He didn't feel like he was doing anything at all except lying there while someone knitted pieces of him back together, but he appreciated the lie. "How many is that?" he asked, forcing his attention on her face instead of the bloody, glistening canyon she was closing. "8, she said. "You get a prize at 10. "What's the prize?" "You stop asking." He snorted and regretted it as his ribs protested. "You're not big on bedside manner." "Bedside manner is for people who charge by the hour." She tied another knot, snipped the thread with practiced precision. "I charge by survival." She worked with a focused intensity that told him this wasn't the first time she'd put stitches in a living thing. Her head was bent, dark hair escaping from its tie at the nape of her neck. In the warm cabin light, her skin looked less pale, more human, the wind-burned redness on her cheeks fading. He glanced away, scanning the room. It was small, but nothing in it was accidental. Shelves ran along the walls, each one full. Jars of tomatoes and beans, bags of flour, rows of neatly labeled spices. A battered but well-cared-for rifle leaned in the corner by the door. A coil of rope hung beside it, next to a pair of snowshoes. On the table under the window sat the disemboweled guts of a radio, metal casing open, innards exposed. Wires, circuit boards, tiny components laid out in straight lines. "Your radio," he said. "From before." She didn't look up. "Yes. You always keep it like that? In pieces?" "I was upgrading the power feed." She tugged the thread again. "Had it working 2 days ago. I could hear a guy in Tennessee arguing about college football with someone in Ohio, as if they were sitting in my kitchen. Tonight it's nothing but an expensive paperweight." He studied her profile. There was a tightness in her jaw that hadn't been there when she was joking about coyotes. "Is that normal up here?" he asked. "Storms, ice, that kind of thing knocking stuff out?" "Storms knock out lines in town, not up here." She pushed the last stitch through and knotted it. "I don't rely on their lines." "So what took it down?" he pressed. She sat, the needle aside, and finally met his eyes. Her own were dark, steady. "You saw it," she said simply. He swallowed. He had seen it. The curtain of white across the sky. The flash. The way every machine in his world had gone still at once. "So you really think it's everything?" he asked. "Not just your ridge? Not just my plane?" Her gaze flicked briefly toward the window, where only darkness showed through the curtain glass. "I know it's my ridge," she said. "Every cabin I can see from my bluff went dark when the sky lit up. Whatever cars were on the road stopped. I watched one truck coast to a halt on the switchback and not start again. No headlights, no taillights, just—" She spread her hands, searching for the word. Silence. "You heard no engines after that?" he asked. "No engines, no chainsaws, no generators kicking in, no distant hum from the town." She looked back at him. "I live with a lot of quiet, Logan. I know what it normally sounds like when the grid blips and people scramble to restart things. This was different." His stomach tightened. He thought of the airliners that should have been drawing lazy arcs high overhead, of the hundreds of thousands of cars that, on any given evening, crawled along interstates and city streets. "If it was big enough," he said slowly, "there'd be other planes. Like mine. Falling out of the sky," she finished. He pressed his head back against the pillow and stared at the ceiling. He'd been through plenty of flight sims with failure scenarios. Engine flame out, total instrument loss, icing. He'd practiced emergency descents, dead stick landings, countless "what if everything breaks right now" drills. What he hadn't practiced was what came after landing, in a world where the cavalry wasn't coming. Brooke cleaned the wound one last time, then wrapped his thigh with a thick bandage. Her hands were sure, efficient. When she finished, she moved down to his ankle, prodding gently. He hissed. "Yeah," she said. "That's at least a serious sprain. Maybe a fracture. We'll splint it and see how much weight you can put on it in a few days." "Can't wait," he muttered. "So what's the damage report? One busted leg? One heroic souvenir scar?" "And a concussion," she said. "You were out for more than a minute in that wreck. You've got a goose egg on your head, and you're a little glassy around the eyes." "I'm charming around the eyes," he protested weakly. "That too," she allowed. "But you're going to have a headache from hell, and you may be nauseated or confused. More than usual." "More than usual," he repeated. "Great." She splinted his ankle with 2 pieces of wood and a few strips from a torn-up shirt, then wrapped it in an elastic bandage. By the time she was done, his entire leg felt like it belonged to someone else, a heavy, throbbing thing attached to him by wires of pain. Brooke stripped off her gloves and tossed them into a small trash can. "Okay," she said. "Round 1 is done. How do you feel?" "Like I got hit by a mountain," he said. "Then the mountain backed up and hit me again. Honesty is appreciated." She stood and crossed to the wood stove, opening its door to poke at the coals. Flames flared higher, licking around new logs. Warmth rolled through the cabin, sinking into his bones. The more it sank in, the more he realized how cold he'd been. He watched Brooke as she moved, her silhouette briefly outlined by the firelight. She was taller than he'd first thought outside the wreck, lean and wiry rather than slight. Everything about her seemed built for this place, uncomplicated, durable, stripped of anything unnecessary. "Do you live here alone?" he asked. She hesitated for a fraction of a second before answering. "Yes." He caught the hesitation and filed it away. "No family," he pushed, partly from curiosity, partly because talking kept him from thinking too hard about the silence outside. "My father," she said. She closed the stove door with a soft clang. "He built this place, taught me how to keep it running, taught me how to shoot, how to defend it, how to fix just about anything." "Where is he now?" "Not here." The answer was simple, but there was a crack in it. She poured water from the kettle into a mug, dropped a tea bag in, then added a second mug to the table. This one she filled from a pot that had been simmering on the back burner, scooping out broth that smelled rich and salty. "Here." She brought the broth to him. "Small sips. I don't know when you last ate, and you probably don't either." He didn't. Time from before the flash felt oddly distant. He sat up with her help, the motion making the room sway. She steadied him with one hand on his shoulder until it passed. He cupped the mug in both hands. The heat seeped into his fingers. The first sip nearly made him groan aloud. It was simple. Just broth, maybe chicken, with onion and something herbal. But after the cold and adrenaline, it tasted like the best meal he'd ever had. "Careful," Brooke said. "You aspirate that. I have to do more work." "You're terrible at letting people enjoy things," he said. "I let people enjoy things once they stop trying to die in my cabin." "You're not there yet." He took another sip, slower. The warmth spread from his throat down into his chest, untangling muscles that had been clenched since the cockpit. Brooke sat on the edge of the table facing him, one leg swinging slightly. She wrapped her own hands around the tea mug, though she didn't drink yet. "For the record," she said, "you did good." He blinked. "Sorry?" "The landing," she clarified. "Dead engine, no instruments at night. Most people in that situation become a crater. You're hurt, but you're alive. That's more than I expected when I heard your engine sputtering over the tree line." He looked into the swirling surface of the broth. "I've had practice," he said quietly. "Doing dead stick landings. Doing things when everything else has already gone wrong." He let out a humorless breath. "Afghanistan, Iraq, a few other places where the maps have more dust than roads." "Military," she guessed. "Was," he said. "Air Force, transports, then some contractor work after I got out. Then charter flying when I got tired of sleeping next to duffel bags in countries that hated me. And now you hemorrhage middle-aged businessmen to golf resorts and fly medicine to mountain towns," she summarized, "and occasionally fall out of the sky onto strangers' property," he added, "just to keep my skills sharp." She huffed something that might almost have been a laugh. "Your turn," he said. "How does someone end up living in a cabin that looks like a cross between a frontier homestead and a bunker?" "Bad decisions," she said promptly. He arched an eyebrow. "And a father who thought the world was always about 5 minutes from ending." She took a sip of her tea. "Eli Alder, grew up poor, worked construction, read too much about solar flares and cyber attacks. By the time I was 10, he had a plan for every disaster." "Eli," Logan repeated. "He's still around?" Her gaze drifted toward the door. "He went down to Hollow Ridge 3 days ago," she said slowly. "Supply run, gasoline, antibiotics, batteries. Weather was good, roads were clear. I expected him back by that night or the next morning." "And," he prompted, "and he's not back." She took another drink. "Maybe he met someone, got a ride further out, decided to scout something. Who knows? He's done that before. But this time feels different," Logan finished. She nodded once, short and sharp. "I went up on the ridge yesterday to glass the main road. No sign of him. No sign of much of anything, really. Traffic's been thin for the last month. Holidays, people staying inside. But 3 days with nothing? That's unusual." "Then the sky lit up," Logan said. "Then the sky lit up," she echoed. A log in the stove shifted, sending up a burst of sparks visible through the grate. For a moment, they both watched the tiny fireworks show. "Where's your father's radio?" Logan asked. "If he's as paranoid as you say, he'd have something on him. Handheld, at least." He does. Brooke's fingers tightened around her mug. Or did. But I've been scanning every band since you crashed. Nothing. Just dead air and the occasional hiss. Could be out of range, Logan offered. He's been further, and I've still picked up his check-ins. Her jaw tightened. Or it could be fried like everything else. The concrete possibility of that settled between them like a third presence. Logan set his empty mug aside and leaned back, wincing as he shifted his leg. So, he said, worst case, EMP big enough to take out power, phones, radios, vehicles for, what? Hundreds of miles? Thousands. Pick a number that scares you, Brooke said. Then double it. Best case? Some freak solar thing that knocks stuff out temporarily, and we all go back to arguing on the internet in a few days. You sound optimistic. That was my optimistic voice, she said. He couldn't help it. A short, tired laugh escaped him. It felt strange in the quiet cabin, like an intruder. Brooke slid off the table and carried the mugs to the sink. The pump squeaked as she worked the handle, filling them with water to soak. You should sleep, she said over her shoulder. Your body's going to need it. I should try to stay awake, shouldn't I? He said. Concussion. You've been awake long enough for me to feel comfortable, she replied. I'll wake you in a couple of hours to check. If you start mumbling nonsense or forget your name, I'll poke you harder. That's your solution to everything. Poke harder. It's versatile. She wiped her hands on a towel, then moved around the cabin, flipping switches almost absently. Flipping them off, he realized, even though nothing was on. Habit. Muscle memory. Turning off things that might waste power or draw from batteries that were now just dead weight. Any chance the town still has power, he asked, if this was targeted, local, something. I saw the glow go out, she said, her voice quiet. From my ridge. Streetlights, gas station signs, the whole bowl of it, all at once, like someone turned down a dimmer. There was a fire after that, somewhere near the center. Then, nothing. He imagined Hollow Ridge, the tiny main street, the diner, the grocery store, the gas station. He'd flown over it enough to recognize the patterns of its lights. Now those patterns were gone. Tomorrow, she said, I'll try the radio again, see if anything woke back up. If not, we'll have to decide what the next move is. We? He repeated. You fell out of the sky into my life, Logan Hayes, she said, turning back to him. That makes you my problem for now, at least until you can limp off on your own and be someone else's. He studied her face. There was a hardness there, but also something else, something like responsibility. You don't trust people much, do you? He said. People are unpredictable, she replied. Mountains, on the other hand, do exactly what they look like they're going to do. So do goats. As a person, I should probably be offended by that. As a person who just crashed a mechanical bird into my meadow on the one night the sky decided to break, you're an outlier. I'll figure out what to do with you later. She crossed the room, grabbed a folded blanket from a shelf, and draped it over him. It was heavy wool, smelling faintly of cedar. The weight of it was oddly comforting. Try to sleep, she said. I'll be right back. Where are you going? He asked. To make sure the fences are still up, the goats aren't eating the world, and nothing out there is eyeing my pantry like a buffet. It's going to be a long night. He nodded, eyelids suddenly very heavy. The combination of warmth, pain, and exhaustion dragged at him. The last thing he saw before sleep pulled him under was Brooke silhouetted in the doorway, lantern in one hand, rifle in the other, a solid figure between him and the dark. He dreamed of airports. In the dream, concourses stretched out under fluorescent lights, quiet and empty. Departure boards flickered, then froze on blank screens. Planes sat at their gates, connected to jet bridges like beached whales, but no one boarded. No engine spun. Riley stood at the far end of one of the empty terminals, hands jammed in her hoodie pockets, earbuds in. As he walked toward her, the PA system crackled with that same not static he'd heard in his headset before the engine died. She can't hear you, a voice beside him said. He turned. No one there. When he looked back, Riley was gone. Only the long, empty corridor remained. He woke with his heart pounding and his throat dry. The cabin was dark, lit only by the dying glow of the stove. For a moment he couldn't remember where he was, what had happened. Then the pain in his legs stirred, a dull, solid presence. Memory returned with it. The flight, the flash, the crash, Brooke, the sled, the cabin. "Welcome back," a voice said. Brooke sat in a chair near the bed, boots off, socked feet propped on a wooden crate. The rifle leaned against the wall within arm's reach. A lantern burned low on the floor beside her, light dialed down to a faint halo. "How long was I out?" he asked. "Couple of hours," she said, checking the clock on the wall, a round, analog thing with a ticking second hand. "Woke you once. You rambled something about airport hot dogs." "Tragic," he said. "I don't even like airport hot dogs. Concussion dreams are rarely gourmet." She leaned forward, studying his pupils. "Headache? Like a marching band is using my skull as a practice field. Nausea? Not yet. Give it time." She nodded. "Leg? Still attached. Still hates me." He shifted slightly and winced. "But it hurts in a way that feels standardized, like it comes with a manual. I've had worse." "You say that like you're proud." "I say that like I'm still here." He squinted at her. "You been sitting there the whole time?" "Mostly." She tilted her head toward the stove. "Fed the fire. Checked the fences. Everything's still standing. Goats are grumpy, but that's their default setting." "Any lights in the distance?" Funny asked. Her silence answered before her words did. "No," she said. "No lights. No engines on the road. No glow from town. Just stars and cold." He stared up at the ceiling. He'd flown nights before where clouds covered everything, and the world was nothing but instruments. Then instruments had been enough. Now there were stars and no instruments, and it still felt like less information. "Tomorrow," he said, "I need to see it. The town? The valley, the roads. Whatever you can see from that ridge." He swallowed. "I need to know how bad it is." "You also need not to bleed all over my hillside," she countered. "You're not climbing anywhere." "I can sit," he said, "or lie in the back of whatever you have that moves. Sled, goat-powered wagon, I'm flexible." "There is no goat-powered wagon," she said. "Yet." "Yet," he echoed, managing a ghost of a smile. She sighed, rubbing the bridge of her nose. "I was going to check the ridge again in the morning anyway," she admitted. "See if any traffic showed up. See if there's smoke from town or anything that looks like signal fires. If you can manage to stand leaning on a crutch and not fall on your face, maybe I can haul you to the lookout." "Deal," he said. "But if you pass out, vomit, or suddenly forget your name is Logan," she added, "we turn right back around and I tie you to the bed again." "Kinky," he muttered. She threw a balled-up sock at him. It bounced off his chest and fell harmlessly to the blanket. "Go back to sleep," she said. "Dawn comes early up here." He closed his eyes again. Sleep when it came was shallower, laced with half-formed images. Snow sliding off the wing, the flash, the way the engine sound had cut off like a string being snipped. When he opened them next, the cabin was filled with thin gray light. Brooke stood by the stove, stirring something in a pot. The air smelled like oats and dried fruit. Steam condensed on the cold window glass, blurring the view outside into indistinct white. "Morning," she said without turning. "Define morning," he croaked. "Sun's up," she said. "Fire's still going. You're still breathing. That qualifies." He pushed himself slowly upright, testing his body. Everything hurt, but in ways that felt mapped now, expected. The bandage on his thigh was tight but not soaked through. His ankle protested angrily when he shifted it, but the splint held. Brooke brought him a bowl of oatmeal. Someone, probably her, had carved the wooden spoon. As he ate, she moved around the cabin, assembling things: a pair of binoculars, a compact first aid kit, a canteen, a coil of cord, a pack she slung over her shoulder. "Planning a picnic?" he asked. "Field trip," she said. "I meant what I said. I want another look at the roads in the town. I also want to see if there's smoke from any other direction. If this was local, there might be unaffected areas out there. If it wasn't," she let the sentence hang. "You want to know how big the crater is," he finished. "Exactly." She grabbed a pair of sturdy wooden crutches from behind the door. Each one whittled smooth, with strips of old towel nailed on his padding. "These are for you." "For me?" he said. "You shouldn't have." "Believe me, I shouldn't have." She set them beside the bed. "You think you can stand?" "With enough incentive." "Incentive is getting out of this room and seeing something that isn't my charming face or the ceiling," she said. "Hold on to the bedpost. Put weight on the good leg first. If you start to go over, aim for the mattress, not the floor." He slid his legs over the side of the bed, biting back a groan as the injured one reminded him of its existence. The room tilted once, then twice, then steadied. He gripped the bedpost in both hands and pushed himself upright. For a moment, black spots swam in his vision. Brooke's hand shot out, hovering near his shoulder without touching. "Breathe," she said again. He did. The spots receded. "Okay," he said. "Okay, I'm up. That's something. Now lean on the crutches." She handed them to him, adjusting their height quickly. "Keep most of your weight on the left side. The right leg is just there for decoration." He experimented, shifting his weight. The crutches creaked but held. Each movement tugged at his thigh stitches and sent a hot pulse through his ankle. But it was bearable. "This is going to be slow," he said. "I'm not in a hurry," she replied. "The apocalypse isn't going anywhere." He shot her a look. "You really have a way with pep talks. It's a gift." He hobbled toward the door, each step an exercise in patience in pain management. By the time he reached it, sweat beaded at his temples despite the cool cabin air. Brooke handed him his coat, the flight jacket from last night, a little worse for wear but still usable. "Thank you," he said, shrugging into it clumsily. She opened the door. Cold air flooded in, crisp and clean. Outside, the world was blinding white. Fresh snow over everything, smooth and unbroken except for the tracks from the night before. One of the goats, white with black spots and an impressive set of horns, stood near the porch watching them with deep suspicion. "Morning, Dahlia," Brooke said. "Don't eat anything important while I'm gone." The goat chewed thoughtfully on nothing in particular. "Ready?" Brooke asked. "No," Logan said. "But let's do it anyway." He stepped out onto the porch, bracing himself on the crutches. The snow squeaked under the rubber tips. As they started up the trail toward the ridge, the cabin shrinking behind them, Logan realized that the true impact of the night before was only just beginning to reveal itself. The broken plane, the torn flesh, the ruined cargo, those were all personal catastrophes. What lay beyond the trees, waiting to be seen from the ridge, felt bigger than either of them. Bigger than the mountain. Bigger than the dark. And whatever he saw when they reached that lookout would change not just how he thought about his crash, but about the entire world he'd left behind in the sky. Chapter 3, The Woman in the Pines. The trail didn't look like much at first, just a faint depression through the snow between thorny underbrush and tight-packed trunks. But it had a rhythm, a logic, the way a riverbed did. It knew where it was going. Brooke knew too. She moved ahead of Logan without seeming to hurry, boots placing themselves on rocks and roots almost from habit. Every time the ground tilted steeper, she slowed just enough for him to catch up on the crutches, glancing back to make sure he hadn't face-planted. He tried not to. The crutches squeaked faintly in the cold. Each step drove a small shock up his arms, and every time his injured leg brushed the snow to keep his balance, pain flared through his thigh and ankle. His breath puffed white in front of him. Sweat prickled under his jacket despite the frost. "You're sure this is a good idea?" he asked after a while, when conversation seemed like a good distraction from counting steps. "No," Brooke said. "But you weren't going to stop asking until we did it, so here we are." "It's important," he said. "Pilots need context. If I don't know what I'm dealing with, my head starts making up stupid scenarios." "Stupid like, maybe it was just a fluke and everything's fine 2 valleys over?" she asked. "Exactly that kind of stupid," he said. "I'd rather know if the nightmare is small or big." She grunted, which he decided to interpret as agreement. The woods around them were quiet, not silent. There was the crunch of their footsteps, the occasional creak of a branch shedding snow, a tiny, almost apologetic breeze, but missing things Logan had expected. No chainsaw in the distance, no faint hum of a truck on some remote forest road. No far-off jets scoring a line across the sky. He tilted his head back once, squinting up through the canopy. Nothing moved up there but clouds. "How long have you lived here?" as he asked. "Full time?" "7 years," Brooks said. "Off and on before that." "Off and on where?" "Various cities that my father insisted were cesspools of decay and moral rot." "Was he wrong?" "In some ways," she said, "and depressingly right in others." They followed the trail past a massive boulder that looked like it had been dropped there by an annoyed giant. Brooks slapped its side with one gloved hand as she passed. "Halfway," she said. "Don't lie to the injured," Logan panted. "I'm not," she said. "It's half a mile. From the cabin to the lookout. You've done a quarter-mile on crutches. Be impressed with yourself." "I'll put it on my resume," he said. He paused, leaning on the crutches, and looked back. From here the cabin was no longer visible, hidden by folds of terrain and trees. Only the faint wisp of smoke from the chimney gave away its location, threading up through branches to vanish into the pale morning sky. Beyond that, mountains rose, layer after layer of dark shapes fading to blue in the distance. It should have been comforting. It was beautiful, but it felt in a way he couldn't quite name, like standing at the edge of an ocean whose tides he didn't understand. "Come on," Brooks said more gently. "A few more minutes and you can lean on a rock instead of those sticks." He trudged after her. As they climbed, small details of Brooks' world revealed themselves. A section of PVC pipe poked out from under rocks and vanished downslope, rim-coated with ice. A black hose, half buried, ran parallel to the trail before veering off toward a low, boxy structure. "Waterline," he guessed. "Spring is about 400 yards from the cabin," she said. "Dad ran the pipe himself. Gravity's cheaper than electricity. That's the collection box." She nodded toward the structure. "Filters out leaves, bugs, and the occasional suicidal squirrel." "Solar panels?" he prompted, spotting dark rectangles half hidden in the trees to their right. "On a separate stand," she said. "Less obvious from the air. Not that I expected anyone to care, but old habits die hard." He thought of flying over this ridge last month, scanning the forest from 8,000 feet without seeing any of it. "You really built this as a place to ride out the end of the world, Mies," he said. "My father built it to ride out the end of the world," she corrected. "I came back because city rent is stupid and I hate cubicles." "What did you do?" "In the city." "It work," she said, wrinkling her nose. "Help desk, then sysadmin. Spent my days telling people to plug their computers in or stop clicking pop-up ads. Spent my nights listening to traffic and wondering why my chest hurt all the time." "Panic attacks?" he asked quietly. "Maybe," she said. "Maybe I just miss trees. Hard to say." They crested a small rise. The trail leveled for a brief, blessed stretch, then narrowed again as it hugged the side of a slope. "Hold up here," Brooks said suddenly. She raised her hand, palm back toward him, as though he were a dog she wanted to stay. Her other hand went to the binoculars hanging around her neck. Logan stopped, steadying himself. "What is it?" he asked in a low voice. She didn't answer right away. Instead, she moved with surprising stealth to a cluster of pines, parting the branches with one arm and peering through. "Just checking the usual," she said after a moment. "We're close enough now that if anyone else decided this ridge looked like a good vantage point, I'd rather not walk right into them." "Anyone like who?" he asked. "Hunters, hikers, teenagers avoiding parents." Her mouth tightened. "Or people who like taking other people's stuff when everything goes sideways." "And?" he pressed. "And I don't see anyone," she said. He followed her to the pines. Beyond them, the mountain fell away. The lookout wasn't a formal platform with railings and signs. It was simply a break in the trees where some old landslide or erosion had sheared away the slope, leaving a shelf of rock that jutted out over open space. Brooks stepped onto it with the easy familiarity of someone who'd done it in all weather, at all times of day. Logan stayed back a meter, aware that his balance wasn't what it normally was. "Here," she said. She passed him the binoculars. He took them, the rubberized weight reassuring in his hands despite everything. The brand was familiar, mid-range good quality, probably bought before End of the World had a line item in anyone's budget. "Try not to drop those," she said. "They still work." He lifted them carefully and pressed them to his eyes. The valley sprang into focus. He'd seen it from above plenty of times, but never like this. Never with this much depth, this much texture. From the ridge, he could see the bowl of land that cradled Hollow Ridge, the way roads wound into it like threads, the patchwork of fields and woods, and in the center, the town itself. It's dark, he said. The word felt inadequate. Hollow Ridge had never been a metropolis. On a normal night, its contribution to the sky was a small, warm halo, a dim orange cup of light. But there had always been movement. Cars, trucks, the slow blinking of a cell tower on the next ridge over. Now there was no halo, no cars, no blinking tower. The town lay like a photograph taken at dusk and then drained of its backlight. The only movement came from smoke. Several plumes rose from different points. One broad, dirty pillar near what he knew must be Main Street, a thinner one out near the industrial edge. A few small, neat columns that might just be people's wood stoves. Gas station, Brooke said quietly, as if reading his thoughts. It caught some time after midnight. I watched it burn from here. The big plume, that's downtown. The smaller ones are houses. Wood heat, that's normal. He shifted the binoculars slightly. The main road into town was visible for miles, a pale ribbon cutting through the trees and past a few scattered farms. Here and there along its length, vehicles were frozen mid-journey. Trucks and cars stopped at odd angles, some half on, half off the asphalt, some nosed into ditches. He counted at least a dozen in the section he could see. No hazard lights, no hazards, period. They just died, he said. Engines cut. Out, Brooke said. Power steering gone. Brakes if they were lucky. If they weren't... She nodded toward a section of road where the grade steepened. There, a tractor trailer had jackknifed on a curve, its trailer at a brutal angle to the cab. The guardrail beyond it was broken away, twisted outward like taffy. Far below, half hidden in trees, something big and white lay crumpled against the slope. Logan's stomach clenched. He dropped the binoculars for a second, taking a breath. You okay? Brooke asked. I've been to more than one crash site, he said. Doesn't make it easier to see a new one. Don't look at that section then, she said. Look at the town. So your strategy is denial, he said. Good to know. It's selective attention, she said. Pick the details you can use first. The dead won't get any deader while we figure out how not to join them. He couldn't argue with that. He brought the binoculars back up and swept them across Hollow Ridge. The grid of streets was clearer now. 2 main cross streets, a few blocks of shops and offices, the small hospital on a low hill. He lingered on the hospital longer than he meant to, thinking of the ruined vaccine vials scattered in his plane. People were out. Not many, but enough to notice. They moved slowly, bundled in coats and hats, small clusters at street corners, and outside the grocery store, whose sign now hung dark. A group stood in front of the gas station, silhouettes against the blackened skeleton of its overhang. Count how many, Brooke said, and where. He obeyed, grateful for something specific to focus on. 10 or 12 near the station, he said. Another 6 by the grocery. 3 or 4 in the church lot. Can't see behind the trees on the east side. No cars moving? She asked. None, he said. Parking lots full of them, but nobody driving. She took the binoculars back and adjusted the focus slightly, sighting along a different street. There, she said after a moment. See the intersection by the post office? She handed the binoculars to him again and pointed to guide his aim. He found the spot. At first it looked like any other group, 6 or 7 figures, clustered loosely. But as he watched, the pattern resolved into something more deliberate. 3 people stood slightly apart, all holding something that caught glints of light when they moved. Rifles or shotguns by the look of it. 2 more ferried boxes from the post office, steps to a pickup truck that had been rolled by hand out of a parking spot, its hood up. They're guarding, he said slowly, not just standing around. Yeah, Brooke said. Saw them last night too, even before the gas station went. Town cops? He asked. Hollow Ridge has 2, maybe 3 officers on a good day, she said. They patrol in a county car I don't see down there right now. Those guys? She shook her head. Don't recognize them from shop runs. Maybe out-of-towners. Maybe local boys playing soldier with Dad's old guns. Logan watched the group. One of the armed men gestured sharply at a passerby who'd stopped too close. The passerby raised both hands, backing away. Another figure came out of a side alley and was waved over. Something changed hands, small, quickly pocketed. "That's not a traffic stop," Logan said. "No," Brooke agreed. "That's a shakedown." He tracked the line of sight from the intersection to the gas station's remains. Whatever fuel survived that fire would be more valuable than cash in a world where engines didn't run, but generators might again someday. "Predators move fast," he murmured. She cut him a quick look. "Military experience talking?" she asked. "Human experience," he said. "Take away the rules and some people start writing their own." He pulled the binoculars up again, scanning further out. The communications tower on the far ridge was a dark spike against the sky. Normally it blinked red at night, a steady heartbeat in the distance. It was as dead as everything else. He turned slowly, taking in more of the horizon. To the north, more mountains. To the east, a faint hint of open country that should have held another town, or at least its light. To the south, where the interstate lay beyond a series of ridges, there was nothing but the fading line of smoke from some distant fire. "The dark goes on," he said, "as far as I can see." Brooke was quiet for a moment. "I was hoping you'd tell me there'd be a glow from somewhere," she said. "Somewhere I can't see from here. That beyond the ridge the grid is still humming, and this is just a blip." "Maybe it is," he said. "Our eyes only reach so far." "But your gut says—" He lowered the binoculars. "My gut says if the tower's down and every car on that road is dead, and we're not hearing any aircraft overhead." "This wasn't small," he said. "Not a substation popping. Not a local blackout." He hesitated. "In the Air Force, we studied EMP scenarios. Most of them started with someone detonating something high above the atmosphere and ended with phrases like regional infrastructure collapse." "Comforting," Brooke said dryly. "Those simulations assume response from unaffected regions," he went on. "Mutual aid, battery-backed systems, redundancies." He gestured at the valley. "This doesn't look like redundancy. It looks like somebody unplugged the whole board." They watched in silence for a while. A man on a bicycle appeared, pedaling slowly up the main road, weaving slightly as if unsure of which way to go. Someone shouted from the grocery store, waved him over. He dismounted, walked the bike the rest of the way. A woman with two small children hurried along the church sidewalk, clutching their hands. The kids kept looking at the blank sky, as if waiting for something to come back on. "I have people down there," Logan said quietly. "Family?" Brooke asked. "Passengers," he said automatically, then shook his head. "No, not this time. My daughter's in Atlanta with her mom. But I've flown in here enough that I know faces. The mechanic at the strip, the woman who runs the diner." He nodded toward the town. "That clinic called for help. I was supposed to bring them a lifeline." "You got most of yourself down alive," she said. "Given the circumstances, that's a decent accomplishment. The rest isn't on you." "Try telling that to the part of my brain that runs guilt as a screensaver," he said. "You can argue with it later," she said briskly. "Right now, we need to talk about your next brilliant idea." He blinked. "My idea? You dragged yourself up here halfway stitched together because you wanted to see how bad it is," she said. "You've seen. So, what do you think we should do?" He considered the question. "We can't stay ignorant," he said. "At some point, we're going to need medicine, supplies, information. Your pantry looks solid, but it's not infinite. If this situation goes on for weeks, months, we're not going to sit up here living on goat milk and canned beans without knowing what's happening around us." "We could," she said. "Pretty easily, actually." He glanced at her. "You just opt out? Watch the world burn from your ridge?" "If the world insists on burning, yes," she said. "Town goes bad, people kill each other over gasoline and chips. They do it down there. Up here, I keep my fences up and my head down. That's been the plan since I was old enough to understand what a plan is." "And your father?" he asked. "He's down there somewhere, or on the road." A flicker crossed her face. Fear, anger, both. "Yes," she said, "which is why the plan is now under review." He turned to face her fully, shifting his weight on the crutches. "I'm not saying we march down there today and start handing out justice," he said. But we need a picture. What's the town actually like? Who's taking charge? Is there any sort of authority, or just those guys at the intersection? Are there injured people who can't get help because the doctor doesn't have the meds I was supposed to bring? That last part is true whether we walk into it or not, she said. Maybe, he said, but for all we know, your father's one of them. Silence stretched between them. The wind picked up, skimming along the ridge and tugging at their jackets. Brooke lifted the binoculars again, scanning the road leading out of town toward the west, the direction her father would have driven. No truck, she said. No sign of him. Could he have taken another route? Logan asked, and not without adding, 2 hours to the trip. She lowered the binoculars. I told him not to. He hates wasting gas. If his truck died when everything else did, Logan began, then it's in a ditch somewhere or pulled off to the side, she finished, and he's either on foot in town or lying where it stopped. They stood without speaking for a long moment. If he's alive, Logan said softly, what would he expect you to do? The question seemed to land somewhere deep. She didn't answer right away. When she did, her voice was quieter. He'd tell me not to do anything stupid, she said. Not to run into danger just because I'm scared. To let the first wave of panic burn itself out while we stay put, assess the situation, and use our heads. That's good advice, Logan said. But, she added, and the word hung sharp as a knife, he'd also tell me not to sit on my ass and pretend the world stops at the tree line. Information is survival. Knowing who's panicking and who's thinking is survival. So we gather information, Logan said. On our terms. She shot him a look. You say that like you've done it before? I've done versions of it, he said. You don't walk into a new airstrip in a war zone without knowing who actually runs the radios and whose paycheck they're on. You don't land supplies in a town without knowing if the guy meeting you is a doctor or just someone with a gun and a truck who heard the words medical shipment. And what did you do when it was the second one? She asked. Left, he said simply, or called in people with bigger guns. But that was then. That was with support. And now? Now we improvise, he said. We're two people on a mountain with a working brain apiece, some skills and whatever's in your cabin. That's not nothing. 2.5, she corrected. He frowned. 2.5 what? Brains, she said. I'm taking your concussion into account. He snorted, a reluctant smile tugging at his bruised mouth. She let the smile sit for a moment, then sobered. We need a line, she said. A point where we say no further. Meaning? Meaning we don't go down there thinking we're saviors, she said. We do not have the capacity to fix a whole town. We go in for answers, to find out about my father, to see if there's any functioning authority. We help where we can without getting killed. We leave if it starts to smell like a riot. Agreed, he said. We're recon, not cavalry. Yes, she said. Recon with crutches. She eyed his leg. It might be a few days before you're up for even that. I could manage sooner if I had to, he said. You managed getting up here and nearly passed out twice, she reminded him. I'm not dragging your unconscious body up and down mountains every time. You decide you're fine. Before he could answer, a distant sound cut across his retort. A sharp, flat crack, faint but clear in the crisp air. Gunshot. It echoed once off the surrounding slopes, then dissolved into the quiet. Logan and Brooke both went still. Direction? He asked automatically. She turned her head slightly, listening. Town, she said. Near the square, I think. Hard to tell with echoes. He lifted the binoculars again. It took him a moment to find the right street, then another to spot movement. Near the gas station's burnout canopy, a cluster of people had grown. Some were crouched over something on the ground. One of the armed men from the intersection stood nearby, rifle still raised, the posture of the barrel unmistakable even at this distance. Damn it, Logan whispered. What do you see? Brooke asked. He described it. Could be a warning shot, she said. Could be, he agreed. Could also be the start of something worse. They watched for another minute. No more shots. The group around whatever was on the ground shifted, then slowly pulled apart. The armed man lowered his rifle. Either way, Brooke said, it tells us one thing. What's that? He asked. Whatever's happening down there is escalating, she said, and it's doing it fast. Cold slid down his spine that had nothing to do with the wind. He lowered the binoculars. So, he said quietly. Your plan to sit on the ridge and wait this out? Isn't a plan, she finished, jaw tightening. Not anymore. She took a step back from the edge of the lookout, turning toward the trail. Come on, she said. Let's get you back before the pain meds wear off and you start listing sideways. He followed her, moving more carefully now, every step feeling less like a climb and more like walking down into a future they couldn't yet see. Behind them, the valley lay unnaturally still. In the pines, the wind picked up, threading through the needles with a sound like whispers. For the first time since the crash, Logan felt a fragile, unwelcome certainty settle in his chest. Whatever happened next, hiding forever wasn't going to be an option. Not for Brooke, not for him, and not for anyone in the shadow of these quiet, dark mountains. The woman in the pines had built a life designed to stay out of other people's disasters. Now, whether she liked it or not, the disaster had come to her door. Chapter 4. A World Unplugged. By the time they made it back down from the ridge, Logan's arms felt like wet rope, and his right leg was a throbbing, angry presence that refused to be ignored. The cabin looked different coming back to it. A little less like a quirky off-grid lifestyle choice, and a little more like what it was, a fortress of wood and willpower in a world that had suddenly gone very, very quiet. Brooke held the door for him, one hand on the knob, the other hovering just behind his elbow in case the crutches betrayed him. Step up, she said. Left foot. Don't argue with the physics. He grunted as he hauled himself up the 2 porch steps, then one more into the cabin. The warmth inside hit him like a physical thing. Wood smoke and cooked oats and the faint metallic tang of hot iron. He'd never been so happy to see that narrow bed. Sit, Brooke ordered. He did, lowering himself carefully until his weight settled. The ache in his leg flared, then mercifully settled into a dull roar. Brooke took the crutches, set them against the wall, and crossed to the stove. She stoked the fire with a couple of quick, practiced movements, then poured water into a small pot. You want tea, coffee, or something that just tastes hot? She asked. Surprise me, he said, as long as it doesn't come with a concussion. Everything comes with a concussion right now, she said, but I'll leave out the extra. She moved with a little more tension than earlier, he noticed. The trip to the ridge had taken something out of her too, but it wasn't physical. It was in the way her jaw stayed tight, in the clipped efficiency of her motions. The gunshot echo from the town still seemed to hang in the back of the room. A ghost sound. Brooke, he said. Yeah? You okay? She didn't answer for a second. Then she set the pot on the stove and turned. Define okay, she said. Not about to panic, he said. Not about to do something stupid. Able to catalog your canned goods without throwing them at the wall? She huffed out a tiny, humorless laugh. Then sure, I'm okay. He let himself lean back against the log wall, the rough wood solid behind him. We need to know what we're working with, he said. Food, fuel, medicine, tools. If we're going to make a plan, it starts there. She nodded once. Yeah, I was thinking the same. Inventory first, heroics later. Good slogan, he said. You can put it on a t-shirt when the world remembers how to make t-shirts, she replied. She grabbed a spiral notebook and a pencil from the table, then pulled a footstool up near the shelves. Start with food, she asked. Food, he agreed. Then everything else. She flipped the notebook open to a clean page and wrote, Food at the top in big block letters. Okay, she said. Winter pantry, Alder style. Logan watched as she started pulling jars from the shelves one by one, calling out contents and counts. Tomatoes, she said, setting 6-quart jars on the table with satisfying glassy thunks. 6 quarts. Beans, black, 12 pints, pinto, 10, chickpeas, 8, lentils, dry, in bulk. She moved to a lower shelf, dragged out 2 heavy 5-gallon buckets with screw-top lids. She thumped one with her knuckles. It thudded back solidly. Rice, 40 pounds, she said, making a note. Wheat berries, 40. Flour, about 20 left. Sugar, 10. Salt, 5. Oats, maybe 15 pounds. Dried fruit, nuts, powdered milk. The numbers accumulated in the notebook, a growing list of calories and comfort. You could feed a small army for a while, he said. For a while, she agreed. If they like beans, and if they don't mind rationing. 2 people, he said. How long could you stretch it? She did the math out loud, pencil tapping against the paper. At current supplies, she said slowly, if we keep it around 2,000 calories a day per person, I could make it 3, maybe 4 months, pretty comfortably. Longer if we cut back. I was stocked for me, my father, and the occasional stray. I didn't plan on an extended visit from Captain Plane Crash. Promotion accepted, he said. She shot him a quick side glance, then continued. Goats are food backup, she said, jerking her chin toward the door. Not first resort. They give milk, cheese, and company. You don't eat your co-workers until the last possible second. Good policy. Root cellars got potatoes, onions, carrots, she went on. If we don't lose them to rot, that's another couple hundred meals. Game is tricky in winter, but we might snag a deer or 2 later if the herd didn't spook too bad from your landing. I'll write them an apology note, he said. That'll go over great with the venison, she said. By the time she finished tallying, the food column filled half a page. On the next she wrote, fuel, and started again. Propane, 4 full tanks, 1 partial, she said. Wood pile's good, 3 cords, maybe a little more. If the winter doesn't drag into April, we're fine. If it does, we cut more. Gasoline, she trailed off, frowning. Gasoline? Logan prompted. 3 5-gallon cans, she said. 1 in the shed, 2 buried in the pit. I keep them rotated. She tapped the pencil against the table. Dad took the truck down with 2 cans in the bed. If he didn't come back with them full, then they're either in town or sitting in the back of a dead truck somewhere, Logan finished. Or in somebody else's hands, she added. Ammunition? He asked. She didn't need to consult shelves for that. 200 rounds, .22 for the small game rifle, she said. About 60-30 or 6 for the big one. 50 12 gauge. Pistol ammo, 72 rounds plus whatever's in the mags. I don't like shooting unless I have to. It's noisy and it runs out. Noise is a problem now, he agreed. No planes, no cars. A gunshot carries a long way. As you just heard, she said. She wrote it all down. Numbers, calibers, notes in the margin about conservation. Under meds, the list was shorter. Ibuprofen, acetaminophen, aspirin, she said. Enough for basic pain for a couple months if we're careful. Antibiotics, not nearly enough. A couple courses of amoxicillin, 1 partial of Cipro, some basic wound care stuff, bandages, alcohol, hydrogen peroxide. She glanced at his leg. And those stitches are going to need a clean environment if you want to keep them attached to a non-infected body, she said. I have always preferred that arrangement, he said. Good, she said. Then don't go falling in the mud. He watched her hand as she wrote. Her handwriting was neat, almost architectural. She pressed the pencil harder than necessary, as if pinning the numbers to the page made them more real. Okay, she said finally, finishing a line and setting the pencil down. That's the basics. There's more. Tools, seeds, spare parts. But this is the core. We're not going to starve in the next month. We're not going to freeze in the next month unless something catastrophic happens to the stove or the chimney. Which leaves, he said. Medical, she said. And information, he added. She looked up at that. Information you want or information you need? Both, he said. And I can't tell the difference yet. She closed the notebook and set it aside. Then let's see exactly how unplugged the world is, she said. Testing the death of the modern world turned out to be both depressingly simple and more complicated than Logan expected. Brooke started with the obvious. She went to the corner near the door where a cluster of plastic tubs sat stacked. She pulled one down and popped the lid. Inside lay a collection of flashlights. Big metal-bodied ones, smaller plastic ones, a headlamp with an elastic strap. Okay, she said, lining them up on the table. Moment of truth. She picked up the metal flashlight first, an old thing with chipped paint and a rubber button. She thumbed it on. Nothing. Dead batteries? Logan suggested. She unscrewed the tail cap, shook out the cells. They rolled across the table, silver and intact. She grabbed a new pair from a drawer, slotted them in, twisted the cap back on, and pressed the button. Still nothing. She set it aside, jaw tightening slightly, and picked up the smaller plastic flashlight. Same result. The headlamp didn't even pretend to flicker. LEDs, she muttered. Tiny circuits. Tiny corpses. Anything incandescent? He asked. She thought for a moment, then rummaged in another box. She came up with a small battered flashlight that looked older than he was. Brown plastic, cracked lens, a big clunky switch. This one used a regular bulb, she said. Got it at a yard sale for $1 from a guy who said it'd probably outlive us all. She opened it. The batteries inside were corroded, crusted white. Too old, she said. My fault. You've got candles, he pointed out. She nodded. Candles don't care about pulses. Or planned obsolescence. She returned the dead flashlights to their tub with perhaps a bit more force than necessary. Next came the radios. The dismantled ham set on the table got her attention first. She pulled a chair up, pushed her sleeves back, and started inspecting it one component at a time. I spent a lot of time and money on this one, she said. Got my technician license, then my general, talked to old weirdos in 3 time zones. Took me 6 months to get it all tuned. Old weirdos like your father? Logan asked. She smiled faintly. I say it with affection. She checked the coax connector, the inline fuse, the connections to the power leads. Ordinarily, she said, this runs off the solar-charged battery bank. But the inverter went when the flash happened. If the charge controllers are fried too, I may not have a way to juice the batteries back up. Any standalone batteries? He asked. 2 deep cycle in the shed, she said. They weren't connected at the time. I keep them as spares. If they're still good, we can at least test whether the radio front end is dead or just asleep. She stood, grabbed her coat, and headed for the door. Stay put, she said over her shoulder. You step outside without me, you're going to fall on your face, and I'm not wasting stitches. He held up his hands. I wouldn't dream of it. When she came back 10 minutes later, her cheeks were pink from the cold, and she had a plastic crate balanced on one hip. She set it down on the floor with a thud. Inside, 2 blue-gray batteries gleamed, terminals wrapped in tape. Didn't see any obvious scorch marks, she said. So that's something. Faraday cage? He asked. She snorted. A plastic bucket with a lid is not a Faraday cage. If these survived, it's because they're basically big pots of lead and acid with no sensitive bits. She peeled the tape from one battery, checked the voltage with a small analog meter that, to Logan's surprise, actually moved. Well, hello, old friend, she said. 12.3 volts. Not great, not terrible. She dragged the radio closer, connected the leads. Moment of truth again, she muttered. She thumbed the power switch. Nothing happened. No click, no backlight, no faint whir of internal fans. Come on, she said under her breath. She checked the fuse. Intact. Checked the connections. Solid. Checked the meter again. Still juice. The radio stared back at them, inert. That's one expensive brick, Logan said gently. That's one of several expensive bricks, Brooks said. She opened another tub, pulled out a small portable AM/FM radio with an extending antenna and a hand crank. Back up, she said. She cranked it for a full minute, the whirring sound loud in the cabin. Then she flipped it on. Silence. She tried the volume knob, the tuning dial. Nothing. Not even static. This worked last week, she said. Logan washed her face carefully. There was fury there, but it wasn't directionless. It was the focused anger of someone watching tools she'd relied on being taken off the board, one by one. What about anything that didn't have chips? He asked. Battery-free? Old? She rubbed her forehead, thinking. Crystal set, she said. She went to a shelf above the bed and pulled down a small wooden box. Inside lay a cobbled collection of coils, wires, and a strange-looking piece of mineral mounted on a clip. Made this with my dad when I was 12, she said, a note of nostalgia sneaking into her voice despite the tension. No power required. Just needs a strong enough broadcast nearby and a good antenna. You can actually hear anything with that? He asked skeptically. You'd be surprised what you can do with wire and patience, she said. She unspooled the thin antenna wire, fed it out a small vent near the window, then connected the earphone. When she put it to her ear, her face went very still. Anything? He asked. Noise, she said. Just deep noise, like the ocean, if the ocean were very far away and trying to remember how to roar. Could be atmospheric, he said. Could be a lot of things. She set the earphone down. What it isn't is a clear, local AM station blaring football or gospel, which is what I'd expect at this time of day if the world were normal. She ticked items off on her fingers. Ham set, dead. Inverter, dead. Main radio, dead. Hand crank, dead. Flashlights, dead. Car in the shed, dead. I tested the starter when I was out there. Phone lines hum, but no dial tone. Cell phone. She gestured at his pocket. He pulled his out, more out of habit than hope. The screen stayed black when he pressed the power button. He held the side buttons for a hard reset. Nothing. World's most expensive coaster, he said. Yup. Oh, hang on, he added, reaching into his other pocket. He pulled out his analog wristwatch, held it up. This still works. We haven't lost time itself. That's something. She looked at the watch, then at the clock on her wall. Both ticked in agreement. Mechanical things still obey the laws of physics, she said. Electric things obey the law of you're screwed. She pulled the notebook back toward her and wrote in big letters on a fresh page. Communications, 0. Logan watched the graphite stroke the paper, turning an abstract sense of isolation into a concrete word. Okay, he said. So, food is finite but decent. Fuel is enough for a winter if we're careful. Medicine is our shortfall. Comms are gone. And transport is on goat and foot, she added. Truck's a lawn ornament. Your plane is modern art in the meadow. Harsh but accurate, he said. She set the pencil down and looked at him. You said last night you were in scenarios like this. EMP war games, she said. What did the playbook say? That the first 72 hours are chaos, he said. After that, things either start to stabilize into something organized or fall apart into smaller, nastier versions of themselves. A lot depends on how much communication survives and how much pre-planning there was. He gestured around. You've done more contingency planning than most small towns. My father's legacy, she said. Speaking of, he added carefully, we should talk about him and my daughter, because whatever we decide to do next, those two are driving the bus. She was quiet for a moment, then nodded. Okay, she said. Fire first, feelings after. She crossed to the stove, fed in another log, then came back with 2 cups, one of tea, one of something that smelled faintly of mint and honey. She handed the mint one to him. Drink, she said. You talk better when you're not dehydrated and lightheaded. He took a sip. The mint cut through the residual metallic taste in his mouth, the honey smoothing the edges. Outside, the goats bleated faintly, a reminder that the world still contained living, mundane things. So, he said. Riley. The name felt strange in this space, like a word from a different language. Your daughter, Brooke said, settling onto the stool with her own mug. Yeah. He stared into the steam for a second, gathering threads. 14, smart, stubborn, lives with her mom in Atlanta. I get holidays when the court feels generous and whatever time I can steal between her mom's schedule and hers. Divorced, Brooks said. 8 years, he said. I was gone a lot. Flying for the Air Force, then contracts. A lot of weird hours, a lot of foreign sand. Melissa, that's my ex, got tired of raising a kid with a ghost. She wasn't wrong. You tried to make it work? She asked, not unkindly. I tried to be in 2 places at once, he said. Didn't work. Physics again. He traced a circle on the side of the mug with his thumb. I missed a lot, he said quietly. First school play, her first broken arm. Little stuff too. Saturday mornings, soccer games, bad movies on the couch. I told myself I was providing, that what I was doing mattered. But when she got old enough to do the math, she saw the pattern. Dad chooses flights. Dad chooses missions. Dad chooses airplanes over PTA meetings. That's not fair, Brooks said. It's how she saw it, he said. And if I'm honest, sometimes it was true. Flying was easier than being the guy who sat at a kitchen table and tried to help with algebra. Up there were checklists and procedures. Down here, there were feelings. He smiled wryly. Last time we really talked, he said, Was 3 weeks ago. She was mad because I couldn't make it to a choir thing. Weather scrubbed my last flight. Back into Atlanta. I was stuck in Tulsa, eating vending machine sandwiches and apologizing into a phone. What did she say? Brooke asked. You always say that, he quoted. You always say you're sorry, and then you don't show up. Brooke winced. Kid's not wrong, she said. No, he agreed. She hung up on me. I told myself I'd make it up to her at Christmas. Buy tickets to something stupidly expensive, let her pick a restaurant, actually sit and listen. He swallowed. Now, he said, for all I know, she's sitting in a dark apartment 17 stories up with no elevator, no running water, and neighbors who are starting to freak out. Her mom's good under pressure, but cities aren't kind in blackouts. If this thing hit Atlanta the way it hit us, he let the sentence trail off. Brooke didn't try to fill it. She sat quietly for a moment, then set her mug down. Eli, she said, it was her turn. He was a lot like me, she continued. Or I'm a lot like him. Stubborn, suspicious, handy with tools. He grew up in a town like Hollow Ridge, then watched it slowly become something else. Chain stores replacing local shops, people staring at screens instead of each other, bills getting bigger, wages not keeping up. He started looking at the systems that kept everything running and didn't like what he saw. Power grids, Logan said. Power grids, supply chains, just-in-time everything, she said. He used to say, we built our lives on a table made of toothpicks, kiddo. Don't be surprised when it collapses. Cheerful man, Logan said. He had his moments, she said, smiling faintly. But he loved this. The land, trees, fixing things with his hands. This cabin started as a hunting camp his grandfather built. Eli expanded it. Every year he'd add something. Rain catchment system, root cellar, better chimney. He'd look at the news, shake his head, and then go hammer more nails. You stayed? Logan asked. Until I was 18. She took another sip of tea. Then I bolted, ran straight to the city. Wanted noise, crowds, places open past 9. Wanted to prove him wrong. Prove that you could live on the toothpick table and not fall through. How long did it take? He asked. Long enough to put down some roots, she said. Job, friends, a relationship that did not end gracefully. By the time I realized he might have a point, the city had its claws in me. It took me 3 years to admit I was miserable enough to leave. What brought you back? He asked. An email, she said. One line. If you're going to be unhappy, you might as well be unhappy with trees. He smiled. That sounds like a dad thing to write. I packed 2 suitcases, sold everything else, and came home, she said. We spent a year fighting and fixing things. He wanted me to do everything his way. I wanted to patch the cabin network into the outside world just enough to get weather reports and pirate radio. We compromised. Compromise looks like solar panels and ham radios, he said. And a daughter who can stitch, shoot, and solder, she said. Then 3 days ago, he says he's going down to town for supplies. She stared into her mug. We argued, she said. About what? Logan asked gently. Gas, she said. He wanted to take both spare cans and fill them at the station. I told him to leave one. Don't put all your eggs in one basket, I said. He laughed and said, this is the basket we've got. And, Logan prompted, and then I said something stupid about him being addicted to stockpiling, she said. That we had enough. That if the world ended tomorrow, we could outlast the neighbors. And wasn't that what he always wanted? Harsh, Logan said. He gave me that look, she said. Disappointed dad. Said, you know damn well this isn't about outlasting anyone. It's about being able to stand on your own 2 feet when the floor drops out. She rubbed her eyes with her thumb and forefinger. He left right after that, she said. Didn't wait for me to apologize. Just grabbed his jacket, kissed my forehead, and said, back by supper time, kiddo. She did the math in her head. 3 days, she said. No word. Then the sky does its little apocalypse cosplay. And now you're stuck between doing what he taught you and doing what he'd want you to do, Logan said. She looked up sharply, then gave a small nod. Yeah, she said, exactly. For a while, the only sound was the soft tick of the stove and the muffled thump of a goat head butting something outside. Logan set his cup down. We need a plan, he said finally. One that isn't just survive up here until the food runs out or the world remembers us? Go on, she said. Step one, he said. We stabilize here. Make sure this cabin is as ready as it can be to act as a base. Firewood, water, security. That buys us the luxury of not panicking. Done and ongoing, she said. It's what I do. Step two, he continued. We get as much information as we can without sticking our necks out too far. Ridge recon like today, only more systematic. Keep an eye on the town, the roads, the smoke. Also ongoing, she said. Step three, he said. We figure out when and how to go down there. Not if, when. Because sitting up here guessing about your father and my daughter and whoever else is in the blast radius is going to eat us alive. Your leg, she said shortly, is a problem, he agreed. But it's an improving problem. Give it a couple of days. I'll still be slow, but I can handle a controlled walk. You're overestimating your resilience, she said. You're underestimating my stubbornness, when he countered. She sighed. Those two things are closely related. He leaned forward slightly. We don't roll into town trying to fix everything, he said. We go in with a narrow objective. Find Eli if he's there, gauge who's in charge, get a sense of whether it's safer to bring supplies down or stay away. Maybe grab whatever meds we can if the clinic's still standing and the doctor isn't holding patients at gunpoint. If, she said. If, he agreed. And if the guys at that intersection decide they don't like strangers, she asked, then we leave, he said. We're ghosts. We don't pick fights we can't win. We observe, we ask a few careful questions, we get out. You talk like someone who's done this with a squad at his back, she said, not with one half-crippled pilot and one cranky prepper. You're underselling the cranky prepper, he said. And yeah, I've done versions of this with more people. But the principles are the same. Don't go in blind. Don't go in arrogant. Know your exits. Timing, she said. Soon, he said. But not today. Not with my leg fresh from mountain hiking cosplay. She rubbed the pencil between her fingers, thinking. 2 days, she said at last. We give it 2 days. You heal a little. I watch the town from the ridge. We see if things calm down or get worse. 2 days, he agreed. And if it's obviously turning into a war zone by then, she said, gunshots every hour, smoke everywhere, then we might be too late for Eli, he said bluntly, but going down there would just add 2 more names to the casualty list. She flinched, but she didn't argue. And if it looks tense but not outright burning, she asked. Then we go, he said, early, before the worst people figure out they're the only authority left. She nodded slowly. Okay, she said. 2 days. As if to punctuate the decision, a faint crackle sounded from the far side of the room. Both of them froze. The sound came again, a brief, ragged hiss, followed by something that might have been a voice. Brooke was on her feet in an instant, crossing to the table where the crystal set lay. The coil and mineral looked as inert as they had before, but the earphone wire trembled slightly. Did you hear? Logan started. Shh. She snatched up the earphone, pressing it to her ear. For a moment her face was all concentration, then her eyes widened a fraction. Something? He whispered. Noise, she said. But layered. She turned a tiny screw, adjusting the contact on the crystal. The cabin filled with a faint, ghostly whisper, just audible even without the earphone. It was more sensation than sound, a kind of scratchy presence. Then, like a voice rising out of wind, words emerged, thin and distorted. Repeat. All personnel, secondary, staging centers, priority evac, coastal. The rest dissolved into static. Logan's skin prickled. That's English, he said. No kidding, Brooke muttered, nudging the contact again. The voice flickered back for a second, clearer but still broken. Grid, failure across multiple sectors, remain, local, authorities. The signal died. Silence rushed back into the cabin, louder than before. Brooke kept the earphone pressed to her head for a few seconds longer, then slowly lowered it. Anything else? Logan asked. Nothing, she said. Just that hiss, like wind in a pipe. Could that be local? He asked. Some emergency broadcast? She shook her head. If it were local, it wouldn't sound like it's crawling over broken glass to reach us. That's long-range HF bouncing off the ionosphere. That's far, which means, he said, which means whoever that is talking about grid failure and evac centers across multiple sectors, she said, which means it's not just us. Regional at least, he said, maybe more. She sat slowly, as if her knees had gone a little weak. I always wondered if the big one would come, she said. EMP, solar flare, whatever. I thought we might get a warning, a headline, a text from the government saying, hey, we're about to blink out for a while. Don't freak. We got a light show, he said. And then nothing. And a ghost voice telling someone to stay with their local authorities, she added. Great advice when your local authorities are 6 guys with guns hoarding fuel. She put the earphone back on the table as if it might bite. Logan exhaled slowly. I don't think that changes our immediate plan, he said. If anything, it reinforces it. We can't count on outside help bailing us or the town out. No cavalry, no FEMA trucks on the horizon. It's just pockets. Pockets, she echoed. Little bubbles of people trying not to eat each other. And some failing, he said. Your daughter's in one of those bubbles, she said. So's your father, he replied. They sat with that for a moment. Then Brooke stood again, sudden determination replacing the shock in her eyes. 2 days, she said. No more. Tomorrow we shore up everything here. Check every latch, every fence, every stash. Day after, we go down that mountain. With me, Logan said. It wasn't a question. She looked like she wanted to argue, then thought better of it. You shouldn't, she said instead. You'll slow me down. And if things go wrong, getting you back up the hill will be challenging. Then we plan so things don't go wrong, he said. Or we plan how to bail even if they do. But I'm not staying up here waiting for you to walk into something alone. This is my terrain, she said. My town, my father. And I'm the one who's trained to walk into hostile places and read the patterns, he said. You saw those guys at the intersection. I've met their type in other languages. Let me do what I'm actually good at. You're good at crashing planes into meadows, she said, and landing them without dying, he countered. It's a package deal. She pressed her lips together. You're stubborn, she said. So are you, he replied. That's why we're still here. He shifted, wincing, and gestured at the map hanging on the wall, an old topographical of the county, creased and thumbtacked. Show me, he said. Cabin, road, town, side trails. If we're going to do this in 2 days, I want the mental map now. She hesitated another second, then crossed to the map and tapped a spot halfway up a ridge. Here, she said. We're here. Hollow Ridge is down there. Her finger traced the twisting road. 3 miles as the crow flies. 5 by road. Less if you know the game trails and don't mind bushwhacking. Do you? He asked. Mind? No, she said. But with your leg, we stick to what passes for a path. It's going to be slow either way. He nodded. We go early, pre-dawn, hit town mid-morning, when people are awake but not desperate from a full day of chaos. We avoid the main intersections at first. Come in on the back streets. See who's where before anyone sees us. You're assuming they sleep at night, she said. I'm assuming they're human, he said. Even panic has a circadian rhythm. She traced a side trail with her finger. Here, she said, logging road, overgrown but passable on foot. Drops in near the old mill, behind the hardware store. Good, Ma, he said. Hardware store means tools. Also people who might be a little more practical and a little less shoot first. We hope, she said. We hope, he echoed. He looked back at her. Tomorrow, he said, we prep. You teach me what I need to know to move like I belong on this mountain. I help you think like someone walking into a town that might not want strangers. We pack light but smart. Water, food, basic medical, 1 rifle, 1 sidearm. No more. We don't want to look like a threat. We are a threat, she said. Only if they make us one, he replied. She exhaled, long and slow. Okay, she said finally. 2 days, tomorrow we get ready. Day after, we go. Together, he said. Together, she agreed. It felt weirdly like something more solid than the power grid had been 2 nights ago. Outside, the wind rattled the bare branches of the oaks and whispered through the pines. Inside, the cabin's tiny circle of warmth held. On the table, the notebook lay open to its latest page. At the top, in Brooke's firm, dark handwriting, the words "A World Unplugged" were underlined twice. Logan stared at them for a long moment. Unplugged meant disconnected, isolated, cut off. But it also meant something else, he realized. Unplugged meant there was no one to tell them what to do next. For better or worse, the decisions inside this little room were theirs alone. Chapter 5. Down to Hollow Ridge. The second morning after the crash began in blue. Not the clean, cheerful blue of a cloudless sky, but the deep, bruised blue that seeped into the world just before dawn, just before the sun had fully decided whether it wanted to come back. Logan woke to it leaking around the edges of the curtains, painting the cabin in soft shadows. The fire in the stove had burned low, embers pulsing red at its core. The air was cold enough that his breath fogged when he exhaled. For a moment, he didn't remember why he was awake so early. Then his leg throbbed, his ribs complained, and memory slotted back into place. The crash, Brooke's cabin, the dead radios, the ghost voice on the crystal set, and the decision. 2 days. Then we go down. He rolled carefully onto his side and swung his legs over the edge of the bed. Pain flared along his thigh where Brooke's stitches pulled. A dull ache radiated from his ankle. But the pain felt organized, less wild than before. His body had begun the slow work of knitting itself back together. He sat still for a moment, letting his head clear. No dizziness, only a thick cotton wool feeling around the edges of his thoughts. The concussion was still there, but its teeth were duller. The stove door creaked. Brooke crouched in front of it, feeding in new wood, her hair tangled from sleep, hatless for once. "You're up early," she said without turning. "So are you," he replied. "I never really went down," she said. "Cat naps, bad dreams, apocalypse stuff." "Anything good in the apocalypse dream catalog?" he asked. "One about trying to start a generator that turns out to be a bear," she said. "0 stars. Do not recommend." He snorted softly. She stood, brushed ashes from her hands, and moved to the table. A small oil lamp burned there, turning her movements into warm silhouettes. On the table lay their gear, laid out in tidy rows, gear that represented the thin line between "we're prepared" and "we messed up before we even left." "Come on," she said. "Let's do this while my resolve is still caffeinated." "You have coffee?" he asked, perking up. "Had," she corrected. "What I have now is roasted chicory and a belief system. It tastes like coffee if you lie to yourself." "I'm a pilot," he said. "I've lied to myself about coffee before." She poured him a mug of the dark liquid and another for herself. He took a cautious sip. It was bitter, earthy, and thin, but warm. It counted. Brooke tapped the table with one finger. "Okay," she said. "Final pass. If this doesn't fit in what we can carry, it doesn't come." There wasn't much. For Logan, one small backpack, military surplus, patched at the seams, a bottle of water, a compact first aid kit, bandages, antiseptic, painkillers, a folded Mylar blanket, a spare pair of socks, half a dozen energy bars, a small battered notebook, and a pen. For Brooke, a slightly larger pack with similar basics, a coil of cord, a multi-tool, a canteen, a pair of binoculars, a compact field dressing kit between them, one .30-06 rifle with a worn leather sling and half a box of cartridges, one pistol, Brooks, a compact 9mm in a scuffed holster, 2 extra loaded magazines, a knife each. Logan eyed the rifle. "You're carrying that," he said. "You can shoot," she countered. "I can," he said. "I can also fall over without warning. That doesn't go well with holding something that fires high-velocity metal." "Fair," she conceded. "Rifle's mine. Pistol's yours. Ever used one?" "Plenty," he said. "Good. Don't make me regret trusting you with my third favorite possession." "Third?" he asked. "What's first and second?" "Cabin," she said. "Goats." "Nice to know where I rank," he said. "You're somewhere around the axe and the extra snow shovel," she said. "Don't get cocky." They dressed in layers, thermal shirts, flannel, jackets. Brooke had found him a pair of heavier pants than the shredded flight suit, though he still had to wrap his injured thigh carefully. The bandage came off briefly. Brooke inspected the stitches with a clinical eye. "Looks good," she said. "No signs of infection. Skin's knitting. You still tear these and I'll make you sew them yourself." "Motivating," he said. She wrapped the leg again, snug but not overly tight, then checked the splint on his ankle, adjusting one of the straps. "Pain?" she asked. "Manageable," he said. "Ask me again after a mile." "I will," she said. "And if the answer changes to unmanageable, we turn around." "Agreed," he said. He meant it. Pride was a luxury he couldn't afford if it got them both killed. By the time they finished gearing up, a pale gray line had appeared along the horizon outside. The world was sliding slowly from blue toward color. Brooke stood by the door with her pack on, rifle slung, pistol holstered at her hip. She looked, Logan thought, like someone who had been preparing for this day her entire life, without quite believing it would come. "Almost forgot," she said suddenly. She grabbed the spiral notebook from the table, flipped to a blank page and wrote a few lines. Then she tore the page free and pinned it to the inside of the front door with a thumbtack. Logan read it. "Eli, if you get back before we do, we're going down to Hollow Ridge to look for you and to see what's going on. Cabin is stocked. Goats are grumpy, but alive. Stay put if you can. Leave. A sign on the ridge rock if you go elsewhere. Don't be a hero. I already have one idiot with a limp to worry about." "B, he'll love that," Logan said. "If he's alive to read it, he'll understand," Brooke said. She rested her hand briefly on the doorframe, fingers tracing a groove in the wood worn by years of similar gestures. Then she opened the door. Cold poured in. A thin crust of frost covered the porch boards, sparkling in the first hint of morning light. The world outside was still mostly shadows and outlines. The goats watched from their pen, breath steaming, eyes reflecting the lantern glow like chips of amber. "Dahlia," Brooke said quietly, "you're in charge while I'm gone. Don't let anybody eat the curtains." The speckled goat flicked an ear and resumed chewing on hay. "See," Brooke said, "leadership material." "Better succession planning than most governments," Logan said. He took a deep breath, tucked his crutches under his arms and stepped out. The first movement onto uneven ground was the worst. His injured ankle protested, thigh stitches tugged, and for a second he felt precarious, like one unexpected slope would topple him. Then he found a rhythm, plant left foot, set right crutch, swing the injured leg in a controlled arc, set left crutch, repeat. The pattern was slow, but it was a pattern, and that mattered more than speed. The trail that led from the cabin to the main path was familiar from 2 days before, but it felt different now. Then he'd been going uphill toward knowledge. Now he was going downhill toward, what? Answers? Trouble? Both? Snow squeaked under the crutch tips, compacting into small, round impressions. Their breath made two parallel streams of vapor. For a while, neither of them spoke. The mountain did the talking. The creak of trees, the distant caw of a crow, the soft swish of a squirrel launching itself from one branch to another. It was almost absurd how normal the forest seemed when the rest of the world had gone abnormal overnight. "How's the leg?" Brooke asked quietly after a few minutes. "Let's call it a 7 out of 10, he said, with room for improvement. 7 is too high this early, she said. "Tell me when it hits 8. That's my line." "What happens at 8? He asked. "At 8, we decide if the mission is worth making it a 9, she said. "A harsh but fair metric," he said. They reached the point where the cabin trail merged with a slightly broader track, a sunken pair of faint ruts disappearing into the trees, the logging road. Brooke paused, scanning the woods with a practiced sweep of her eyes. Her hand brushed the rifle's sling, not quite touching, ready to. "Remember," she said, "sound carries." "I know," he said. "I mean for you," she said. "Cussing when you trip counts as sound too." "I'll keep my dramatic monologues to a minimum," he said. They started down the old road. In summer, Logan imagined, it would be a green tunnel. Ferns, leaves, insects, the hum of life. Now it was a white corridor, the trees on either side drawn in black ink against the snow. Branches dipped under the weight of ice. In places, drifts had piled high, where the wind had pushed the snow off open slopes. Brooke broke the path ahead of him, boots sinking a few inches at each step. She chose the line carefully, avoiding spots where the snow looked thinner over hidden rocks. "Watch that root," she said. "Left side, and that divot. Step a little to your right." He followed her directions, grateful. There was a big difference between walking on a sidewalk with crutches and navigating a frozen mountain road. "You've done this route often?" he asked, partly to keep his mind occupied. "Every month or so," she said. "Supplies, trading, keeping an eye on who's building weird fences." "Weird fences?" he echoed. "Anytime somebody strings barbed wire somewhere it doesn't obviously belong, I want to know about it," she said. "It's either paranoia like mine or something worse." "Any something worse lately?" he asked. "Some guy from out of town bought the old Peterson farm last year," she said. "Put up cameras and no trespassing signs everywhere. Tried to fence in a section of county road until the sheriff talked him down." "Prepper like your dad?" he suggested. "Prepper like a YouTube channel told him the government was going to steal his chickens," she said. "Not the same thing." They walked on. After a while, the road widened slightly where trucks long ago had turned around. At the edge of the clearing, they passed a rusted piece of machinery half hidden under snow. An old log skidder abandoned when the company had pulled out. Its metal skin was scarred with years of weather, but it was still a shape of human industry in the trees. "Think that would start if the world wasn't fried?" Logan asked. "Maybe," Brooke said, "if someone loved it enough." They descended a little further, the slope gradually easing. Logan could feel the way the air changed as they dropped. Less bite, more dampness, the scent of river water somewhere ahead. He also began to feel the fatigue set in. His arms ached from supporting extra weight. His shoulders burned. His injured leg throbbed with a steady, insistent beat that threatened to become all he could think about. He forced his focus outward. "Tell me about the people we might meet," he said. "Names, roles. The ones we want to see, the ones we don't." Brooke considered. "Okay," she said. "Doctor first. Dr. Harrow, early 50s, runs the clinic and stitches up half the county. Good at his job, bad at saying no. If anyone's trying to coordinate medical care down there, it'll be him, or someone taking advantage of how tired he is." "Trustworthy?" Logan asked. "Mostly," she said. "He's not going to sell meds on the side while kids wheeze. But he's also not a fighter. If someone strong-armed him, he'd fold rather than see someone shot on his porch." "Noted," Logan said. "Who else?" "Reverend Cole," she said. "Runs the church on the east side. Big into charity. Sometimes annoyingly so. He'll empty his pantry for anyone who asks. In a situation like this, he'll be trying to hold people together. Might gather a little community around him." "That could be good," Logan said. "Could be," she agreed. "Could also paint a target on his back if the wrong people decide he's hoarding." "And those wrong people?" he prompted. She sighed. "There's a family that runs the scrapyard out on County Road 6, she said. "The Bragg brothers. Before all this, they were just jerks with a business license, always pushing rules, always finding ways to make money out of other people's desperation. If they're in town now, and if they got their hands on guns, they'd be the ones at the intersection," Logan finished. "Could be," she said. "I couldn't tell from this distance. But that vibe? Yeah, it fits." They continued in silence for a while. As the trees began to thin, the shapes of outlying structures emerged. Sheds, barns, the ghost outlines of fences under snow. A small farmhouse sat back from the road, its windows dark, smoke curling faintly from the chimney. Brooke slowed, raising a hand. "House ahead," she said softly. "The Myers place." "Friends?" Logan asked. "Acquaintances," she said. "They keep to themselves. Good with animals. We'll give it a wide berth. No reason to scare them with strangers in the yard." "Unless they already know the world ended," he said. "They do," she said, "but they don't know what it turned into yet. I'd rather not show up playing advanced trailer for it." They skirted the farmhouse via a narrow track through a stand of birch. From there, the logging road dipped toward a small creek. A bridge had once crossed it, but now only the rotted support posts remained. The water ran shallow and slow. mostly covered with thin ice. In one place, the ice had broken, exposing black water. "Careful," Brooke said. "Step where I step. Ice is thinner in the middle." "I'm on crutches, not skates," he said. He watched where she placed her boots, then matched her route as best he could. The crutch tips slipped once but found purchase. The cold from the water seeped up through his soles. On the far bank, the road climbed again, and then suddenly, almost abruptly, the forest broke. Hollow Ridge lay ahead, not yet fully in view, but close enough that the air felt different. Smoke smells replaced pine. An undefinable human scent, sweat, garbage, cooking, threaded faintly through. Brooke stopped, gesturing him to do the same. "From here on," she said quietly, "we're in the outskirts." "You smell it too," he said. "Yeah," she said. "Also, listen." They listened. For a moment there was just wind, crows, the faint chuckle of the creek behind them. Then, carried thin and hollow through cold air, came voices, too distant to distinguish words. But the cadence was familiar. Argument. Logan felt the hairs on his arms rise inside his jacket. "Okay," he said. "We shift to town rules. No loud conversations. No standing in the open longer than we have to. If we meet someone, I do the talking unless it's someone you know and trust, or unless they're the kind of person who doesn't like strangers speaking first." "And if they're the kind who shoot at anyone they don't know?" she asked. "Then we're already too close," he said. She gave him a flat look that said, "Not helpful," then nodded. "Remember the route," she said. "We're coming in behind the old mill. That means we'll hit the industrial edge of town first." "Less people?" he asked. "Fewer houses," she said. "More tools." They moved on. The logging road merged eventually with something more defined, a rutted gravel lane with a faded sign half buried in snow. Mill Road, private property. The mill itself sat at the end of it, a squat metal building with peeling paint, silent conveyor belts frozen in place like skeletal tongues. The parking lot out front held 3 vehicles, 2 pickups and an SUV, all sitting at odd angles, a dusting of snow softening their lines. "Any of those yours?" Logan asked. "No," Brooks said. "But I know that blue Chevy. That's Gary's. He runs the forklift." "Does he come in early?" Logan asked. "Used to," she said. "If the lights went out while he was here." "He could still be inside," Logan finished. She hesitated. "We should check," she said. "If he's hurt, leaving him is wrong. If he's fine, he might know something." "You think it's worth the risk?" Logan asked. She took a slow breath, eyes scanning the building. "Industrial area," she said. "Not a prime looting target yet. No obvious movement, no broken windows, no smoke. We keep it quick, stay near the door, and if anything feels off, we back out. Agreed?" "Agreed," he said. They crossed the lot, boots crunching on gravel hidden beneath snow. Each step echoed faintly off the metal siding. At the mill's main door, Brooke tried the handle. It turned. "Of course it's unlocked," she muttered. "Welcome to Hollow Ridge." She eased it open. The air inside was colder than outside, the building having lost heat long ago. Rows of machinery loomed in the dim interior. Saws, planers, conveyors. Light filtered in from high windows, turning dust motes into drifting ghosts. "Gary?" Brooke called softly. "It's Brooke Alder. You in here?" Her voice bounced and faded. No answer. They stepped inside, staying just within the doorway where they could retreat fast. "Anyone?" Logan asked. She shook her head, listening. Nothing but the faint, ticking sound of cooling metal and the drip of melting snow somewhere deeper inside. "Okay," she said. "He's either gone home or gone to town. Nothing for us here right now." She hesitated only long enough to check the break room near the entrance. Empty, chairs knocked askew, then backed them out and closed the door. "Strike mill rescue off the list," she said. "On to the hardware store." The road from the mill joined a wider street that curved toward town. Here, signs of the blackout were more obvious. A sedan sat nose first in a ditch, its front bumper crumpled. The driver's side door hung open, snow drifting in. A scattering of canned goods lay in the road nearby, one crushed under a tire track. A little further on, a bicycle leaned against a fence, its rear wheel bent. In a side yard, a dog barked continuously, frantic and hoarse. No one came out to hush it. They came to a cross street with a small green sign. River St. Brooke stopped at the corner and pointed with her chin. "Hardware's down there," she said. "2 blocks. We'll cut behind it through the alley." They moved cautiously along River Street, staying close to buildings. Here, the houses were small and close together. Some had smoke coming from chimneys. Others did not. A few windows were boarded up from the inside, hastily with whatever wood had been on hand. One front porch railing had been reinforced with nailed-on planks and a bedraggled Christmas wreath. As they passed one house, a curtain twitched. A pair of eyes, child-sized, peered out, then vanished. "People are home," Logan murmured. "People are scared," Brooke said. They were half a block from the hardware store when they encountered their first person up close. He came out of a side yard carrying a 5-gallon bucket, head down, moving quickly. Mid-40s, hair thinning, wearing a heavy jacket over a t-shirt that read, "Hollow Ridge Cougars." He nearly walked into Brooke before seeing her. "Whoa," he said, stumbling back. The bucket sloshed. Water splashed out onto the snow and froze instantly. "Hi, Cal," Brooke said. He blinked, eyes flicking from her to Logan and back again. "Brooke," he said. "Well, I'll be damned. You come down off the hill after all." "Looks like it," she said. "You doing okay?" He snorted. "Define okay. House is dark. Kids are scared. My wife's ready to kill somebody if she doesn't get a hot cup of coffee soon. And the whole damn world decided to pretend it's 1850 again." "Other than that, Peachy." Logan watched him carefully. His hands shook, not from cold, but from adrenaline. "You getting water from the river?" Brooke asked, nodding at the bucket. "For now," Cal said. "Had some in the tub when the taps went dry, but that won't last. Town council says they're working on it." He made air quotes with his free hand that looked more like clawing. "Town council still organized?" Logan asked, keeping his voice neutral. Cal squinted at him. "And you are?" he asked. "Logan Hayes," Brooke said quickly. "Pilot. Crashed out near my place when the lights went. I patched him up." "Lucky bastard," Cal said, eyeing Logan's crutches. "Relatively speaking." "We're heading toward downtown," Brooke said, trying to get a sense of what's going on. "You hear anything?" Cal laughed, short and bitter. "Depends which corner you listen at," he said. "Reverend Cole's people are talking about sharing and staying calm. The Braggs are talking about holding what's theirs. The folks at the grocery are talking about how long before the food goes bad. And everybody's talking about gas." "The station fire," Brooke said. "We saw the smoke." "Some idiot tried to crank a generator while pumping," Cal said. "Boom. Took out half the pumps and set the canopy on fire. Fire department did what they could, but without pressure in the hydrants." He shook his head. "Now what's left in the underground tanks is guarded like it's Fort Knox." "Guarded by who?" Logan asked, though he could guess. Cal's face twisted. "Bram Bragg," he said, "and his brothers. They showed up with guns, said they were securing critical resources until orders restored." Town council wasn't in a position to argue. "And people are letting them?" Brooke asked, incredulous. "What are they going to do?" Cal said. "Fight 3 guys with rifles and a couple of their own cousins standing behind them? Sheriff Heckler's been trying to play peacemaker, but his cruiser's dead and his radio's fried. He's basically a guy with a badge and a good attitude." Brooke's jaw clenched. "You see my father?" she asked. "Eli Alder. Came down a few days ago. Truck, couple of gas cans in the back." Cal's expression shifted. "Eli?" he said. "Yeah, I saw him. Night before the lights went. He was talking to Heckler out by the station, trying to convince him to lock the gas up before people started doing exactly what they're doing now." "What happened?" Logan asked. "Bragg showed up," Cal said. "Things got heated. Eli said some stuff. Bragg said some stuff. Sheriff stepped between them. Last I saw, Eli was heading toward the diner with that look on his face, like he was about to write a strongly worded letter to the universe." "And since then," Brooke pressed. Cal shifted his weight, the bucket handle creaking in his grip. "Haven't seen him," he admitted. "But to be fair, I've been busy not letting my kids drink river water straight." "If you do see him," Brooke began, "I'll tell him his mountain. Hermit is looking for him," Cal said, "and that she brought a friend with a limp and a death wish." "Appreciated," Logan said dryly. Cal's gaze flicked to the rifle on Brooks' shoulder and the pistol at Logan's hip. "You two be careful," he said. "Tension down there is bad. People are hungry and scared and stupid, some of them more than others." "We will," Brooks said. He nodded once and moved on, sloshing water. "Gary's not here. Eli's missing. Braggs have guns," Logan summarized once he was out of earshot. "Nice little status report." "And that was one of the sensible ones," Brooks said. "Come on. Hardware store's next block." The hardware store looked almost normal from a distance. A long, low building with a wide front window full of tools and seasonal junk. The sign above the door read, "Hollow Ridge Supply" in peeling red letters. But as they got closer, the abnormality stood out. The window glass was intact, but wooden planks had been nailed across the lower half from the inside. The front door was closed but not boarded. A hand-lettered sign hung on it. "Open, limit 5 customers at a time, no cash." "No cash," Logan murmured. "Cash isn't worth much when the registers are dead and the trucks aren't coming," Brooks said. "You think they're really open?" he asked. "Only one way to find out," she said. "Stick to the plan. Let me lead." She pushed the door open. A bell tinkled weakly overhead, more out of habit than necessity. Inside, the store was lit by a mixture of battery lanterns and daylight filtering through the unboarded top half of the window. The shelves were mostly full, though gaps showed where certain items had been hit hard. Batteries, propane canisters, water jugs. Behind the counter stood a man in his 60s with a gray mustache and a plaid shirt. Hank Mercer, according to the badge he'd worn every time Logan had come in for tie-down straps and engine oil. He looked up as they entered, hand tightening on something out of sight under the counter, before he saw who it was. "Alder," he said. "Well, I was wondering how long it would take you to come off that mountain." "Morning, Hank," Brooks said. "You holding up?" "Oh, he said, living the dream. Power's out, phones are dead. Half the town wants me to give them generators on credit and the other half wants to steal them." He eyed Logan. "And this is—" "Logan Hayes," Brooks said. "Pilot. Crashed his bird over near my place when the lights went. I played field medic." Hank nodded once. "Figured something was up when I didn't hear a plane in 2 days. Usually I can set my watch by you guys." "Sorry to throw off your schedule," Logan said. "What brings you in?" Hank asked. "I've got a busy rush of absolutely nobody right now, so you picked a good time. Looking for information," Brooks said, "and maybe a couple of things if you're willing to trade for something that isn't cash." "Cash is fire starter now," Hank said. "Information's worth more. What do you want to know?" "Eli," she said. "You seen him?" Hank's mustache twitched. "Yeah," he said. "He was in here the day before the Sky Show, stocking up on what he always does. Blades, nails, the good batteries, not the cheap crap." "Did he say where he was headed?" she asked. "He mentioned talking to Heckler about securing the gas," Hank said. "Said he didn't like the look in some folks' eyes down at the station. Told me to keep my head low and my shotgun loaded." "Did he come back?" Logan asked. "Not here," Hank said. "If he had, I'd have sold him more nails." Brooks' face tightened. "Anyone seen him since?" Logan asked. Hank hesitated. "There were some rumors," he said finally. "After the flash, when everything died and folks were milling around like ants with their hill kicked, somebody said there'd been a scuffle in front of the station. Somebody else said old Eli had words with Bram Bragg and got himself dragged into the sheriff's office for his own safety. But you know how people talk." "Sheriff's office," Brooks said sharply. Hank lifted a pacifying hand. "I don't know," he said. "I haven't been down that way since the day after. I've got enough trouble up here keeping folks from cleaning me out in an afternoon." Logan leaned on his crutches, weighing the information. "Sheriff Heckler," he said. "What kind of man is he?" "Decent," Hank said. "Soft-spoken, likes fishing and keeping the peace. Not the kind who goes looking for trouble, but he'll step between it and someone else if he has to. The kind who would lock someone up for their own good if he thought they were about to get shot," Brooks said slowly. "Maybe," Hank said. "Or the kind who'd fail to stop someone else from locking someone up if the someone else had more guns." He glanced at the rifle on her shoulder. "You planning to go knock on his door?" he asked. "Maybe," Logan said. "Carefully," Hank grunted. "You two be smart," he said. "This town's like a pan of oil right now. Doesn't take much spark. We noticed, Brooke said. You need anything before you poke the hornet's nest? He asked. Within reason. Salt, Brooke said. And any antibiotics you keep in the back for the I don't want to go to the doctor crowd. Hank snorted. You know me too well, he said. He ducked behind a shelf and returned with a couple of bags of salt and a small box of over-the-counter antibiotic ointment. Best I can do without turning this place into a pharmacy, he said. Dr. Harrow would have my hide if he thought I was handing out his stock. What do you want for it? Brooke asked. He eyed her pack. You still got that spare hand crank grinder your dad traded me last year? He asked. Broke, she said. Shame, he said. All right, next time you come through, bring me rabbit hides or coffee. Real coffee, not this chicory nonsense. For now, call it a neighborly favor. Thanks, Hank, she said. Don't thank me yet, he said. Thank me if you make it back up that hill. They left by the side door, stepping into a narrow alley that ran behind the hardware store and a string of other buildings. The sounds of town were louder here. Voices, clatter, the distant thud of something heavy being moved. Sheriff's office? Logan asked. 2 blocks over near the square, Brooke said. We can cut through the back lots and come at it from the side. He nodded. As they moved through the maze of alleys and small yards, they passed little vignettes of the new world. A man stood in his driveway with the hood of his truck up, staring at the engine as if he could will it to life. An old woman sat on her porch wrapped in 3 blankets, a shotgun across her lap, glaring at anyone who passed within 50 feet. In one yard, a group of teenagers had built a fire in a metal barrel and were roasting something unidentifiable on sticks, their voices too forced aloud as they laughed. At the corner of one alley, a cardboard sign had been propped against a trash can. Water here. Bring your own bucket. 1 per family. An arrow pointed toward a house where a hose had been rigged to a rain barrel. Cole, Brooke murmured. That's his place. Or one of his flock. You were right, Logan said. Little pockets of order. And between them, she said, cracks. They reached a gap between 2 buildings that offered a view toward the center of town. Logan peered out cautiously. The main square of Hollow Ridge came into focus, a small paved plaza with a few benches, a war memorial, and the steps of the town hall. People clustered there, more than in the side streets. Some held empty grocery bags, others simply stood, as if proximity to each other might conjure solutions. At one corner of the square, near the remains of the gas station canopy, a group of armed men stood exactly where Logan had seen them from the ridge, rifles slung, eyes scanning. He recognized the posture instantly, the loose, casual stance of people who were both on edge and enjoying that feeling. Bragg, Brooke said under her breath. Looks like Bram brought his brothers and a couple of cousins. Which one's Bram? Logan asked. Tall one with the camo jacket, she said. The one who looks like he thinks the apocalypse is his birthday. Bram was laughing at something, showing too many teeth. The men around him laughed too quickly, eyes flicking to his face before following suit. Predator with a pack. Logan shifted his gaze. On the opposite side of the square, the sheriff's office sat, a modest brick building with 2 steps up to the door and 1 small barred window. The door was closed. A hand-lettered notice had been taped crookedly to it, but from this distance he couldn't read it. No obvious guard, he murmured. Doesn't mean it's empty, Brooke said. Agreed, he said. We need a closer look without walking across an open square like we're in a parade. She scanned the buildings around the square, mentally mapping back routes. Back of the post office connects to the alley behind the sheriff's office, she said. There's a gap in the fence. Kids use it to sneak around on Halloween. Perfect, he said. Lead on, O corrupter of youth. They doubled back a block and slid behind the post office, keeping low. A narrow strip of scrubby grass and a sagging chain-link fence separated the building from its neighbors. There, Brooke whispered. A section of fence near a dumpster sagged inward where the bottom wires had rusted through. Snow had been trampled there recently. She held the fence up with both hands, creating a passage. Logan ducked under as best he could, cursing softly as his bad leg bumped the wire. They emerged into a narrow slot of space between the back walls of 2 buildings. On one side, the post office. On the other, the sheriff's office, recognizable by the small barred window, and a faded decal on the back door. Brooke gestured. "Stay here," she whispered. "I'll check the door. If anything moves, you get behind the dumpster and stay there until I say otherwise." "You should let me go first," he whispered back. "If things go sideways, you're the one who can run." "You're on crutches," she hissed. "They'll hear you coming a mile away." She had a point. He bit back the argument and positioned himself behind the metal dumpster, crutches ready to pivot him out of sight. Brooke moved to the back door, steps light, body compact, like someone used to being where she wasn't supposed to be. She tested the handle. It turned. She looked back at him, made a face that clearly said, "Of course." Then she eased the door open a crack and listened. After a moment, she slipped inside. Logan's grip tightened on the crutches. He strained his ears, listening for any indication that she'd run into someone or something unexpected. Muffled voices from the square drifted faintly. A burst of laughter, a baby crying, somewhere far off, a hammer hitting metal. Nothing from inside the sheriff's office. Seconds stretched. He was on the verge of breaking his own rule and going after her when she reappeared, slipping back through the door and closing it softly behind her. Her eyes were darker. "Well?" he whispered. "He's not here," she said. "Eli?" he asked. "Sheriff," she said. "Office is empty. No movement. No coffee cups on desks. Just nothing." "Cells?" he asked. She nodded, jaw tight. "There are two," she said. "One's empty. The other—" She swallowed. "The other had somebody in it." "Had," he repeated. She reached into her pocket and pulled something out. A glove. Wool, dark gray, worn at the fingers. One cuff had a little nick where a nail had snagged it sometime in the past. The fabric was stiff with dried mud and something else darker near the palm. Logan recognized it even before she spoke. "Eli's," she said. "I'd know this anywhere. I darned that hole last winter." He took the glove carefully, as if it might break. "Was there—" He couldn't finish the question. "No body," she said. "No blood on the floor. But the cell door was open, and the glove was on the bunk like someone left in a hurry, or was dragged." "That's something," he said. "No body means he might still be alive." "Or someone came collecting," she said. "Did you see any sign of where?" he asked. She shook her head. "There was a note on the front door," she said. "On the way out, I looked through the glass. Temporarily closed. For emergencies, seek town council representatives." No signatures. "Council representatives like the Braggs," he said. "It's starting to feel that way," she said. He handed the glove back. She tucked it into her jacket with a motion that was both tender and fierce. "Okay," he said quietly. "We know Eli was here. He got as far as these cells. We can't know from that alone whether that was protection or punishment. But if he had words with Bram at the station, and then he ended up locked up, someone in this town saw him as a problem." "He's always been a problem for people who were okay with shortcuts," she said. "He has a thing about rules." "Then we find the person who saw him last," Logan said. "And we ask." "Who?" she asked. "Sheriff Heckler would be best," he said, "if he's around." "And if he's not?" she asked. "Then we talk to someone else who was in the square the day the lights went out," he said. "Hank heard rumors. Cal heard rumors. Someone down there saw something. And while we're asking," she said slowly, "those guys at the gas station are watching everyone who moves. As long as we don't get too interesting, they'll ignore us at first," he said. "Strangers are just background noise until they aren't." A voice boomed from somewhere closer to the square. "Said line starts here. You want fuel, you talk to Bram first." They froze. "Sounds like the man himself," Logan murmured. Brooke edged toward the gap between buildings and peeked around the corner. It only took her a second to flinch back. "Well?" he whispered. "They've expanded," she said grimly. "Bragg and his men are closer to this side now. They've set up a table. People are lining up like it's a ticket booth." He risked a glance. The scene had indeed shifted since they'd first looked from the alley. Bram Bragg now stood not just near the burned-out gas station, but half in front of it, where someone had dragged a folding table. A crude sign leaned against it. Fuel. Controlled distribution. See Bram. People stood in a ragged line, clutching gas cans, some full, some empty. Bram was talking loudly, gesturing with one hand while the other rested casually on the rifle sling across his chest. Behind him, one of his men spotted something and nudged him. Bram's gaze followed the gesture. It swept across the square, past the clumps of townspeople, over the war memorial, toward the side where the sheriff's office sat, toward the narrow gap between buildings where two figures might be trying very hard not to be seen. Logan felt the moment Bram's eyes landed in their direction. Not because Bram made a dramatic show of it. There was no sudden pointing, no shout. Just a tiny narrowing of the eyes, a tilt of the head. Predators recognize potential threats even before they knew the specifics. "Back," Logan said softly. "Slowly." They eased away from the corner. "Did he see us?" Brooke whispered. "Maybe," Logan said. "Maybe he just saw movement. Either way." Footsteps on the other side of the building cut him off. Heavy boots on snow-packed pavement, getting closer. Brooke's hand went to her pistol. "No," Logan said quickly, voice low but firm. "Not yet." "You want to just stand here and shake hands?" she hissed. "I want to look like we weren't sneaking around the sheriff's back door," he said. "We step out, not cornered, like we were just cutting through to go somewhere else." "And if it's not Bram?" she asked. "Then we get a chance to calibrate," he said. "If it is, we keep this as normal as possible until we can't." The footsteps reached the narrow space at the end of the gap. A figure appeared, a man in his 30s, stocky, with a red knit cap and a rifle slung low. One of Bram's crew. He stopped when he saw them, eyebrows shooting up. "Well now," he said, "you two look lost." Brooke and Logan stood side by side in the narrow alley, the town's fragile order rattling on just beyond the wall. Between them and the mountain, the first real fault line of this new world was opening, and someone with a gun had just noticed. Chapter 6. Fault Lines. The man in the red cap took them in with one quick, measuring sweep. Rifle, crutches, faces. He was stocky, late 20s or early 30s, with a patchy beard that didn't quite match the confidence in his eyes. The rifle slung over his chest didn't hang like an unfamiliar weight. It sat there like it belonged. "You two look lost," he said again, tone light but edged. Logan let his grip relax on the crutches by a fraction, forcing his shoulders to loosen. Nervous, tense people made other people nervous and tense. Calm could be contagious, too, if you sold it well enough. "Alley's quicker than Main Street," he said, pitching his voice somewhere between apologetic and matter-of-fact. "Less ice. I don't do well with ice right now." He tipped his head toward the crutches. The man's gaze flicked down, then back up. "Yeah, I can see that," Redcap said. "Funny thing, though, most folks don't pick the alley that just happens to come out behind the sheriff's office unless they've got business there." "Maybe we do," Brooke said before Logan could answer. Her tone was flat, almost bored. People who grew up around guys like this didn't back down automatically. They learned not to feed the animal too much attention. Redcap's eyes sharpened. "Alder," he said slowly, "didn't recognize you with the city haircut." "Haircut's the same," Brooke said. "The world's what got shorter." He snorted once, briefly amused despite himself. "You know him?" Logan asked quietly. "Rory Bragg," she said, still looking at the man. "One of Bram's little brothers. Used to throw rocks at mailboxes and call it training." Rory's mouth tightened. "Cute," he said. "You always did have a sharp tongue." "You always did have a small imagination," she returned. Logan's internal gauge flicked a warning needle. Banter was fine until it wasn't. They were tap dancing near a line here, and the concrete under their feet was unstable. "Look," he said calmly, stepping slightly forward. Not enough to threaten, just enough to draw Rory's eyes away from Brooke. "We're not trying to sneak into anything. We came around back because the square looks jumpy, and I don't run fast these days. We're looking for Sheriff Heckler or Dr. Harrow. That's it." Rory tilted his head. "You knew?" he asked. "Logan Hayes," Logan said. "Pilot. My plane came down up on the ridge when the lights went. Brooke pulled my sorry ass out of the wreck. Now I'm trying to do what I was supposed to do in the first place. Make sure people don't die because something broke." Rory's gaze slid from Logan to Brooke and back. "Plane," he repeated. "You got a plane up there?" "Had," Logan corrected. "It's not going anywhere. Broken birds don't fly." Rory's eyes narrowed, mind visibly working. What were you bringing? He asked. Before everything snapped? Logan kept his expression open, unflinching. Medical supplies, he said. Vaccines, some antibiotics, some plasma, some other things a clinic requested. Half of it crashed with me in the snow. The rest, he let the sentence trail off. Useless without power. Rory's jaw worked. Doc Harrow been up your way? He asked Brooke. Not yet, she said. Last I checked, traffic on the ridge was light. Funny, he said, because Bram was real interested in where that plane came down. Fuel's fuel. Parts are parts. There's nothing up there that's going to make your truck start, Logan said evenly. Trust me, the problem isn't lack of gas. It's fried guts. Rory's eyes flicked again to Brooke's rifle, to Logan's pistol, to the packs. You two look equipped, he said. Equipped people moving behind the sheriff's office on a day like this? That's interesting. Bram doesn't like unexpected interesting near his fuel. Bram doesn't own the air I breathe, Brooke said. He doesn't, Rory agreed, but he has opinions about how it's used. He shifted his rifle just a little, enough to remind them it existed. You can explain it to him, Rory said, an almost amiable finality in his voice. Come on, he's holding court. Logan knew a few things in that instant, clean as if someone had written them in the air. They could refuse and escalate this into a standoff in a narrow alley with one visible gun and who knew how many within shouting distance. Or they could walk into the square under escort and have the conversation where everyone could see it. Neither option was safe, but one had fewer walls. We were going to the square anyway, he said, keeping his tone neutral. Lead the way. Rory smirked slightly. Smart cripple, he said. This way. Brooke's fingers flexed near her holster, then relaxed. She threw Logan a sidelong look that said, if this goes sideways, I'm blaming you. He tilted his head in a fractional nod. I know. They followed Rory out of the slot of space behind the sheriff's office, into the open. The square felt different when you were in it. From the ridge, it had been a pattern. Dots of people, clusters of smoke, moving pieces on a board. Up close, it was heat from bodies, the sour tang of fear, the murmur of dozens of voices blending into a low, unsettled hum. People noticed them immediately. Eyes tracked them as they stepped out from between the buildings. Conversations dimmed, then resumed in tighter, more guarded tones. Someone hissed Brooke's name. Recognition, surprise. A child pointed at Logan's crutches, got a hand clamped over his mouth by a parent. At the far side of the square, Bram Bragg turned. He was taller than his brother, broad-shouldered in a way that came from work, not gym memberships. His dark hair was shaggy under a faded baseball cap, his beard thicker and more deliberate than Rory's. The camo jacket he wore looked almost new, like it had been purchased for a fantasy and now had a stage. The rifle slung across his chest was clean, well-oiled. The pistol at his hip sat in a holster that had seen use. If Rory was a kid who'd grown up on stories about the end of the world, Bram was the guy who'd watched the stories and taken notes. Got something for you? Rory called, jerking his head toward Logan and Brooke as they approached. Found him sniffing around behind Heckler's place. Bram's eyes slid over them, sharp and evaluating. If he recognized Brooke, he didn't show it immediately. He clocked the rifle first, the pistol second, the crutches third. Logan could almost see the mental math. 2 armed, 1 injured, both standing straight instead of hunched. Is that so? Bram drawled. You two know the front door's on the other side, right? Seems a lot of front doors are closed today, Logan said. We were looking for the sheriff. Door was locked. We were leaving. Bram cocked his head. You his lawyer? He asked. Just someone who prefers his law to the kind where whoever has the most guns writes the rules, Logan said pleasantly. The corners of Bram's mouth twitched. Whether from amusement or annoyance, it was hard to tell. You got a name? Someone? He asked. Logan Hayes, Logan said. Pilot. Came down up on the ridge the night the sky whitewashed itself. Huh, someone in the crowd muttered. Knew I heard something go over. Bram's gaze flicked to Brooke. And you, he said. I know you. Couldn't possibly, Brooke said. I make it a rule not to get acquainted with parasites. The crowd made a small, collective intake of breath. Logan's internal danger meter pinged hard. Bram's eyes chilled by a few degrees, but when he spoke, his tone stayed light. "Alder," he said, "little Brooke from up the hill. Back to grace us with your personality." "You sure it's grace and not a bug infestation?" she replied. Rory shifted uneasily behind them. A couple of the armed men around Bram took half steps forward, fingers brushing triggers. Bram lifted a lazy hand and they stilled. "You've been gone a long time," he said. "World ends and suddenly you show up. What? Mountain got boring?" "The mountain's fine," Brooke said. "It's the valley that looks diseased." A few people in the line for fuel glanced around nervously, as if expecting the word diseased to conjure consequences. Logan stepped slightly closer to Brooke, angling his body so he could interpose if necessary. He caught her wrist briefly with his free hand, fingers squeezing once in warning. "Easy." She didn't look at him, but he felt the tension in her arm notch back half a point. "We're not here to pick a fight," Logan said, directing the words at Bram, but loud enough for those nearby to hear. "I had a job to do the night this all kicked off. Bring medical supplies into Hollow Ridge. Most of it crashed with me. Some might still be usable. We're trying to figure out if the clinic still exists, if the dock is still standing, and if there's any way to salvage what I brought. That's it." He let that hang for a beat. The crowd reacted first before Bram. A woman near the front of the fuel line turned, face-lined and tired. "You're the vaccine pilot?" she asked. "The one supposed to bring the stuff for the kids?" Logan nodded once. "I was," he said. "Timing wasn't great." Her eyes flicked to the crutches, the bandages peeking under his pant leg. "You crashed," she said. "I did," he said. "Did anything make it?" Another voice called. "My boy's got asthma." "Hey," Bram said sharply, raising his voice. The square's attention swung back to him like a compass needle. He took a step closer to Logan, putting himself between the pilot and the line of desperate faces. "See," he said, "this is how rumors start. We start chasing every maybe, and the whole town turns into a mob. One thing at a time." "Your one thing at a time seems to be fuel," Brooke said. "Funny how that works in a world where nothing runs," he replied. "Last I checked, diesel doesn't grow on trees. Without it, Doc Harrow's generator is a paperweight, and your vaccines, if they exist, are just pretty glass." "So you know about the clinic's generator," Logan said. "I know about everything that matters in this town," Bram said, "because right now, I'm the one keeping things from turning into the Wild West. Sheriff's trying, bless him, but he doesn't have boots on the ground like I do." "Boots," Brooke said, "or boots on people's necks." A ripple went through the listening crowd, a mix of appreciation and alarm. Logan felt the tension ratchet another notch. "We're not blind," he said quickly before Bram could reply. "We've seen the station, heard about the explosion. We get that fuel needs to be controlled. People panic. They make bad calls, but that doesn't mean one family gets to decide who lives comfortable and who freezes in the dark." Bram's eyes bored into his. "We're not hoarding," Bram said. "We're allocating. We've got folks with tractors still useful for moving snow and debris, if we can get them running. We've got a clinic that needs power for serious cases. We've got generators that can run freezers if we decide that's the priority. That's what I'm doing here, deciding. Because someone has to." "And how do you decide?" Logan asked quietly. "Who is we?" Bram's jaw tightened. "People who show up," he said. "People who think beyond the end of their driveway. People who understand that the days of everybody getting everything they want are over." He nodded toward the line. "Every gas can in that line gets a ration," he said. "Not enough to fill them. Enough to keep things moving. If folks don't like it, they're welcome to light a fire and cook on wood like it's Little House on the Prairie." "So far," Brooke said, "this sounds like a speech you practiced in a mirror." A flicker of temper broke through his composure. "You got something to say, Alder. Say it plain," Bram snapped. "Okay," she said. "Where's my father?" A hush rolled out from them like a shockwave. Conversations died. Even the baby crying somewhere on the edge of the square hiccuped into silence. Bram's eyes narrowed. "Eli," he said, "that what this is about? Daddy's little mountain prophet picked a bad time to come down and lecture the town, and now you're mad somebody told him to sit down?" Logan saw Brooke's hand twitch again. He tightened his grip on her wrist, harder this time. Careful, he murmured. She shook him off but didn't draw. He came down here to warn you, she said, voice vibrating with contained fury. Told you that gas was going to be the fuse. Then the sky went white and everything broke, and now I find his glove in a cell in an empty sheriff's office. So I'll ask again, where is he? Bram's tongue clicked against his teeth. Always loved his theatrics, he said. Eli's been preparing for the end since before half these folks were born. When it finally smells like one, he comes strolling into town telling everyone how right he was. Problem is, that kind of talk makes people nervous. Nervous enough to lock him up? Logan asked. Sheriff locked him up, Bram said smoothly. For his own good. He and Eli were talking a little too loud in front of the station. People were edgy. Somebody threw a punch. Eli swung back. You know how it goes. Do I? Brooke asked coldly. The old man's got steel in him, Bram said. I'll give him that. Sheriff put him in a cell to cool off. Then the lights went out and everything went sideways. And then, Logan pressed. And then we had bigger problems than one old guy with a manifesto, Bram said. Fire at the station. Folks trying to siphon from every car they could find. People screaming about their kids' meds. Sheriff and I had to make calls. Together? Logan asked. Somebody had to be the grown-up, Bram said. Doc Harrow's not built for crowds. Reverend Cole's busy singing Kumbaya down on river. The council's arguing over whose generator gets gas first. I got men who can stand in front of a pump and say no and mean it. You didn't answer the question, Brooke said. Where is Eli now? Bram's gaze shifted, just for a fraction of a second, toward the edge of the crowd. Logan followed it. On the far side of the square, near the steps of the town hall, a man in a tan jacket and a badge stood watching. His hair was thinning. His posture was tired. His eyes were shadowed. Sheriff Heckler. He looked like someone who'd been awake too long, trying to plug holes in a dam with his fingers. When he saw Bram glance toward him, he straightened, as if called to attention by a silent order. Sheriff, Bram called, we got family asking about Eli Alder. You want to weigh in? Heckler hesitated, then began to cross the square. The crowd parted for him in a way that was both respectful and wary. Old habits, respect the badge, wrestled visibly with new realities, respect the rifle. He stopped a few feet from Logan and Brooke, hat in his hands. Brooke, he said, didn't expect to see you. Same, she said. Last I heard, you were keeping my father safe. What happened? He winced. It's complicated, he said. Try me, she said. He glanced at Bram, then back at her. Logan saw the flicker of conflict, wanting to say something, afraid of consequences. Eli came into town riled, Heckler said. You know how he gets when he's convinced he's the only one who sees the cliff coming? He told me to shut the station down. Said folks would kill each other over fuel if we didn't lock it up tight. That was before the boom, Bram interjected. Yes, Heckler said. Before. I told him I'd talk to the council, that we needed a plan, not just a padlock. He didn't think we had time for meetings. Imagine that, Brooke said. Heckler's shoulders sagged a little. Then the flash came, he said. Everything died. Cars, phones, the pumps. People panicked. Some started yelling that Eli had jinxed us. Some said he'd called it and we should do whatever he said now. It got heated. You put him in a cell, Logan said. I separated him from a situation that was about to turn ugly, Heckler said. Half a dozen folks on one side, half a dozen on the other, all scared and looking for someone to tell them what to do or who to blame. I figured, let everyone cool off. Talk sense in the morning. And in the morning? Brooke asked softly. In the morning, Heckler said. Bram came to me and said we needed Eli out where he could be useful. That having him locked up made it look like I was taking sides. That we should send him somewhere he could help instead of preach. Bram's expression stayed bland. He's got skills, Bram said. Knows tools, knows land. Man like that's wasted staring at cinderblock walls. Where? Brooke asked. Where did you send him? Heckler swallowed. Out to the Bragg place, he said. They've got room and a project. Brooke's voice went very quiet. A project, she repeated. If you've ever seen our scrap yard, you know there's always projects, Bram said lightly. We're securing equipment, getting ready to rig some things that don't need delicate circuits to move. Your daddy's got a good brain for that. He and my Uncle Kurt hit it off. You took him, Brooke said to Bram, from the cells in the dark, when people were confused. With the sheriff's blessing, Bram said. I'm not a kid anymore, Brooke. I don't steal dogs for fun. I'm trying to keep this place from eating itself. You've always taken what you wanted and wrapped it in pretty words after, she said. Heckler flinched again, guilt flashing across his face. He went voluntary, Brooke, he said. I swear. I told him it might be safer out there, away from the square, for a couple days. He didn't like it, but he agreed to go. Said he'd be back up to see you once things settled. And why is he not here now, she asked. Heckler looked away. I don't know, he said. We've been putting out fires, literally and otherwise. I haven't had time to drive out there. Your car's dead, Brooke said. I haven't had time to walk then, he said, frustration edging his voice. Every time I try to leave, someone's banging on the door because their neighbor's trying to siphon their gas or somebody's waving a gun in the grocery aisle. So Eli's out at your place, Logan said to Bram, working on your project. Helping make sure we all don't freeze, Bram said, and maybe helping rig a way to move things when tires don't turn. You like eating, pilot? Logan kept his temper on a short leash. I like people not being forced into labor under guard, he said. He allowed to leave? Bram flashed teeth that were not even close to a real smile. He's not a prisoner, he said. He's contributing, like everyone should. That's the new deal. You want to eat? You work. You want to burn gas? You bring something to the table. Like a plane's worth of salvage, Rory murmured behind them. Bram cut him a glance but didn't correct him. You got a lot of opinions for someone who just fell out of the sky, Bram said to Logan. You military? Was, Logan said. Air Force. Now I mostly drive rich people to ski resorts and sick people to clinics. Or I did, until the planet decided to flip a breaker. So you know chain of command, Bram said. You know what happens when everyone decides they're in charge. I do, Logan said. I've also seen what happens when the guy at the top decides everyone else is expendable. Bram seemed to consider that. Then he took a step closer, reducing the distance between them to something that would have been intimate if every muscle in the square weren't clenched. Here's the thing, he said, voice dropping so that the people at the edges had to strain to hear. I'm not looking for more mouths to feed. I've got enough of those. What I am looking for is people who can actually do something besides stand in line and whine. His eyes moved between Logan and Brooke. You two look like you can do something, he went on. You've got gear. You've got training. You've already shown initiative by going around where most folks can't even think to look. I could use that. Oh, here we go, Brooke muttered. Bram ignored her. You got a working setup up on that ridge? He asked. Cabin? Wood? Goats? Maybe some of those solar cells Eli always bragged about at council meetings? Silence pressed in. Around them, people's expressions shifted. Some were envious, others curious, a few resentful. You been watching my place? Brooke asked, ice in her voice. I watch everything, Bram said. That's how come I'm doing this and not freezing in a car out on Route 7. He spread his hands in a gesture that was almost generous. Here's my offer, he said. You two help me keep things from going feral down here. Run errands, watch backs. Maybe help coordinate with that fancy little compound you got in the woods. In return, I make sure your old man gets home in one piece when he's done helping. I make sure nobody goes up that ridge without my say-so. And when this settles, we all sit down and figure out what the new normal is. Together. And if we say no, Brooke asked. The square seemed to hold its breath. Bram's smile thinned. Then you're just two more heavily armed wild cards walking around my town, he said. And in a situation like this, wild cards are risky. I'd have to decide whether keeping you around unsupervised is worth the trouble. Logan heard what he didn't say. I'd have to decide when to neutralize you. He let the silence stretch for a beat, taking the measure of the moment. Fault lines, he thought. They weren't just in the ground where tectonic plates ground together. They were here, between old authority and new, between fear and courage, between people like Bram who saw opportunity in crisis and people like Brooke who saw theft. He glanced at the crowd. Faces watched Bram, watched them. Some eyes were pleading, some hard. Reverend Cole stood near the water sign they'd seen earlier, hands clasped, mouth pressed tight. Dr. Harrow stood near the edge, his usually neat hair disheveled, medical bag clutched like a lifeline. Sheriff Heckler looked like a man standing in the middle of a road while two trucks barreled toward him from opposite directions. Whatever Logan said next would land not just on Bram, but on all of them. "We're not here to be anyone's enforcers," he said finally, meeting Bram's gaze squarely. "We're not here to seize fuel or tell people who gets to run their generators. You want advice on how to keep things from blowing up worse than they already have?" He gestured around. "I'll give it, for free. But I'm not signing up for a job that starts with, 'Do what I say or else.'" "And Eli," Bram asked, "you just going to leave him where he is and hope for the best?" "Be careful," Logan told himself. "This is where he squeezes." Brooke beat him to it. "I'll get my father back," she said, her voice clear and ringing across the square. "With your help or without it." It wasn't a threat, exactly, but it wasn't not one. Rory shifted. Two of the armed cousins bristled visibly. Bram held up his hand again, eyes never leaving Brooks. "You always did. Think you could go it alone," he said. "Hill girl against the world. Cute when you were 16, less cute when people are depending on you." "No one down here depends on me," she said. "Yet." There it was, a tiny electric shift in the air. Somewhere behind them, someone coughed, a sharp, uncomfortable sound. Logan stepped in, voice calm but firm. "We're going back to the ridge," he said. "Today, we'll check our situation, see what we can spare, figure out how to make anything we have worth sharing actually reach the people who need it, not just the people with rifles." "You planning to start your own council up there?" Bram asked. "I'm planning to not make promises I can't keep," Logan said. "You want cooperation? Fine. Cooperation goes both ways. You prove you're not going to starve your neighbors out because they don't line up right, and maybe we bring something to the table besides opinions. You keep using fuel to buy loyalty and keep folks afraid, and you'll have a problem whether we help you or not." Bram's expression soured. "You think anyone else is going to step up?" he asked. "You think the cavalry's coming over that ridge? I heard the same ghost voice you probably did on the radio when it bothered to whisper. Multiple sectors. Grid failure. You know what that means? It means we are on our own." "I know," Logan said softly. Bram leaned in just a fraction closer. "Then don't make enemies you can't afford," he murmured. Logan didn't look away. "Right back at you," he said. For a long moment, the world narrowed to the space between them, their breaths, the weight of eyes around, the awareness of how quickly this could devolve into shouting, then shoving, then worse. Then Bram stepped back and clapped his hands once. "All right," he said, voice louder again. "You want to play mountain royalty for a while, fine. Go check your goat palace. Bring back a status report tomorrow. Noon, right here." "We're not reporting to you," Brooks said. "You are if you want Eli walking back up that ridge instead of staying where he is," Bram said. "You show. You tell me what you've got, what you can share, what you want in return, or you don't show, and I make my own decisions about that little island of yours." He nodded toward the ridgeline, visible between buildings. "We done here?" Rory asked. "Got folks waiting on fuel." Bram held Logan and Brooks' gaze another beat, then flicked his fingers. "Escort them to the edge," he said. "Make sure nobody gets jumpy and decides to take their packs as souvenirs." "You're too kind," Brooks said. "Don't make me regret it," Bram replied. Two of the armed cousins fell into step behind them as they turned away from the square. The crowd parted again, this time with more whispers trailing after. Brooke Alder, Eli's girl, Mountain, Plain, Braggs. Logan caught glimpses as they passed. Reverend Cole gave them a brief nod, eyes full of something like apology. Dr. Harrow looked as if he wanted to approach, then thought better of it, glancing nervously at the rifles. Sheriff Heckler stood rooted where he'd been, hat still in his hands. He met Brooks' gaze as she went by. "I'm sorry," he said quietly. "Find out if he's all right," she said. "If you still wear that badge for anything but decoration, go out there and look my father in the eye yourself." He flinched as if slapped. "I'll try," he said. "Don't try," she said. "Do." Then they were past him, out of the square, the sound of Bram's voice rising again behind them as he went back to managing his line, like nothing had happened. The cousins shadowed them all the way to the edge of town. past the hardware store, past the mill road, out toward where the houses thinned and the trees thickened again. When the last mailbox sat behind them and the first true stretch of forest lay ahead, one of the cousins, tall, freckled expression, set in a permanent scowl, stopped. "This is far enough," he said. "You gonna put a collar on us next?" Brooke asked. "We just don't want folks saying we let trouble slip into the cracks," the other said. He was younger, barely 20, eyes darting between them and the town like he hadn't yet decided which side of the fault line to stand on. "Town's full of trouble," Logan said. "We're just passing through it." Neither cousin laughed. "Bram said tomorrow, noon," the younger one reminded them. "Don't be late." "We'll see," Brooke said. The scowling one spat in the snow. "You come back, come right, yeah?" he said. "Don't be ducking around back ways like rats. That gets people twitchy." "Wouldn't dream of making people twitchy," Logan said dryly. The cousins turned and headed back, rifles on their shoulders, steps leaving deep prints in the snow. Only when they were out of earshot did Brooke let out a long breath that came out half as a fog, half as a bitter laugh. "Well," she said, "that was educational." Logan adjusted his grip on the crutches, feeling the ache in his shoulders, returning now that the adrenaline was draining. "How's the leg?" she asked, defaulting to the practical. 7.5, he said. "The extra .5 is all from not punching Bram in the mouth." "Tempting, wasn't it?" she said. "Very," he said, "but not useful. Not yet." She stared back toward the town, jaw working. "He has my father," she said. "Or he at least has his hands on people who have him." "So we treat that as fact," Logan said. "Eli's at the Bragg place working on something. Under how much duress, we don't know. What we do know is Bram thinks Eli's valuable. That's leverage on both sides. He thinks my land is valuable too," she said. "He's not wrong," Logan said. "You have food, water, fuel, some infrastructure that still works. If he can't control it, he'll at least want to keep anyone else from getting to it. And he knows where it is," she said. "Which means hiding isn't an option anymore," Logan said quietly. "Not completely. The line we were trying to walk, stay unnoticed, gather information, pick our moment, that's gone. They've seen us, tagged us." She rubbed her hand over her face, then lowered it. "I told him we'd get Eli back with or without his help," she said. "That was probably not strategically optimal." "It was honest," Logan said. "Honesty's a good way to find out where the ground breaks." She huffed a humorless laugh. "How many metaphors you got for this?" she asked. "Fault lines, groundbreaking, truck brakes." "Enough to get us up the mountain," he said. "One step at a time." They stood for a moment, breathing cold air that tasted cleaner the farther they got from the square. The forest in front of them looked the same as it had when they'd come down. Snow, trees, the faint seam of the logging road. But it wasn't the same. Now every tree felt like a potential cover, every hollow like a place to stash supplies, every bend in the trail like a possible ambush point. "Tomorrow," Brooke said, "he thinks we're going to come back with a list and a handshake." "We might go back," Logan said, "but not with what he expects." "You still want to show up?" she asked, turning toward him fully. "Yes," he said simply. She blinked. "Even after that little display?" she said. "Even knowing he's going to try to put us on a leash the second he thinks he can?" "Especially knowing that," Logan said. "You don't stop an avalanche by pretending it's not there. You stop it, if you can, by knowing where it's going to roll and getting there first." "And if we can't stop it?" she asked. "Then we get out of its way," he said, "but we don't stand in the middle of the slope with our eyes closed." She studied his face. "You want to go back into that square and poke the hornet's nest again?" she said slowly. "On purpose." "I want to go back with a better sense of what we can bargain with," he said. "With more information. With maybe a couple of allies we didn't have this morning. Hank, Reverend Cole, Harrow, even Heckler, if we can get him to grow a spine." "And if we overestimate how much spine he's got left?" she asked. "Then we adjust," he said. "But walking away and pretending Bram doesn't exist isn't an option anymore. He's already building his little kingdom. We either shape it from the edges or wait until it spills up the mountain." She looked back at the ridge. "Home first," she said. "Secure the cabin. Talk about where and how we can Take a punch if it comes. Then we'll talk about your grand diplomatic mission." "Agreed," he said. She glanced down at his leg. "Think you can make it back?" she asked. "If I say no, are you going to carry me?" he asked. "Not a chance," she said. "Then yes," he said. "I can make it." She snorted, shook her head, and turned toward the trees. They started up the logging road, retracing their steps, past the broken bridge, past the rusting machinery, back into the green and white tunnel. The farther they got from Hollow Ridge, the quieter the world became. But the quiet felt different now. It wasn't just the absence of cars and planes. It was the echo of what had been said, the lines that had been drawn. Logan's arms burned, his leg throbbed, his ribs ached with every breath. But beneath all of that, another sensation pulsed. Unwelcome, but undeniable. The feeling of being back in a familiar kind of mess. In war zones, there were always guys like Bram, local power brokers who smelled opportunity under the blood and dust. There were always well-meaning officials like Heckler, outgunned and outmaneuvered. There were always doctors and preachers and shopkeepers trying to hold on to some scrap of normal. And there were always people caught in the middle, trying to protect one small piece of ground, one small circle of faces. He'd thought he'd left that behind when he'd traded camo for a charter pilot's polo shirt. Now, with each swing of the crutches, it became clearer that the universe had other plans. He looked ahead at Brooke's back, at the rifle over her shoulder, at the glove tucked into her jacket. Fault lines, he thought again. They were everywhere now, under the snow, under the town, under his own assumptions about who he was when the lights went out. And sooner or later, something was going to shift. When it did, they'd better be ready. Chapter 7. Lines of Fire. By the time the cabin came into view between the trees, Logan's arms were shaking. The trail up from town had been shorter than the one down only in theory. Every step now carried the weight of what they'd seen. Bram at the pumps, the line of desperate faces, Eli's glove crumpled on a jail cot. The actual weight, Logan's pack, his own body, his busted leg, was secondary. Brooke paused at the edge of the clearing, raising a hand without looking back. "Stop," she said softly. Logan gratefully did, leaning into the crutches as if they were the only solid things left. She scanned the homestead the way she'd scanned the valley from the ridge, methodically without haste. Cabin, still standing. Windows intact, curtains drawn. Goat pen, gate closed, animals visible, chewing. Woodpile, undisturbed. Smoke rose steadily from the chimney. "Looks the same," Logan said. "That's not the point," she replied. "Point is making sure it still is what it looks like." She studied the tree line, the faint imprint of their earlier tracks now half filled with fresh powder. After another long moment, she nodded. "Okay," she said. "No new footprints that aren't ours. No broken branches, no weird shadow where there shouldn't be one. Goats haven't gone nuts. We're good." "Goats are now part of the security system?" he asked. "They're better than a motion sensor," she said, "and cheaper." They crossed the clearing. As they approached, Dahlia, queen of the goats, wandered to the edge of the pen and eyed them. "Congratulations," Brooke said. "Your jurisdiction hasn't been violated." Yet. Inside, the cabin smelled like itself. Wood smoke, old pine, a faint trace of coffee that wasn't. The stove was still warm. The embers glowed. The space felt smaller now somehow, after the open square and the press of people. Logan dropped onto the bed with a grunt, easing his leg out in front of him. Brooke put her pack down more carefully, then stood in the center of the room for a few seconds, inhaling, exhaling, hands on her hips. "Okay," she said. "We do this now, or we don't do it at all." "What exactly?" he asked. "Turn this place from cozy cabin into harder target," she said. "I've got half the work done already thanks to Dad's paranoia, but there are gaps. Bram knows we're up here now. He thinks he owns everything he can see. That means it's only a matter of time before he decides to test that assumption." "Today? Tomorrow?" Logan asked. "Not before noon tomorrow," she said. "He's too invested in his little meeting. But after that, depends how it goes." He nodded slowly. "You want me outside?" he asked. "Or out of the way?" I want you wherever you can be useful without falling on your face, and she said, first step is walking the perimeter. If you think you can manage the circuit, you come. You should know where the blind spots are. If you can't, you stay and start thinking about interior. I can walk it, he said. She lifted an eyebrow. 7.5, he reminded her. Not 8, yet. She snorted. Fine. Grab your sticks. We're going round. The snow around the cabin wasn't deep, but it hid plenty. Rocks, roots, sudden dips. Brooke moved slowly, pointing things out as they went. North side, she said, moving toward the uphill edge. Slope steeper here. Harder for anyone to come at us fast without making noise. That's good. But those rocks? She gestured at a low outcrop 30 yards away. Cover, Logan said. For them, she agreed. They can get close and stop there, watch the place, or shoot from there if they're idiots. Remind me, he said. How many idiots does Bram have? Enough, she said. She moved on. On the east side, the ground fell away toward the spring line. A tangle of brush and fallen logs made it less inviting but not impossible. Better blind spots here, she said. Trees break line of sight. Could be good for us if we need to slip out. Could be bad if someone's creeping up. Escape route? He suggested. Yeah, she said. There's a deer trail that wraps around below and comes up near the old fire break. If we had to bail, that's the way I'd go. I'll walk you through it on the map later. No way your leg's doing that today. Optimism noted, he said. On the south side, the clearing opened toward the valley. Less steep, more exposed. This is the most obvious approach, Brooke said. Trail from town, line of sight from the ridge there, and there. She pointed at 3 knuckles of rock visible through the pines. How many good shooters up here? Logan asked. Me, she said. And my father when he's around. Anyone else? He pressed. Gary from the mill hunts, she said. Cal can hit a deer if it stands still long enough. That's about it. This isn't exactly a sniper school. Bram? Logan asked. He likes having guns more than using them, she said. But some of his cousins grew up plinking bottles for fun. He filed that away. West side, more trees, more brush. The goat pen, the wood shed. Goats are out here most of the time, she said, which means feed, which means smells, which means bears sometimes. Also means this side sees more casual traffic. Me, Dad. It's where we're least careful by habit. Which makes it the most dangerous, Logan said. Exactly, she said. They completed the circuit and ended back at the porch. Logan's arms were trembling again. His leg had gone from 7.5 to something creeping toward 8. Interior, she said. Then we rigged the fun stuff. Fun stuff? He asked. She gave him a brief, wolfish smile. You'll see. Inside, she pulled the spiral notebook back over, flipped past the pages where food and fuel were listed, and wrote at the top of a fresh one, Cabin Defense. First layer is what we just did, she said. Situational awareness, knowing the ground. Second layer is early warning. I've got a few things already. She went to a narrow closet and pulled out a cardboard box that clinked when she moved it. Inside, old metal cans, rusted lids, fishing line, bits of broken glass, a handful of small bells. Junk from the town dump? Logan guessed. Security system, she said. Cans and line go at ankle height across the most likely approaches. You bump it, it rattles. I've got some strung on the north side already, but we'll add more and shift them higher. Anyone who comes in that way without knowing exactly where they are is going to sound like a cat in a kitchen drawer. The bell? He asked. One over each door and window, she said. Hung inside, attached to the frames. If somebody tries to open, unquietly it jingles. Not perfect, but it beats waking up to a silhouette. And the glass? He asked. Scatter some under the snow near the most direct path to the porch, she said. Crunches loud. Also chews up boot soles over time. Won't that give away that we're expecting trouble? He asked. She shot him a look. Logan, she said. Bram knows I'm expecting trouble. He'd be offended if I wasn't. Fair, he said. They spent the next hour stringing line and hanging bells. Brooke moved fast and sure outside, tying fishing line between trees at shin height, threading through cans partially filled with pebbles and bits of scrap metal. Logan followed where he could, holding branches, tying knots when her fingers were full. Inside, he took over the more finicky tasks, his crutches leaning against the table as he stood on one leg to reach the tops of window frames. He tied thin wire to little brass bells and nailed the other end to wood, testing each one with a tap. Jingle. He imagined that sound in the middle of the night and was simultaneously reassured and unsettled. "You really did think about this," he said as she came back in from another line. "Dad thought about this," she said. For him, it was sport, a puzzle. How do you build a place where you can hear the world coming before it knows you're listening? I thought he was being dramatic. "And now?" he asked. "And now I'm glad he never got tired of being paranoid," she said. She hung a bell above the main door last, her movements slower now, the adrenaline of town wearing off. "Third layer is choices," she said. "What do you mean?" he asked. "Where do we stand if someone comes up that trail?" she said, nodding toward the front. "Do we meet them on the porch? At the edge of the clearing? From the tree line? How much do we want them to see? How much do we want them to think they can take?" "Psychological terrain," he said. "Sure," she said. "Call it that. I call it not letting people know exactly how screwed they are if they step wrong." He moved to the window that faced south, looking out. "If Bram comes up here with two guys and wants to talk," he said slowly, "that's one thing. If he comes up with six, all armed, that's another. We need different responses." "Talk," she said, "or shoot. Those are the options." "There are more," he said. She turned, eyebrows up. "You going to negotiate him into a better personality?" she asked. "No," he said, "but there's a lot of space between invite him in for tea and open fire the second he's in range." "You know that?" She crossed her arms. "Where's your line then?" she asked. "Your personal line of fire." He leaned against the window frame, thinking. "In the Air Force," he said, "we had rules of engagement. They changed depending on the theater, the mission, the politics. But there were constants: self-defense, defense of civilians, defense of critical infrastructure. You didn't shoot because someone looked at you funny. You shot because if you didn't, somebody was going to die who didn't need to. And if someone was going to die either way," she asked, "then you tried to make sure it wasn't the ones who weren't asking for it," he said. "Didn't always work, but you tried." She looked unimpressed. "This isn't a war zone with rules," she said. "This is a small town with a bully who thinks he's a general. Nobody's going to come investigate us if we shoot the wrong person. There's no tribunal. It's just us, a ridge, and whoever can haul themselves up here. That's exactly why we need our own rules," he said quietly. "Because once you start shooting without them, it's real easy not to stop." She stared at him for a long moment, expression hard to read. "You've killed people," she said finally. It wasn't a question. "Yes," he said. "Bad people?" she asked. He thought of faces in far-off places, decisions made in seconds based on information that had turned out to be incomplete. "Some," he said. "Some I'm still not sure about." "Do you regret it?" she asked. He considered that carefully. "I regret some," he said. "I regret the ones where I had other options and didn't take them. I regret the ones where I believed the wrong person. I don't regret the times when someone was shooting at my crew and I shot back faster. So," she said, "if Bram comes up that trail pointing a gun at this cabin, you're going to talk about infrastructure?" "If Bram comes up that trail pointing a gun at this cabin, I'm going to tell him to stop," Logan said. "If he doesn't, I'm going to shoot first and sleep just fine afterward." "Good," she said. "But if he comes up with his hands open and his men hanging back," Logan went on, "I want to be damn sure we don't turn this into a blood feud on principle. Because once we cross that line, there's no going back. Not for us, not for this ridge, not for anyone who ever hopes to trade with us or find shelter here." She exhaled long and slow. "I know," she said. She rubbed her thumb along the edge of the table. "The thing is," she added, "he's already crossed lines in town. He's taken my father. He's using fuel to buy obedience. Those people down there, they don't have trip lines and bells. They've got empty fridges and kids asking why the lights don't work." "I saw," he said softly. "So tell me again where the line is," she said. "Is it when he drags Eli up here? When he sends his cousins to inspect my woodpile? When some kid knocks on my door because her parents wouldn't sign up for the ration line? and now she's hungry? He didn't have an easy answer. That's what tonight is for, he said. Drawing those lines before we're standing in the doorway, with rifles and no time to think. She made a face. I hate when you're right, she said. You'll get used to it, he said. She snorted. Don't count on it. By late afternoon, the sky had gone from washed-out blue to flat gray. The air held the heavy stillness that meant more snow was thinking about falling. Inside, the cabin took on a different tone. The practical tasks had been done. Lines strung, bells hung, wood brought in. The goats had been fed and penned. Water had been hauled from the spring. The stove was stocked, the kettle on. Now came the part Logan liked least in any operation, waiting. Brooke spread the topo map of the valley on the table, weighting its corners with mugs and a can of beans. Okay, she said, let's pretend for a second Bram isn't a swaggering disaster. Let's pretend he's a problem we can solve with logistics. Go on, Logan said. She tapped the map. Town's here, she said. Bragg Place is out here on County Road 6. Our ridge is up here. There are 3 main roads in and out that matter, 2 smaller ones that don't, unless someone's walking or riding. She outlined them with a pencil. He's got fuel and guns, she went on. We've got food, water, wood, a high vantage point, and some medical knowledge and the remains of a crashed plane that might still have useful bits, Logan added. She nodded. And the doc's got what's left of the clinic, she said. Cole's got people who trust him. Heckler's got a badge and a shrinking amount of authority. Which means there are 4 centers of gravity, Logan said. Bram, us, Harrow, Cole. Heckler's orbiting all of them, trying not to get squeezed. Bram wants to be the only one that matters, Brooke said. He wants fuel to be the choke point everything runs through. And we want resources to move without him owning the tap, Logan said. We want Harrow's meds getting to patients, Cole's soup getting to hungry people, and this cabin not becoming the next thing on his checklist. Plus, Brooke said, jaw tightening, we want Eli back. That too, he said. They fell into a rhythm, identifying points on the map, naming possibilities. What could we actually offer tomorrow that doesn't make things worse, Logan asked. Information we already gave him, Brooke said. Plane's dead. No miracle gas stash. No working radio. All we have is knowledge and calories. Knowledge, Logan said. We give him a clearer picture of what the EMP did. We tell him the voice on the HF wasn't local. We make it very clear that nobody's coming to rescue him from his own bad decisions. He already suspects that, she said. He just wants to be the king of whatever's left. Kings fall, Logan said. Sometimes faster when they think they're untouchable. She looked at him sharply. You planning a coup? She asked. I'm planning to keep him from becoming the only option, he said. People follow strongmen because they're scared and because they don't see alternatives. If we can quietly strengthen Harrow and Cole, give Heckler some spine and a backup plan, Bram's not the only voice in the room when things get worse. She traced a finger from the town to the ridge. And this place? She asked. What is it in that plan? Anchor, he said. Last resort shelter. Bargaining chip. Maybe a place for a handful of people to ride out the worst if the town tips over into open war. A handful, she repeated, not a flood. We can't take everyone, he said. If we try, we kill them and ourselves. That's not mercy. That's suicide. I know, she said through gritted teeth. She stared at the map for a long moment. Tomorrow, she said slowly. If Bram presses, what do you want to offer him? Very little at first, Logan said. We don't show all our cards. We can say we're still assessing what we can spare. Offer some goat milk and maybe some wood to Reverend Cole's food efforts. Through him, not Bram. Make it clear that any share we give goes to the town, not to his personal stash. He's not going to like that, she said. He's not supposed to, Logan said. And Eli, she asked. We demand proof of life, he said. Message delivered through someone other than Bram. Sheriff, if he can manage it. Maybe we ask for a day where Eli is brought into town under Heckler's watch, not Bram's. If Bram refuses anything that simple, it's a pretty big tell. And if he flat out says no, she asked, then we know without question we're dealing with a captor, not a partner, he said. And we start planning for other options. The phrase hung there, vague and heavy. A sharp metallic jingle broke the silence. Both of them froze. Brooke's hand dropped to her pistol. Logan's fingers found the grip of his. Then they realized it wasn't one of the doorbells. It was the line by the window. Just a single soft ring, as if someone had bumped the frame lightly. Brooke moved to the wall, edged to the side of the window, and peered through the narrow gap between curtain and wood. Her shoulders dropped a fraction. "Not Bram," she said. "Not yet." She slid the curtain aside a couple of inches. Logan shifted to get his own angle. A figure was trudging out of the trees, head down, hands thrust into a worn jacket. No rifle visible, no escort. Tan coat, badge on the chest, Sheriff Heckler. He walked like a man whose feet hurt, whose thoughts weighed more than the pack on his shoulders. He paused at the edge of the clearing, looking up at the cabin like it was a test he wasn't sure he'd study for. Then he stepped forward. The bell over the door gave a bright, cheerful chime when he knocked. Brooke and Logan exchanged a quick look. "I'll talk," she said. "I'll listen," he said. "And watch his hands." She nodded, then opened the door. "Sheriff," she said, "you're far from your square." Heckler tugged off his hat, breath puffing white in the cold. "Brooke," he said. "Mr. Hayes." "Come in," she said. "Before your ears freeze off. I don't want to have to bury parts of you separately." He huffed a mirthless chuckle and stepped inside, eyes flicking automatically to the bells, the rifle, the map on the table. He closed the door behind him carefully, like he was trying not to disturb anything more than he already had. "Smells good in here," he said. "Better than the station, that's for sure." "Stove works," Brooke said. "Sit." He perched on the edge of a chair, hat twisting between his hands. Up close, Logan saw the deep lines around his eyes, the gray that had crept into his hair, the way his shoulders slumped as if they'd forgotten what standing straight felt like. "You walked up here?" Logan asked. "Yes," Heckler said. "Roads are complicated at the moment." "Generous word," Brooke said. He cleared his throat. "I said I'd try to find out about Eli," he said. "I figured I owed you at least that much. So after you left, I paid a visit." "To the Bragg place," Logan guessed. He nodded. "Did you walk?" Brooke asked. "Took a horse part way," he said. "Greg from the feed store lent it. He's got more than he can feed if this keeps up. Left it at the creek when the drifts got stupid. Walked the rest." "And?" she asked. "And Bram wasn't lying about one thing," Heckler said. "Your father's out there. I saw him with my own eyes." Brooke's fingers dug into the back of the chair. "How?" she asked. "What was he doing? Was he—" He held up a hand. "One thing at a time," he said. "They've turned the scrapyard into a kind of camp." He searched for the word. "There's half a dozen folks there besides Bram's people," he went on. "Couple of men from the mill, Sonny Keene from the garage, 2 older boys I didn't recognize. Eli, maybe a couple more inside the house. I didn't see everyone." "They volunteers?" Logan asked. "Or guess who forgot how to leave?" "That's the thing," Heckler said. "On paper, they're helping. Bram calls it the work crew, says they're building solutions, figuring out how to use old engines to drive new things. They've got an old tractor chassis up on blocks, car alternators spread out on tables, a couple of generators stripped. It looks, productive in a way." "He's trying to build his own infrastructure," Logan murmured. "Makeshift grid." Heckler nodded. "Trouble is," he said, "there's always 2 Bragg boys with guns watching. They don't call it guarding, but that's what it is. Work crew eats at a separate table, sleeps in the old office building. They move around, but not far. You can tell who's allowed to leave and who isn't just by how they walk." "Eli?" Brooke asked again, voice tight. Heckler looked at her directly. "He's thinner," he said. "Tired. Beard's gone more gray. But he's still himself. He was arguing with Kurt Bragg about a pulley ratio when I walked up. Gave me a nod like it was a regular Tuesday." "And you talked to him?" she pressed. "As much as I could without drawing too much attention," Heckler said. "Bram walked me around, showing off like it was a tour. Look, Sheriff, I'm solving problems while you sit in town stamping papers." His mouth twisted. "Anyway," he said, "I managed to get a few words in. Asked Eli if he was being treated all right. He said, 'I've had worse bosses.'" "That sounds like him," Brooke muttered. He said he volunteered, Heckler went on. Said somebody's got to make sure these idiots don't blow themselves up. I asked him if he wanted me to get him out. He looked at me, then looked at the guns, then looked back and said, no, not yet. They need me more here than she does right now. Brooke's jaw clenched. He said that, she asked. More or less, Heckler said. He also said, and I quote, tell my stubborn daughter not to trade the whole damn mountain for one cranky old man. Silence settled like another layer of snow. Brooke's shoulders hunched as if she'd been physically hit. That sounds exactly like him, she whispered. Logan felt something ease and tighten in his chest at the same time. Eli was alive. Eli was also making choices Brooke was not going to like. Did he know we'd been to town? Logan asked. I told him you were there, Heckler said. That you'd been asking. That you'd seen the glove. He said he figured. He said you always were too nosy to stay put when the world got interesting. Brooke made a choked sound that might have been a laugh if it hadn't been so raw. Heckler set his hat down on the table, hands flattening on either side of it. There's more, he said. About town. Of course there is, Brooke muttered. He nodded toward the map. Bram's tightening his grip, he said. This morning was a show. Let everyone see who's handing out the gas. This afternoon he started sending boys up and down streets, checking who's running generators, who's got extra cans. Voluntary inspections, he calls them. People letting them in? Logan asked. Some, Heckler said. Some don't think they have a choice. Others figure if they cooperate, they'll get a little extra. That's how it starts. And the ones who don't? Brooke asked. Heckler's jaw flexed. Had an incident, he said, out on Maple. Old Mr. Wilkins had a generator he'd been using to keep his wife's oxygen concentrator running. Bram's boys wanted to reallocate the fuel. Wilkins told them to get off his porch. And? Logan asked, though he had a bad feeling he knew. One of the cousins shoved him, Heckler said. Wilkins shoved back. Gun came up. Shot went into the porch railing. Nobody dead, thank God. But Mrs. Wilkins had a panic attack. Generator got shut off in the chaos. By the time we got things settled enough to turn it back on, he exhaled. She's stable now, he said. Barely. Harrow spent 3 hours at their house. We had to run a cord from the church's generator instead of hers. Bram's calling it a misunderstanding. Wilkins is calling it something else. And you? Brooke asked. Me? Heckler said. I'm calling it a first. First time a Bragg gun went off in anger since all this started. There won't be any going back from that. Folks saw it. They're choosing sides in their heads now, even if they won't say it out loud yet. Fault lines, Logan said under his breath. Feels like it, Heckler said. The ground's cracking. I can't keep patching it with words. He leaned forward. That's why I came up here, he said. Not just for Eli. He mentioned this place. Said if things went bad enough, the ridge might be a fallback. For a few. For some kind of center that wasn't the gas pumps or the pulpit. I didn't agree to that, Brooke said sharply. I know, Heckler said. And I'm not here to dump half the town on your doorstep. I'm not that stupid. But I need to know if I've got anywhere to send people when, not if, Bram goes too far for them to stomach. What people? Logan asked quietly. Heckler blew out a breath. Right now? He said. The Wilkinses, if she takes another turn. A couple of kids with nowhere else to go if their parents do something dumb. Maybe Harrow himself if he collapses. Reverend Coles talked about setting up a shelter at the church, but that's going to be a target if Bram decides sermons are bad for business. And you? Brooke asked. Where do you go if he decides the badge is too? Heckler gave a small, tired smile. Right now, my job is to stand in the way as long as I can, he said. If I end up needing a place to crawl to later, I'll cross that trail then. Brooke folded her arms. This cabin can't handle a flood, she said. It can barely handle 2 battered idiots and a herd of goats. It's not a refugee camp. I know, he said again. I'm not asking you to turn it into one. I'm asking if, when I'm up against a choice, send someone somewhere or leave them in a house Bram's boys are about to torch. You'd rather they go into the trees with a chance or stay in town with none. She glared at him. That's a hell of a moral package to drop on my porch, she said. Welcome to my last 72 hours, he said. Logan spoke before the argument could sharpen. If we say yes, he said, it has to be on our terms. You don't point random people at our ridge and tell them to start walking. This terrain will chew them up. You coordinate with us. Case by case. Small numbers. People we can actually help, not just feel guilty about. Heckler nodded quickly. Of course, he said. I wouldn't. And in return, Logan continued, we need you tomorrow. Tomorrow? Heckler echoed. Noon, Brooks said. Square. Bram's expecting us. Heckler grimaced. I figured he would, he said. He's been talking like he's already got you on a list. He thinks he has our number, Logan said. We need to make sure he doesn't get to write the whole script. If we go down there alone, it's us and his rifles. If we go down there with you, Cole, Harrow at least standing nearby, that's different. You want a show of solidarity, Heckler said. We want to remind people that the Braggs aren't the only game in town, Logan said. You don't have to pick a fight, but you showing up and not standing behind Bram, that matters. He's going to notice, Heckler said. Good, Brooks said. He should. Heckler rubbed his face. I'll be there, he said. Can't guarantee Cole will. He's got his hands full. But I'll talk to him. And Harrow. They're both looking for anchors. They don't like what Bram's doing, but they're scared of what happens if they pull support too fast. Earthquakes, Logan said. Sometimes you have to accept some shaking to keep the house from rotting from the inside. Heckler snorted. Never thought I'd hear metaphors like that in a goat cabin, he said. We're full service, Brooke muttered. He pushed his chair back with a wince. I need to head down before it gets full dark, he said. I don't particularly want to test those trip lines you've got out there without a guide. I'll walk you to the edge, Brooke said. He stood slowly, stretching his back. Brooke, he said as she reached for her coat. Eli, he didn't look scared. She swallowed. He's always liked being where the work is, she said. Doesn't mean he's where he should be. I know, Heckler said. I just thought you should know he wasn't sitting there in chains. That's almost worse, she said. Means he chose it. He hesitated, then nodded. See you tomorrow, he said to both of them. See ya, Logan said. Brooke walked him out, their footsteps crunching on the porch. Logan heard the low murmur of their voices for a minute, then the fading sound of boots in snow as Heckler headed back into the trees. When Brooke came back in, her face was set. You okay? Logan asked. No, she said, but I've got a better picture now. That'll have to do. She went to the map and tapped the spot representing the Bragg yard. Work camp, she said, with my father pretending he's there by choice, town on the edge, sheriff wobbling, Bram digging in. She drew a circle around the town. And us, she said, up here, pretending we can decide how much of this we let in. Logan joined her at the table. You heard what Eli told him, he said gently. He doesn't want you burning this place down to get him out. That has to matter. It does, she said. Doesn't make me want to go down there tomorrow any less armed. Good, he said. We go armed in more ways than one. She eyed him. Care to translate? We go with information, he said, with a narrative that makes sense to people who are teetering, with a clear ask. Proof of life, boundaries around fuel, room for other voices, and with a backup plan if he says some version of no that involves walking away alive, not going for our guns in the middle of the square. And if he crosses your line, she asked. Then we revise our rules of engagement, he said. She sighed. Fine, she said. But tonight, we sleep. He raised an eyebrow. You think either of us is going to manage much? He asked. No, she said. But we can at least lie down and pretend for a few hours before the world comes knocking again. Night fell early, thick and quiet. The sky clouded over completely, hiding the stars. The snow that had threatened earlier began to fall in earnest. Fine, steady, insulating. Inside, the cabin glowed with lamplight. The map lay folded now. The bells hung and still. The stove breathed heat into the room, its ticking and sighing the closest thing to a heartbeat. They ate a simple dinner. Beans, rice, goat cheese, the last of the dried apples. Conversation skated between practicalities and anything but. Logan told a story about flying a CEO into a resort in a storm so bad the man had refused to get off the plane. Brooke recounted the time a bear had stolen her entire cooling rack of blueberry muffins. They both laughed genuinely, and for a little while the cabin felt like a cabin again. not a bunker. But the world outside didn't stop. Later, when the lamplight began to feel too bright, Brooke doused it and lit a smaller one. "Ridge?" she asked. He understood without explanation. "Yeah," he said. "Let's take a look." They put on their coats, their breath fogging immediately in the chill air. The snow outside muffled their steps in the faint jingle of the nearest trip line. The climb to the lookout spot was slower this time, the day's exertions stacking up. Logan's leg had gone past 8 and was approaching 9, but he gritted his teeth and followed. At the tunnel rocky shelf, the world fell away as before. Tonight there was no sunset glow, just darkness, heavy and thick. The snow clouds reflected what little ambient light existed, turning the sky into a low gray ceiling. Hollow Ridge lay below, a smudge in the dark. Brooke raised the binoculars, adjusted them, scanned. "Same as before?" Logan asked quietly. "Darker," she said. "More smoke. Fewer porch lights. None, actually. Even the Coleman lanterns folks had out last night are gone. Maybe they ran out of fuel. Maybe they're scared of drawing attention." She passed him the binoculars. He lifted them, hands steady despite his fatigue. The town resolved, dim shapes, darker blocks against dark background. He could pick out some reference points now from memory. The grocery, the church, the gas station ruins, the square. Here and there, a window glowed faintly, candle or lantern light leaking around curtains. Then he saw it. "There," he said, nudging Brooke gently with one elbow. "South side, near the intersection by Maple." She took the binoculars back, following his direction. A line of lights moved slowly through the streets below. Not electric lights, not headlights, torches, half a dozen, maybe more, in a loose formation. They bobbed as their carriers walked, turning corners, casting thin, wavering light on the houses they passed. Behind and between them, darker shapes moved. People. "That's not a neighborhood watch or an Hashton," Brooke said. He tracked the torches as they converged on a particular house, a one-story with a porch and a sagging tree in the yard. The same direction Heckler had pointed toward when he'd mentioned the Wilkinses. "They're going back," Logan said, "or somewhere like it." They watched. The torches spread out around the house, some stopping near the porch, others flanking the sides. Shadows detached from the group and moved up the steps. One torch thrust toward the porch, its light flaring on the front wall. Logan couldn't hear anything at this distance, but he could imagine. Fists on wood, shouted demands, the thin, brittle sound of refusal. One of the torches jerked upward as if someone had been shoved. Then a flash, brief, sharp, wrong. Muzzle flare. A heartbeat later, the faint echo of a gunshot rolled up the valley, thin as a ghost but unmistakable. Brooke sucked in a breath. Another torch went sideways, then righted. Figures scrambled. The door flew open, or was kicked in, it was hard to tell. "Come on," Logan whispered, to no one specific. "Don't—" A warm orange glow began to spread in one of the front windows. "Fire," Brooke said. Maybe it was a lamp knocked over. Maybe it was deliberate. From this distance, they couldn't tell. What they could tell was that the little glow grew, licking at curtains, then roofline. Snow melted on the shingles. Steam puffed up, then darkened with smoke. Two of the torches moved toward the back of the house as if to cut off escape. Figures fled from the front. 2, 3, 4. One limped. One stumbled. Nobody turned a hose on the flames. There was no hydrant pressure, no engine siren, no shouted command to hit it from the left. The fire ate. The torches drifted back, pulling away from the growing blaze. No one in the surrounding houses came out to help. They watched from windows, or not at all. Logan lowered the binoculars, throat tight. "This is it," he said quietly. Lines crossed. "First one we could see," Brooke said, voice flat. Heckler tried to hold it. Bram stepped over anyway. She took the binoculars back, more out of habit than need, and watched as the house's roof sagged in a shower of sparks. Snow hissed as it hit the heat. "We can't stop that tonight," Logan said. It hurt to say, but it was true. "If we tried to go down there now, we'd just make it worse. We'd be 2 more targets in the dark." "I know," she said. Her fingers clenched around the binoculars so hard her knuckles whitened. But we can't pretend tomorrow is just about fuel and polite bargaining anymore, she added. He put on his show this morning. That down there? That's the late-night program. He exhaled. Tomorrow, he said, we go down knowing he's willing to escalate, that his people are learning that you can wave fire and guns around and nobody stops you, that some of them will like it. And some will hate it, she said. Mrs. Wilkins, Harrow, Cole, Cal, Hank, kids watching from windows. He nodded. Lines of fire, he said softly. Literal and otherwise? She lowered the binoculars and stared down at the burning house without them, eyes narrowed. Tomorrow, she said, I'm not promising him anything. Not fuel, not wood, not this ridge. The only thing he gets from me is a list of what I will not let him do. And Eli, Logan asked. And a demand, she said, that my father gets to come home when he's done building their toys, not on his knees, on his feet. He might say no, Logan said. Then we'll deal with that, she said. But I'm not walking into that square thinking this is a negotiation between equals anymore. It's a confrontation between someone who thinks he can set things on fire and walk away, and someone who lives where the sparks land. He watched her profile, lit by the faint reflection of the burning house in the snow. You know this might end in gunfire, he said. Yes, she said. I'd like it not to. I'd like us to talk and draw lines and have people nod and go home. But if it comes down to him firing on someone who doesn't deserve it, and me standing there with a rifle at my side, you're going to shoot, he finished. I'm going to shoot, she agreed. She turned to him. And you, she asked, you still want rules of engagement? Yes, he said. I want them even more now. But my rules always had room for stopping someone who's already burning houses. Her shoulders relaxed a fraction. Good, she said. We'd better match each other when the bullets start flying, or it's going to get real messy. He huffed something like a laugh. Sleep, he said. What little we can get. Tomorrow's going to be a lot. They made their way back down from the ridge. The trip lines chimed softly as they passed. The bells over the door jingled as the cabin swallowed them again. Logan lay awake longer than he would have liked, listening to the stove, the wind, the faint, fading echoes of a gunshot he'd heard too many times in too many places. At some point, exhaustion dragged him under. When he dreamed, there were maps and mountains and lines drawn in the snow. Some made by crutches, some by boot soles, some by fire. By the time the gray light of morning leached into the cabin again, those lines were still there. They'd stopped pretending they weren't. Chapter 8. Terms of Surrender. Morning came in gray, not the blue bruise of 2 days before, not the black ink of the night they'd watched a house burn, just a dull, washed-out gray that seeped through the curtains and made it hard to tell where sky ended and snow began. Logan woke to it feeling like he hadn't slept at all. His body disagreed, muscles stiff, leg throbbing with a dull ache instead of a sharp stab. Sleep had been there, somewhere, between images of torches and maps and a man in a camo jacket smiling too easily. Brooke was already up. He heard her before he saw her. The soft clink of metal, the creak of leather, the low murmur of her voice as she talked to the goats outside. When she came back in, her cheeks were flushed from the cold, hair pulled back, jacket half zipped. You look like how I feel, she said. That bad? He asked. She shrugged out of her coat, hung it on the peg. Could be worse, she said. We're not on fire. Give it a few hours, he said. Bram might have a schedule. She snorted humorlessly. Eat, she ordered. Breakfast was utilitarian. Leftover beans, a heel of bread toasted on the stove, goat cheese, water heated just shy of boiling with a few stray coffee grounds swimming in it like sad fish. They ate mostly in silence. The talking they had to do didn't fit easily over food. When the dishes were stacked in the basin and the stove restoked, Brooke set their gear out on the table. Final check, she said. Logan sat on the bed, lacing his boot carefully around the brace on his ankle. His pack was lighter than the trip down had been. Basic first aid, a couple of energy bars, his notebook and pen, spare socks. Anything not necessary to walking, thinking, or surviving a bad hour in town stayed. The pistol sat on the table between them. its presence a small, blunt fact. Brooke checked her. Rifle first, cycling the bolt, counting cartridges. 3 in the magazine, 1 in the chamber? Logan asked. 2 in 1, she said. I'm not going down there looking like I expect a firefight before lunch, but I'm not going down there with an empty stick either. She eased the bolt forward, flipped the safety on, slung the rifle across her back within easy reach. The pistol went to Logan. He took it, feeling its weight. Not unfamiliar. Unwelcome, maybe, but not unfamiliar. He dropped the magazine, checked the rounds, reseated it, racked the slide, checked the chamber. 1 in, he said. Safety on. Brooke watched his hands. You've done this a few times, she said. A few, he said. The pistol went into the holster on his hip, hidden under his jacket but accessible. They both stood there for a second, the air between them tight with unspoken what-ifs. Brooke broke it. Door, she said. Come on. Outside, the world was muffled. Snow had fallen steadily overnight, not in the thick, blinding drifts of a blizzard, but in a fine, persistent layering that softened edges and swallowed sound. Their old tracks down the trail were faint hollows now. New ones would be obvious. Brooke looked at the path, then at him. Before we go, she said, Lesson 2. Lesson 2? He echoed. Lesson 1 was, don't die on the way down, she said. Lesson 2 is, don't die if someone shoots at you while you're on sticks. An important upgrade, he said dryly. She walked a few yards out into the clearing and turned. Show me, she said. If you had to get from there to cover, she nodded at a tree 10 feet away, and all you knew was that somebody with a rifle didn't like you, what would you do? He frowned. In theory, he said, I'd move fast and low. Crutches make both of those. Complicated. Show me, she repeated. He shifted the crutches under his arms, bent his knees slightly, and started forward as quickly as he could manage. The snow made each plant of the rubber tips slightly uncertain. His bad leg swung, kissed the ground, pushed off. He reached the tree and pressed his back against it, breathing just a little harder. Brooke shook her head. Okay for walk across a parking lot and hope nobody's looking, she said. Not okay for someone might actually aim. You're tall, Logan. You're a big target. You need to get smaller without face planting. You have a trick for that? He asked. More than one, she said. Crutches are levers. Use them. She took his place, grabbed the crutches from him, and demonstrated, moving slower to narrate. Step 1. When you think you might need to duck, loosen your armpits off the pads. Don't lean on them so much. You want to be able to drop without your weight fighting you. She shifted, showing how her shoulders could slide down along the crutch line. Step 2. Angle one crutch out a bit, plant it, then let your body pivot down and forward, almost like you're kneeling. But keep your bad leg tucked under you, not bearing weight. Think of it as a controlled fall behind something instead of a graceful step. She let herself drop into a half kneel, using the crutches like odd, extended hands to catch and balance. Step 3. Once you're low, the crutches aren't under your arms anymore, she said. They're in your hands. Turn them sideways. Now they're just sticks you can use to push or pull. Move short, fast little shuffles between cover instead of trying to stride. She shuffled a couple of feet, then leaned against the tree, crutches under one arm. Your turn, she said, handing them back. He sighed. This is going to be undignified, isn't it? He said. Very, she said, but undignified and alive beats elegant and dead. He nodded, tightened his grip, and tried. The first attempt was clumsy. He leaned too much on the pads, dropped awkwardly, his bad leg jarring when it bumped the snow. Again, Brooke said. Don't slam the leg. Control the fall. He tried again, and again. By the fourth drop, he'd found a rhythm. Plant, pivot, drop, tuck, hands out, low. He was breathing harder, sweat prickling at his neck despite the cold, but he could feel it starting to make sense. Better, she said. You're still going to hate it if you have to do it under fire, but your body will know how. That counts. Got any more fun morning exercises? He asked. Yeah, she said. Don't get shot, he snorted. I'll put that on the list. She glanced at the sky. We've burned enough time, she said. Noon's not going to wait. Bram might, he said, but he'll pretend he didn't. They shared a look. "Ready?" she asked. "No," he said. "Let's go." The descent felt different this time, not because the trail had changed, but because their purpose had. The first time down, Logan had been half a patient, half an observer. The second time, he'd been a scout. Today, he was something else. Part messenger, part negotiator, part potential spark. They moved mostly in silence, saving breath and words. Brooke broke trail ahead, her boots making a pattern his crutches could follow. He kept his eyes moving, scanning the familiar landmarks with new intent. The broken bridge, the rusted skidder, the faint curve of the creek through the trees. At one point, Brooke stopped and pointed with her chin at a low ridge visible through the branches. "See that?" she said. "Rock lip with the pine growing sideways." He followed her line. "Yeah," he said. "From down below, you can see this trail from there," she said. "Not clearly, but enough to tell if someone's coming. Keep it in mind." "You think Bram will post someone there?" he asked. "Not yet," she said. "He doesn't think the ridge is an enemy position. He thinks it's a resource he can tame. But if things go bad, he'll learn the terrain fast," Logan finished. "Exactly," she said. As they drew closer to town, the signs of the blackout were more pronounced than even the day before. More cars abandoned at odd angles, more houses with windows boarded from the inside. The dog that had barked itself hoarse yesterday was silent today. Its yard was empty. They passed the Wilkins house. Even from the road, Logan could see the black streaks on the siding near the porch, the splintered railing, the boarded-up window. A makeshift sign had been nailed to the front. No inspections, no fuel. "Go away." There was no generator hum. Brooke's face tightened as they went by. "Lines of fire," she said. "Yeah," he said. River Street was busier than yesterday, even without the hum of engines. People moved in small groups carrying buckets, bags, crates. Some heads turned as they passed. Recognition flashed on a few faces. Whispers followed. Logan caught fragments. "Mountain, pilot, Braggs." They cut toward the square the same way as before, skirting main streets when they could, but they didn't duck through the sheriff's backyard this time. That path had been used. Bram would expect that. Instead, Brooke led them along the side of the church. The building's double doors were propped open. Inside, a handful of people sat on folding chairs, bowed heads silhouetted against candlelight. Reverend Cole stood near the altar, talking quietly rather than preaching. He looked up as they passed. Their eyes met. Brooke tilted her head toward the square. Cole gave the faintest of nods, squeezed the shoulder of the woman he was speaking to, and stepped away. "What did that just mean?" Logan asked. "That he heard about our little performance yesterday," she said, "and that he's not going to pretend things are fine this morning." "Good," Logan said. They came in sight of the square. It had changed. The gas station canopy was now little more than charred framework, its twisted metal black against the gray sky. The fuel table had been moved slightly, positioned so Bram would stand with his back to the station and his face to the square. More people were present than yesterday. Lines still formed, one for fuel, another near the grocery store, where a harried clerk and 2 volunteers were rationing canned goods. Children clung to parents' legs. Teenagers clustered in knots, eyes darting between adults and the armed men. There were more guns, too. Not just Bram's crew. A rifle slung over a farmer's shoulder, a shotgun in the hands of a man in a work jacket, a handgun riding too low on someone who clearly wasn't used to its weight. And in one corner, visible even at a distance, the blackened skeleton of a house. Not the one they'd watched burn from the ridge. That had been further south, but someone had dragged a twisted piece of siding into the square and propped it against the war memorial, a crude marker. Spray-painted in shaky red letters across it. "No more fires." Logan felt the words like a second heartbeat underneath the crowd's murmur. Bram stood where Logan had expected, near the fuel, at the center of the square, flanked by Rory and 2 cousins. He saw them almost immediately. The change in his face was subtle, a small tightening of the mouth, a tiny flare of nostrils. But Logan had spent enough time watching men in charge react to unexpected variables to recognize it. "Alder," Bram called, voice carrying easily. "Hayes, right on time." Brooke muttered under her breath, "Shame," and squared her shoulders. They walked into the square at a normal pace. Not hurried, not slow, visible but not theatrical. Logan felt dozens of eyes slide toward them, pause, then return in second glances. He also saw something else. Near the church steps, Reverend Cole emerged, wiping his hands on his coat, gaze steady. By the edge of the grocery line, Dr. Harrow appeared, medical bag in hand, dark circles under his eyes. At the corner of the square nearest the sheriff's office, Heckler stood, just as he had the day before. But this time he wasn't near Bram. He was off to the side, hat on, posture stiff, watching. Not behind the gas king. Parallel. Logan took a small breath of relief. They hadn't come alone. Brooks stopped a few feet from Bram. The distance was important. Close enough to talk without shouting, far enough that no one could reach out and grab clothing without taking a step. Bram smiled wide as if greeting old friends. "Welcome back to civilization," he said. "How's the mountain this morning?" "Quieter than Maple Street," Brooks said. A ripple went through the crowd. Some murmurs, some flinches. Bram's smile didn't falter, but the skin around his eyes tightened. "You've been getting reports," he said. "Sheriff paid us a visit," Logan said, "and we paid attention from up high last night." Bram shrugged, a practiced gesture of regret. "Unfortunate business," he said. "Accident with a lamp. Emotions got out of hand." "A gun went off," Brooks said, her voice carrying clearly across the square. "A house burned. If that's your idea of controlled distribution, your controls got holes." A low voice from the grocery line. "She's not wrong." Logan didn't look to see who'd said it. He didn't need to. The words had done their job. The crowd heard them. Bram's gaze flicked briefly toward Heckler, as if expecting backup. He didn't get it. Heckler remained where he was, arms crossed. "People are scared," Bram said. "When people are scared, they make mistakes. That's exactly why we need order." "Order," Logan said. "Is that what we're calling it?" He gestured loosely at the fuel table. The armed men, the lines. "Looks more like one man's opinion of the universe," he said. Bram's eyes narrowed. "Says the guy who crashed here from nowhere and thinks he can write a new constitution on my town square," he said. "I'm not writing anything," Logan said. "I'm just pointing out that when one family points all the guns at the gas and decides who gets to move and who doesn't, that's not order. That's monarchy." "Monarchy?" Rory snorted. "You hear this guy? Thinks we're wearing crowns up here." "Give it a week," Brooke muttered. "You'll have Bram I carved into the war memorial." Several people in the crowd laughed, a short, nervous sound quickly swallowed. Bram let it run for a second, then raised his hand. "All right," he said. "Jokes are fun. Fires aren't. We're all tired, hungry, and one bad day away from this place becoming something none of us want." He looked around, making sure he had more than just Logan and Brooks' attention. "That's why I asked them back," he said, jerking his chin at the two of them. "We've got assets here, on the ridge, in the clinic, in the church. We've got people who know how to do more than panic. We need to coordinate, or we're going to have more maples." Logan let him talk, let him set the stage. Then he stepped into it. "Coordination is good," he said. "We agree." Bram raised an eyebrow. "I'm sorry," he said. "Could you repeat that for the folks at home?" "We agree coordination's necessary," Logan said. "What we don't agree with is who thinks he gets to coordinate." He looked deliberately past Bram, to Cole, to Harrow, to Heckler. "We talked last night," he said. "We looked at what we've got. Ridge, clinic, church, town. We decided something simple. No one person, one family, should be deciding who eats, who moves, who gets heat, and who doesn't. Not me, not Brooke, not Reverend Cole, not the doc, not even the sheriff. And definitely not you," Brooke added. Logan nodded. "We want a committee," he said. "A real one. Fuel, food, security. One seat from each. Bragg, Harrow, Cole, Heckler. They make decisions together about how much fuel goes where, who gets priority in med cases, where we post watches. You want order? That's how you build some that'll last longer than your bullet supply." Bram stared at him for a moment. Then he laughed. It wasn't a belly laugh. It was sharp, high, incredulous. "A committee," he said. You want me to sit in a circle and sing campfire songs with the preacher while someone writes minutes? We want you to not be the only one with a say, Brooke said. Doc Harrow, Logan called, raising his voice. You want to say? Harrow hesitated, then stepped forward a few paces. I want my patients to have oxygen and antibiotics, he said. I want to be able to get to them without begging for gas like it's gold dust. So yes, I want to say. Reverend Cole? Logan asked. Cole's jaw worked. I want people not to starve, he said. I want blankets and soup and safety not to come with strings attached. So yes, I want to say. Sheriff? Logan asked. All eyes swung to Heckler. He swallowed, then straightened. I want folks not to be afraid of the people carrying guns, he said. Any of them, including mine. You want a committee to keep that from happening? I'll sit at that table. Murmurs rolled across the square. Bram's mouth thinned. Cute trick, he said to Logan. Getting everyone to say they want more control. Who doesn't? Problem is, control without muscle is just a suggestion. He jabbed his thumb toward his chest. I've got muscle, he said. I've got boys who will stand guard at the pumps in the snow while everyone else is inside whining. I'm the one who took your daddy somewhere he could work instead of being trampled by a mob. I'm the one keeping this place from tearing itself apart. You're the one who sent armed inspections to old people's porches, Brooke shot back. You're the one whose cousin's gun went off. You're the one whose boys marched on Maple with torches last night. Her voice rose on the last words, clear enough to reach the far side of the square. Faces turned toward the scorched siding propped beside the memorial. Bram opened his mouth. Logan beat him. The house that burned, Logan said, not shouting, but speaking steadily. We saw the glow from the ridge. We heard the shot. We saw your torches walking away while the roof fell in. You can call it an accident. Fine, but accidents happen more often when people with guns knock on doors at midnight. Bram's nostrils flared. That's enough, he said. Is it? Reverend Cole asked quietly. It was soft, but the effect was as if someone had cracked a stick in the middle of the square. Bram's head snapped toward him. Reverend, he said, you got something you want to say? Cole met his eyes. All week I've been telling people to be patient, he said, to give you and the sheriff time to figure things out. I've told them you were keeping the fuel safe so we'd have something left for emergencies. I've told them we needed to stay calm, to stay together. He nodded toward the burned siding. It's getting harder to say that with a straight face, he said. A low rumble of agreement came from the crowd. Not a roar, not yet, but louder than yesterday's whispers. Bram looked for support. Rory shifted uneasily. One of the cousins, the tall, freckled one, frowned at the ground. Heckler stepped forward another pace, into the open, between Bram and the rest. I backed your call on Eli, he said to Bram. I backed your call on putting armed men at the station after the explosion. I even backed you when you said we needed to check where generators were running. He gestured toward the crowd. But I did not back a gunshot on Maple, he said. I did not back torches around a house, and I won't back any more inspections that look like that. You can't stop them, Bram said, voice dangerous soft. You don't have the men. You don't have the cars. You got a badge and a conscience. That's not much. It's more than nothing, Heckler said, and it's what I've got. Logan watched the crowd, and this was the moment. The tilt. He stepped into it. No one here is stupid enough to think we can go back to how things were last week, he said. We're not asking for kumbaya. We're asking for boundaries. Order that isn't just one guy pointing a rifle. He turned so his voice carried. Here's what we're proposing, he said. Not in the long term, just for the next few days. A trial run. He ticked them off on his fingers. 1. No more house visits at night with guns, he said. If you want to talk about generators, you do it in daylight, with the sheriff present or with someone from the church or the clinic. 2 people with guns max, and only if there's a real threat. Not because someone has 3 gas cans instead of 2. He saw nods, small, reluctant, but there. 2. Temporary pause on all new inspections for 24 hours, he said. Give people time to breathe, to stop wondering if a knock on the door means losing their last heat source. A man near the back, Cal, Logan realized, called out, good idea, and several others murmured agreement. 3, Logan went on, Eli Alder comes into town within the next 2 days. Once, Under Sheriff Heckler's supervision, not just Bram's. People see him. He sees them. If he's really helping, he can say so with his own mouth instead of from behind scrapyard fences. All eyes swung back to Bram. His expression had gone blank. "You're making a lot of demands for a guy who doesn't have any bullets pointed at anyone," he said. "Not demands," Logan said. "Terms of continued cooperation." "Cooperation," Bram barked. "You come down off your hill, piss in my square, and now you're talking about cooperation?" Brooke stepped in, her voice razor sharp. "You don't have our hill," she said. "You've got gas and guns and a scrapyard. We've got food, water, wood, and the only field medic in 20 miles who can patch your boys up when one of them is dumb enough to get his hand caught in a pulley." She jabbed a finger toward him. "You want access to that?" she said. "You want goats and milk and what's left of the plane's supplies? You want a place to send people when they're about to die on a porch because your cousin got jumpy? Then you don't get to pretend you're doing us a favor by not burning this place down." The square was very quiet. Bram's fingers flexed on his rifle sling. For a heartbeat, Logan thought this was it, that the man would snap, reach, raise, fire. Instead, Bram sucked in a breath through his nose. "You're threatening me," he said. "I'm drawing a line," Brooks said. "You're the one who's been threatening everyone else." Someone in the line laughed nervously. Someone else said, "She's right," a little louder than they meant to. Rory shifted, hand drifting toward his rifle. Another voice cut through. "Rory!" "Heckler." The young Bragg looked over. "Keep your hands where they are," Heckler said calmly. "Nobody here wants to see another Maple." Rory's jaw clenched, but his fingers froze. Logan felt the air pressure change. Not a release. A redistribution. He pushed. "You say you're the grown-up, Bram," he said. "Prove it. Take the deal. 24 hours without pointing guns at people's front doors. A pause to talk for real, with Harrow, with Cole, with Heckler, and with us. You do that, and we'll come back in 2 days with a concrete plan for how the Ridge can help without becoming your storage unit." "And if I don't?" Bram asked quietly. Logan didn't look away. "Then you'll still have your guns and your gas," he said. "But you won't have our help, or the doc's full trust, or the churches, or the sheriff's. You'll be ruling over a town that's just waiting for you to slip. And we'll be up there, making contingency plans that don't involve bringing anything down here until somebody new is in charge." A woman in the grocery line spoke up, voice shaking but loud. "We're already scared," she said. "Of the dark, of empty shelves, of our kids getting sick. We shouldn't have to be scared of you too." Her words hung there, small and huge. Bram glanced at her, then at the faces around her. He saw it, the way some people looked away from him now, not up to him. The way others, his own men included, shifted, weighing. He rolled his shoulders. "Fine," he said suddenly, throwing the word down like a card. A collective exhale went through the square. 24 hours, Bram said. "No new inspections. Maple was, messy. I don't like messy. We'll regroup, figure out who actually needs seeing and who's just hoarding for the fun of it." He looked at Heckler. "You want in on that?" he asked. "You want to sit your ass at my table and tell me how many cans of gas Mrs. Wilkins should keep? Be my guest." "If I sit," Heckler said, "it'll be with Harrow and Cole at the same table, and decisions get written down, not just shouted." Bram grimaced. "Paperwork," he muttered. "In the apocalypse." "Accountability," Cole said. "In the apocalypse." Bram shot him a look that said he'd remember that. "And Eli?" Brooke asked. "You didn't answer that part." Bram's jaw clenched. "Eli's busy," he said. "He's in the middle of something. You drag him off the engine rig he's working on right now. It slows everything down." "You're not the only one whose time is valuable," Brooke said. He scrubbed a hand over his face. 2 days, he said. "End of the second day from now. Sheriff and I will go out there together. We'll bring him in for a few hours. He can say hello, hug whoever, tell you how wrong you are about everything. Then he goes back and finishes what he started." "And if he doesn't want to go back?" Logan asked. Bram's eyes flashed. "He will," he said. "He's not the kind who walks away from a half-built machine." "Maybe he's the kind who walks away from a half-built tyrant," Brooke said under her breath. "If he says he wants out," Heckler said, stepping forward, "I'll bring him back here." That's my word. Bram looked at him sharply. You'd take my worker bee just because he gets sentimental? He asked. I'd take a man who doesn't want to be in your yard, Heckler said, because I'm still sheriff, last I checked. Not foreman of your work camp. Bram stared at him. Then slowly, he smiled. It was not a nice smile. All right, he said. That's a risk I'll take. Eli's stubborn. He likes his projects. If he wants out, fine. I'll find some other fool who likes engines and arguments. Brooke's knuckles whitened at her sides. And in the meantime, Logan asked, you keep your boys off people's porches. For 24 hours, Bram said. After that, we'll see what this little committee of yours looks like. I'm not handing over the pumps to a prayer circle and a first aid kit. No one's asking you to, Harrow said dryly. We're asking you to stop acting like the pumps came down from the mountain with your name carved in them. A ripple of subdued laughter spread through the crowd. Bram sighed theatrically. You all rehearsed this? He asked. You got together last night and decided to have a little intervention? More or less, Cole said. We left out the coffee and donuts. Figures, Bram muttered. He turned back to Logan and Brooke. You walk back up that ridge today, he said, and you think real hard about what you can actually put on the table in 2 days. Not just moral superiority and goat jokes. Food, wood, tools, maybe some salvage from that fancy plane of yours. If we share, Brooke said, it's because we choose to. Not because you think you can send cousins up with torches and make us. Bram's eyes went flinty. Then you'd better make good choices, he said softly. Because if I find out people are freezing in their houses while you sit up there by the stove with a full woodpile and a smug grin, he let the sentence trail off. Logan stepped in before Brooke could. We're not hoarders, he said. We're not saints either. We're a couple of people trying to keep one little patch of ground alive without feeding it into someone else's bonfire. You keep your end of this. We'll keep ours. You start more maples, we're done talking. Bram studied him for a long, weighing moment. 2 days, he said again. Then we see if this experiment is worth the trouble. He clapped his hands together once, as if signaling the end of a show. Fuel line stays open for now, he called. No more home visits today. You got a problem? You bring it here. You got a generator. You talk to me or the sheriff before you fire it up. We're not animals yet. The crowd shifted, some people already turning back to their immediate needs. Gas, groceries, gossip. But the feel of the square had changed. There was space now at Bram's back, where unquestioned authority had stood. Not a void. Not yet. But a crack. Logan let himself breathe. Brooke's shoulders dropped a fraction. It wasn't victory, but it wasn't nothing. Reverend Cole approached them, hands in his coat pockets. You put yourself in the middle of the lightning rod, he said quietly. That's where we already were, Brooke said. We just stopped pretending we weren't. Thank you, Cole said. Don't thank us yet, Logan said. This could still go sideways in 17 different ways. Oh, I know, Cole said. Thank you anyway. Harrow joined them next, tugging at his beard. If Bram actually sticks to that pause, I might get through a whole night without stitching somebody up from an argument over kerosene, he said. That'd be novel. Think he'll honor the thing with Eli? Brooke asked. Harrow hesitated. I think Bram likes proving he's a man of his word, when it still serves him, he said. Right now, it serves him to look reasonable in front of people who are starting to doubt. I wouldn't bet my practice on it 2 weeks from now. But for 2 days? Maybe. Heckler approached last. Not bad, he said, for your first town hall in 10 years. Last town hall I was at had air conditioning and a PowerPoint, Logan said. Fewer torches. Heckler grimaced a smile. You going back up now? He asked. Yeah, Brooke said. We've got a cabin to harden and a list to make. Keep that list realistic, he said. If you promise more than you can give, Bram will have an excuse in front of everyone the next time he decides to reallocate. We know, Logan said. Heckler ran a hand over his face. I'll go with him to the yard tomorrow, he said. Talk to Eli. Make sure he understands what you said and what you didn't promise. I don't want him thinking he's the only hinge this whole mess is swinging on. Tell him he's not, Brooke said. And tell him if he dares keel over out there before I see him, I'm going to be very annoyed. Heckler snorted. I'll pass it along, he said. They parted. Brooke and Logan walked back the way they'd come, the square's murmur fading behind them. On the edge of town, Cal stepped out from a yard, a bucket in hand. Hey, he said. Saw the show. Didn't think anyone was going to stand up to Bram like that and walk away. Neither did we, Logan muttered. Folks are talking, Cal said. Not all of them nice. Some think you're stirring the pot. Some think you're the first ones to actually say what everyone's thinking. Either way, you're in the story now. We were already in it, Brooke said. We just got named characters. Cal grinned, quick and tired. Yeah, he said. Well, if you ever need a guy who can fix a fence and complain about politics at the same time, you know where to find me. Noted, Logan said. The rest of the climb back to the ridge passed mostly in silence. Snow had started up again, soft and persistent, filling in footprints even as they made them. The town's noises, voices, clatter, the rare gunshot, fell away behind trees. By the time the cabin came into view, Logan's leg was a steady drumbeat of pain. Brooke looked back at him as they reached the porch. Still under 8? She asked. 8.5, he admitted. But the line's drawn already. Doesn't matter what I rate it. She smiled, small and sharp. Welcome to the new normal, she said. Inside, they shrugged off coats, unslung weapons, shook snow from boots. The cabin felt different again, not because anything had changed physically, bells still hung, lines still strung, but because it now sat in a web of commitments they couldn't easily walk away from. Logan sat at the table, pulled the notebook toward him, and wrote at the top of a fresh page, Ridge Terms Draft. Brooke leaned over his shoulder. Goats, she said. Wood. Maybe some of the metal scraps Dad's not using. And information, he said. Always information. She nodded. And when Bram breaks his end, she added, we decide what our next terms are. You think he will, Logan said. She didn't hesitate. Absolutely, she said. The question isn't if, it's when, and whether we're ready. He met her eyes. Then we'll be ready, he said. Outside, the snow kept falling, soft and quiet, covering tracks, thinning edges. In town, somewhere beyond the trees and the ridge, a man in a camo jacket paced. A sheriff walked a thin line. A reverend counted blankets. A doctor checked his dwindling supplies. And an old mechanic argued about pulleys in a scrapyard. None of them had surrendered, not yet. But the terms of whatever came next had been spoken aloud. And words once loosed into cold air had a way of sticking around long after. Torches burned out. Chapter 9. The Work Crew. By 9 in the morning, the Bragg yard sounded almost like it used to. Metal rang on metal. An engine block creaked under a winch. Men cursed in 3 different dialects of frustration. Somewhere a radio, gutted, useless, sat on a shelf like a relic of a louder age. Eli Alder wiped grease from his hands onto a rag that had long since given up the fight and straightened slowly from the tractor chassis. His back popped in 3 places. His knees complained. A couple days ago, the worst thing he'd expected from this week was shoveling snow and checking solar connections. Now he was foreman of the apocalypse. Kurt, he called, raising his voice over the rattle of chains. If you mount that thing there, it's going to tear the whole bracket off first time you hit a rut. Across the yard, Kurt Bragg looked up from where he was bolting a plate onto the side of a stripped-down pickup. Unlike his nephews, Kurt wore his years without trying to pretend they weren't there. His beard was more gray than brown. His hair was thinning under his cap. His hands were thick, scarred, and sure. He squinted at the bracket Eli had indicated. You think so? Kurt asked. I know so, Eli said. You're hanging too much weight off a cheap weld. Move the mount a few inches toward the frame, spread the load, or better yet, use the old hitch point. That was built for stress. This wasn't. Kurt grunted, considered, then nodded. Gary, he barked, bring that torch over. We're cutting this off and starting again. Gary, a wiry man in his 40s with a permanent millworker stoop, hustled over, eyeing Eli with a faint twitch of gratitude as he passed. Eli pretended not to notice. He looked around instead. The Bragg yard sat a mile and change outside Hollow Ridge, half hidden by a line of trees and years of habit. Before the flash, it had been exactly what the sign on the road said. Bragg Family Auto and Salvage. People brought broken things here, and Kurt and his brothers took them apart, sold the good bits, and stacked the rest in rusting rows. Now it was something else. The old shop building, 2 bays, an office, a sagging roof, had become a barracks of sorts. The cinder block shed where they'd kept the more valuable parts was now a lockup for things more precious than alternators. Fuel drums, boxes of tools, the last 3 deep cycle batteries. Somewhere along the way, the rusting sea of junked vehicles and scrap piles had turned into walls. Not high ones, not complete ones, but barriers all the same. The gaps were where Bram's cousins stood, rifles slung, watching. The work crew moved between all of it. 6 men, plus Eli and Kurt. Sonny Keene, late 50s, beer belly pushing against his coveralls. One leg dragging just a little from an old fall at the quarry. Gary from the mill. 2 younger guys from town, late teens or early 20s. Mason and Tyler. Mason with his hair tied back and his jaw clenched like he was chewing on regret. Tyler with a cocky grin that didn't quite reach his eyes anymore. Add in Doug, one of Kurt's mechanics, and old Frank Lively, who'd shown up on the first day with a toolbox and a muttered, "Better than sitting at home waiting to freeze." Volunteers, technically. Prisoners, practically. Eli rolled his shoulder, trying to ease the ache. He'd told Sheriff Heckler he was fine out here. He wasn't lying. He wasn't telling the whole truth either. "Eli," Kurt called, "come take a look at this linkage. I want a second opinion before I weld it wrong and have to listen to Bram complain about wasted rod." Eli limped over. The contraption they'd built over the last 2 days looked like something out of a fever dream. The frame was an old F-250 stripped to bones. No cab, no bed, just a central spine of steel, axles, wheels, and a massive ancient diesel engine they'd scavenged from the back of the yard. The engine itself had survived the flash because there wasn't much in it to fry. Just metal, fuel, compression. Modern diesels with their sensors and electronic injection systems were dead weight now. This beast, with its mechanical pump and hand-primed lines, still had a pulse if you knew how to coax it. They'd bolted a PTO shaft to one side, connected through a Frankenstein's tangle of belts and pulleys to a generator head they'd salvaged from a farm 3 miles away. "We get this aligned right," Kurt said. "We can use the engine to turn the head. Not full output, but enough to run a welder. Maybe a few lights. Hell, maybe even trickle charge one of the dock's batteries if we drag this thing into town." "And if we get it aligned wrong," Eli said, "we throw a belt, snap a shaft, and spend another week rebuilding it with fewer parts." "Always the optimist," Kurt said. "Always the mechanic," Eli corrected. He crouched, slowly, carefully, next to the assembly, eyeing the angles. The belts were newish. Kurt had dug them out of stock in the shed, still wrapped in plastic. The pulleys were a mix of old and older. Some had come off tractors, some off industrial dryers. Eli pointed at one set. "You've got more tension on this side than that," he said. "That's going to chew the bearings out of the housing. Move your idler here, give yourself some adjustability, and add a guard." I don't feel like watching Tyler lose 3 fingers because he forgot what a moving belt looks like. Tyler, lounging nearby with a wrench in his hand, scoffed. "I'm not that dumb," he said. "Everyone's that dumb when they get tired enough," Eli said. "Guards exist because people think they're not." Kurt sighed. "Fine," he said. "Gary, grab that old sheet metal from the corner. Let's give the lawyer something to trip over if he ever comes out here." Tyler smirked. "You think Bram's going to dirty his boots with this place?" he asked. "He'll come," Eli said. "Daddy likes to show off the new toys." Tyler's expression shifted, somewhere between admiration and discomfort. "He's getting things done," Tyler said. "Somebody has to." Eli pressed his lips together. Tyler was young enough that the last 3 days probably felt like a movie. Guns, fires, tension. A man in a camo jacket talking about taking control and not being victims. Easy to get swept up. "Getting things done and doing the right things aren't the same," Eli said mildly. Tyler shrugged. "Right things don't matter if you freeze," he said. "And wrong things catch up eventually," Eli said. "Physics doesn't care about ideology. That belt doesn't care if Bram calls it freedom or order. If it's misaligned, it'll break." Tyler rolled his eyes and wandered off to help Mason with a stack of tires. Eli watched him go. Kids, Kurt muttered. Half of them want to be heroes. Half of them want to be villains. None of them want to listen. You didn't listen much at 20 either, Eli said. Kurt snorted. I listened enough to know which end of a wrench to hold, he said. Bram, though. He broke off, glancing toward the office. Eli followed his look. Chet Bragg, the freckled cousin who'd escorted Brooke and Logan to the edge of town, leaned in the doorway, rifle resting against the frame, chewing on a toothpick. He was watching the yard with an expression Eli had come to recognize. Bored wariness, like someone guarding something they didn't fully understand and weren't sure they wanted to. You say his name too loud, he appears, Kurt said under his breath. Like mold, Eli said. Kurt smothered a laugh and a cough. Careful, he said. Walls have ears and guns. Eli looked pointedly at the tractor rig. Yeah, he said. That's why we're building something that can move without microchips, just in case the walls start walking. Kurt shook his head. You think I'm thrilled about any of this? He asked. I liked my life the way it was. Cars in and out, cash in the register, grandkids playing in the scrap heaps on Saturdays when their parents weren't paying attention. But the power's gone. The trucks are dead. People are going to need food and heat. Trying to give them a way to move logs and supplies without pushing everything on sleds. That's not empire. That's survival. And Bram? Eli asked. Kurt made a face. Bram thinks in straight lines, he said. Problem, solution, done. He doesn't see the curves, never has. That's why I'm glad you're here, to see the curves before they crack the axles. Eli studied his old friend. He believed Kurt. Kurt's loyalty to family was bone deep, but his sense of fairness was too. He wasn't stupid. He saw what Bram was doing downtown. He just thought he could sand the edges off by making sure the machines worked and the worst impulses got channeled into welds instead of walls. Eli wasn't sure that was possible, but he also wasn't ready to leave the yard to Bram and a couple of half-trained kids with cutting torches. Sonny, he called, you fall asleep against that engine, it's going to turn you into a cautionary tale. Sonny yawned, scratchy and loud. I'm awake, he said, just resting my eyes. This ain't the OSHA era anymore, Eli. Nobody cares if I nap on the job. I care, Eli said. If you fall, I'll have to pick you up. My back's got enough complaints filed already. Sonny snorted, but he pushed off from the block and went back to sorting bolts. Eli moved away from the main rig, toward the edge of the yard. He pretended to inspect a stack of axles while his hands went to work on something else. Behind the axles, half hidden, sat another assembly. A clutch housing, a length of shaft, a pulley. To anyone who glanced in passing, it looked like just another pile of scrap waiting for attention. To Eli, it was one of his contingencies. He crouched, reached behind the shaft, and checked the small, almost invisible notch he'd ground into it the night before. A twist here, a wedge there, and the whole thing would seize under load. Not right away, not while they were testing, only when someone really pushed it. He wasn't sabotaging the rig. He wasn't trying to get anyone hurt. He was building in an off switch. If later he needed to stop Bram's shiny new machine from being used to drag something worse than logs, he wanted to be able to do it in 5 seconds with a pry bar. Eli, Kurt called again. You vanish, I start charging your hourly. Eli straightened, grunting. Just making sure your junk doesn't roll over and bite us, he said. He walked back toward the center, every step measured. He'd been here 2 days. In that time, he had helped keep 3 different idiots from losing fingers to moving parts. Talked Sonny out of walking off in a huff after Chet called him old man ballast. Convinced Kurt to store the fuel drums in a spot that would be hard to hit with a stray bullet. Started 3 tiny hidden fail-safes in 3 different assemblies. He'd also watched Bram's patrols come and go. Torches at night, laughing voices, sometimes tense, sometimes tired, sometimes ugly. He'd wanted to leave at least twice. He hadn't, because if he left, someone else would take his place. Someone with fewer scruples and less understanding of how easily machines and people blew up when pushed wrong. Lunch! The shout came from Marta Bragg, Kurt's wife, standing on the steps of the house with a ladle in one hand and a potholder in the other. Her voice carried across the yard. Soup in 15, she called. If you're not washed, you're not eating. Slave driver, Sonny muttered, heading for the spigot. Best food for 3 miles, Gary said. Take the soup. Take the scolding. Eli followed them toward the spigot, rolling his shoulders again. As he scrubbed his hands with cold water, a shadow fell across him. Eli. He looked up. Chet. Closer now, cigarette behind his ear, rifle still slung. We're getting company, Chet said. Bram's on his way, with the sheriff. Ah, Eli said. Tour time, Chet snorted. Bram wants to show you off, he said. Old man genius keeping us all from eating snow and death. If he wants to show me off, he can bring a heater, Eli said. It's cold. Chet's mouth did something that might have been almost a smile. You're a pain in the ass, he said. Occupational hazard, Eli replied. Chet moved off to let the others wash. Eli watched him go. Of all the Bragg cousins, Chet was the one he understood least. Rory liked being Bram's right-hand idiot. Tyler, though not blood, clearly enjoyed orbiting the power. Some of the others were just along for the ride. Chet watched. He didn't join in much when the boys laughed about scaring some sense into people in town. He didn't start trouble. He also didn't stop it. He stood in the gaps, rifle steady, eyes taking everything in. Eli wiped his hands on his pants and headed toward the house. Lunch was just as Marta had promised. Soup, thick with beans and whatever meat she'd managed to scrounge. Bread sliced thin to stretch it. Coffee bitter enough to wake the dead. They ate at 2 tables. Bragg family at one, work crew at the other. Technically, anyone could sit anywhere. In practice, lines had been drawn. Eli sat with the crew. Kurt joined them after a minute, leaving his usual spot by Marta. Gotta keep an eye on you clowns, he said, sitting down with a groan. Make sure you don't run off with the silver. We don't have silver, Sonny said. We've got 3 forks and a ladle older than I am. Exactly, Kurt said. Priceless antiques. They were halfway through their bowls when the sound of crunching tires on gravel rolled up the drive. Heads turned toward the entrance. A truck turned in, older model, pre-EMP, the kind with barely any electronics to fry. It coughed and wheezed but stayed running. Bram sat behind the wheel grinning. In the passenger seat, Sheriff Heckler, hat in his lap. 2 cousins rode in the back. Rifles rested casually on the cab. Marta sighed. I told him not to drive that damn thing unless it was an emergency, she muttered. Diesel's not falling from the sky. Kurt patted her hand. Maybe this is what he thinks an emergency looks like, he said. She swatted his shoulder. It always has, she said. Bram pulled up near the office, killed the engine with a flourish, and hopped. Out. Morning, geniuses, he called. How's the future coming? Slow, Eli said. Like most things worth doing. Heckler climbed out more cautiously, eyes scanning the yard. They landed on Eli. He gave a small nod. Eli returned it. Bram clapped his hands together. Sheriff here's been telling me you've been getting free consultations for years on your little projects, he said. Figured it was time I got in on the deal. I charge double for elected officials, Eli said. Heckler huffed a tired laugh. Not elected anymore, he said. Just voluntold by history. Bram slung an arm around his shoulders. See, he said, self-deprecating. That's why people like him. Now come on, I want to show you what we've been building while you've been babysitting the complaint line. He led Heckler toward the tractor rig. The yard fell into a kind of hush around them. Not silence, the work crew kept moving, if more slowly, but a collective leaning in, watching. Kurt wiped his hands on a rag and joined them, launching into a quasi-professional patter. Original frames from a 92 F-250, he said. Engines from an old sawmill generator. Pre-ECU. We stripped the electrics down to the bones. Hand prime, compression start, no chips to fry, no wires to short. He slapped the side of the engine. You get her warm, she'll run as long as you feed her, he said. He gestured at the belt assembly. PTO shaft here drives these pulleys, he went on. We're still dialing in the ratios, but we got enough torque to turn the generator head. Not full capacity, like I said, but enough to run a welder, some lights, maybe a pump. Impressive, Heckler said, and he meant it. Bram beamed. Imagine it, he said. We drag this into town, park it by the clinic or the church, flip a switch, and boom. Light. Noise, civilization. People will remember who built it. Eli stepped closer, unable to help himself. People will remember who maintains it, he said, and who doesn't let Tyler here jumpstart it by standing on the belts. Tyler nearby flushed. I said I was kidding, he muttered. Heckler's gaze moved from the rig to the men around it. He saw the tired lines on Sonny's face, the set of Gary's jaw, the way Mason kept his eyes down, his shoulders tense. He also saw Chet leaning against a stack of tires watching everything, expression unreadable. Looks like you've got a good team, Heckler said carefully. They're pulling their weight, Bram said, and getting better rations for it. Better than sitting in town waiting for someone to tell them when they can turn on a flashlight. He said it loudly enough that everyone heard. Eli's mouth thinned. Heckler glanced at him. Could we take a walk? The sheriff asked, addressing Eli, but including Bram with his eyes. Walk, Bram said. You getting romantic in your old age? In private, Heckler said. For a minute. Bram hesitated. Then he shrugged. Fine, he said. Don't go far. If Eli keels over, I need him close enough to kick him awake. He walked away toward Kurt, muttering something about the waste of good diesel. Heckler and Eli drifted toward the edge of the yard, near a pile of stripped-out dashboards. Chet watched them go. He didn't follow. He just shifted his stance, rifle a little more upright. Heckler noticed. Is he going to point that at us if we talk too long? He asked under his breath. He's not that twitchy, Eli said. Yet. They stopped by the dashboards. From there they could still be seen. They couldn't really be heard. How's your back? Heckler asked quietly. Answering surveys now? Eli said. Heckler gave him a look. How are you? He repeated. Eli sighed. Tired, he said. Achy. Covered in grease. Same as any other day that ends in UI around this place. How's town? Heckler's face tightened. Worse, or he said. Better in a couple small ways thanks to your daughter and our unexpected pilot. But worse overall. Eli grunted. Heard about Maple, he said. Word gets around even with dead phones. Heckler nodded once. Bram agreed to a pause, he said. No more home inspections for 24 hours. We're trying to make that stick. We also pushed him into agreeing to let you come into town in 2 days. Under my supervision, not just his. Eli's eyebrows rose. Did you now? He said. That must have been a fun conversation. It was lively, Heckler said, but he said yes, in front of half the town. Eli let that sink in. Brooke, Logan, the square. He pictured his daughter standing there, jaw set, eyes blazing, telling Bram exactly what she thought of him. Pride warmed something inside him. Fear pressed on it. How is she? He asked. Angry, Heckler said. Scared, stubborn. Good, Eli said. She's paying attention. Heckler smiled faintly. She asked me to tell you not to die before she sees you, he said, and that if you do, she'll be very annoyed. Sounds like her mother, Eli said softly. Heckler's expression shifted. Compassion, memory, something else. She also wanted me to make something clear, he said. Eli tilted his head. She did not promise your cabin to Bram, Heckler said. She didn't trade your freedom for the ridge. She refused when he tried to make it sound like the only way to get you back was to hand him control of your land. Eli exhaled slowly. Good, he said. She's worried you'll think she sold you out, Heckler added. She doesn't want you feeling like a bargaining chip. I am a bargaining chip, Eli said, at least in Bram's mind, but I'm glad she's not paying the price he wants. Heckler watched him. You're not mad she didn't make the deal? He asked. Some men would be, some fathers. I didn't raise Brooke to spend the rest of her life under somebody else's thumb, Eli said. Least of all Bram Bragg's. If she'd traded that cabin, our work, our security, for one old man with too many opinions, I'd haunt her. He smiled grimly. She already knew that, he went on. That's why she told you to tell me. She knows I'd walk back up that ridge and make her move back in if she'd given it away for me. Heckler huffed. Your family has an interesting way of showing affection, he said. It's kept us alive this long, Eli said. Heckler sobered. You know when you come into town, it's not going to be a quiet visit, he said. Bram wants to show you off. Brooke wants you to speak truth. Half the town wants someone to tell them what to think. The other half wants someone to blame. Eli nodded. I figured, he said. What are you going to do? Heckler asked. Eli looked out over the yard. Kurt at the rig, grimly patient. Sonny sorting bolts, muttering old jokes to himself. Gary checking a fuel line for leaks. Mason stacking tires like they were sandbags. Tyler leaning against a fender, watching Bram with open adoration 1 second and nervous glances the next. Chet at the edge, still and watchful. I'm going to tell the truth, Eli said. That's broad, Heckler said. Eli gave him a sideways glance. You want specifics? He asked. Fine. I'm going to tell folks what we're doing out here, the good parts and the bad. I'm going to tell them this rig might keep their kids' insulin cold, but it's not magic, that it'll need fuel we don't have, parts that wear out, hands that know how to tend it. I'm going to tell them Bram's not wrong about the need to get ahead of this, but he's dead wrong if he thinks fear and guns are stable building materials. Heckler blew out a breath. You planning to say that in front of him? He asked. I've said worse to his face when he tried to stick his tongue in my daughter's ear at prom, Eli said. He survived. That was before he had a small army, Heckler pointed out. Eli's mouth twisted. He can have every rifle in this county, he said. Fire still burns the same. Engines still seize if you run them wrong. People still break if you push them too hard. I've spent my life fixing things other men broke. If I've got one more speech in me, I'm not going to waste it on compliments. Heckler studied him. You're going to make yourself a target, he said quietly. Already am, Eli said. At least this way I'll know what I'm being shot at for. They stood in silence for a moment. What about the crew? Heckler asked, nodding toward the others. Can they walk away if they want? Or are they stuck now? Eli grimaced. Volunteer is a flexible term these days, he said. Kurt asked them to help. Bram sweetened it with extra rations. Once they said yes, it got harder to say no. He scratched his beard. Sonny's here because he hates sitting idle, he said. Gary's here because he wants to be useful without being in the square. Mason's here because he doesn't know how to say no to Kurt. Tyler's here because he likes feeling important. Doug's here because this is his whole world. Frank's here because he doesn't trust Bram not to build something that explodes if someone doesn't watch. And you're here because, Heckler prompted. Because if I wasn't, Bram would still be here, Eli said. But without anyone who knows how to put brakes on the man once he gets an idea. Heckler rubbed his forehead. I could pull you, he said. Today, tell Bram the arrangement's over. Bring you back to town, or up to the ridge. I don't have a car, but I've got legs. And leave this place to Tyler and a cutting torch? Eli asked. No, thanks. If I leave, it'll be when the right person can take over. Not just because my pride's itchy. Heckler nodded reluctantly. I'll keep my word, he said. 2 days. I'll come with Bram. I'll bring you in. And if you say you're done here, I'll stand beside you when you say it. Eli clapped him on the shoulder. Fair enough, he said. He pulled something small from his pocket, a folded scrap of paper, oil-stained, edges worn. Give this to Brooke, he said. Heckler blinked. You wrote a letter? He asked. Not exactly, Eli said. Just a list. Things she needs to check up on. Contacts she might not have thought of. Notes on what's working and what's not. Heckler tucked the scrap inside his jacket. I'll get it to her, he said. Don't read it, Eli added. I wasn't going to, Heckler said defensively. I know, Eli said. I just like reminding people where the lines are. Heckler snorted. Must run in the family, he said. They headed back toward the center. As they approached, they passed Gary, who was fiddling with a linkage near the base of the rig. Eli dropped his voice. Gary, he said. Remember that thing I showed you last night? The release pin? Gary's eyes flicked up, sharp. Yeah, he said. You remember how to trip it if you need to stop the shaft without killing whoever's near it? Eli asked. Gary nodded once. Good, Eli said. Don't use it unless you have to. But remember, it's there. He moved on. Heckler gave him a questioning look. Off switch, Eli said under his breath. Every system needs one. Bram doesn't like them. I do. Heckler filed that away. Back at the rig, Bram was in full showman mode, describing to Kurt how they'd drive this beast right into the square and light up the night. He broke off as Eli and Heckler rejoined them. So, Bram asked. You two done sharing knitting patterns? Almost, Eli said. Got any more of that soup, Marta? Marta snorted. For you, maybe, she said. For him, she jerked her chin at Bram. He can eat whatever's left in the pot after the men are done. See? Kurt said to Bram. You may think you run this place, but you don't argue with the cook. Bram grinned. I'll keep that in mind, he said. He glanced at Heckler. So, he said, you going to tell me how much paperwork this committee idea of yours is going to generate? Or are we pretending we're in a democracy again? We're pretending we're adults, Heckler said. Meeting tonight, my office, you, me, Cole, Harrow, maybe a couple of others. We're going to write down some things, like no more torches around houses. Bram's smile thinned. Fine, he said, but I'm not sitting through Bible study. I'm sure you'll manage, Heckler said. He glanced at Eli. You'll hear from me before we come get you in 2 days, he said. Make sure you're ready. I've been ready for an argument since I was 12, Eli said. Bram rolled his eyes. Old men and their nostalgia, he said. Come on, Sheriff. Let's see if we can start this thing without blowing my eyebrows off. Heckler followed him, though his eyes flicked back once to meet Eli's. There was a wordless exchange there. 2 days. Hold on. Don't blow anything up. Yet. Eli gave a tiny nod. 2 days. Then we see. They fired the rig that afternoon. The engine protested at first. Cold, sluggish, stubborn. The hand crank spun, chugging fuel and frustration. Kurt cursed in inventive ways. Sonny suggested sacrificing a goat. Eventually, the old diesel coughed, hiccuped, and caught. The sound was shocking. After days of quiet, no cars, no trucks, no generators, the roar of an engine was like a beast waking up under the world. Men stopped what they were doing and stared. Easy, Kurt shouted over the noise. Watch the belts. The pulley spun. The belts blurred. The generator head whined, then settled into a low, steady hum. A light bulb hanging from a cord flickered, sputtered, glowed. Weak, yellow, jittery. But it glowed. Mason let out a whoop. Tyler laughed aloud. Even Sonny grinned. Bram spread his arms like a magician revealing his trick. Look at that, he shouted. We've got light, in the dark, without the grid. He looked toward the imaginary crowd, already rehearsing his speech for town. People are going to weep when they see this in the square, he said. They're going to see who's making things happen, who's not just sitting around waiting for Washington to remember we exist. Eli watched the belts. He watched the shaft. He watched Gary's. Hands hovering near the release linkage, just in case something went wrong. Keep it at half throttle, he told Kurt. You push it hard out of the gate, you'll blow a bearing. Kurt nodded, throttling back. The engine settled into a slightly less aggressive growl. The bulb steadied. For a few minutes, the yard was all noise and light and the smell of exhaust. Then Kurt shut it down. Can't waste fuel on showing off all afternoon, he said. We know it works. Now we fine-tune. Bram nodded reluctantly. Fine, he said. But I want it prettied up by the time we take it in. Paint the frame, clean the housing, hang some flags on it or something. I'll hang you on it if you keep piling decorations on my load, Kurt muttered. Bram laughed and walked away. As the engine ticked down, cooling, the yard's noise dropped back to normal. Eli exhaled. One more thing working. One more tool Bram would try to turn to his own purposes. One more thing Eli had to be ready to break if those purposes turned rotten. The day stretched. Small tasks filled the hours. Adjusting belt tension, welding brackets, checking fuel lines. As the weak winter sun slid toward the tree line, the air grew sharper. Marta called for the men to wash up again. They ate another simple meal, quieter this time. Bram didn't stay. He had to get back to town, he said, to manage perceptions. Heckler went with him. The truck coughed its way down the road and disappeared. The cousin stayed. So did the crew. After supper, Kurt went back out for a bit, fussing over one last weld. Sonny and Gary found a pile of tires to sit on and smoke. Mason went to his bunk in the office, rubbing his temples. Tyler vanished for a while, reappearing with a bottle he definitely hadn't gotten from Marta's kitchen. Eli sat on a stack of brake drums near the edge of the yard, watching the sky darken. One by one, lights flicked on in the house. Kitchen, hall, Kurt and Marta's room. Battery lamps, candles, the occasional laboring solar lantern. Out beyond the trees, he could see faint glows from Hollow Ridge. Some from lanterns, some from fires. He couldn't see which was which from here. He listened. Far off, carried on the cold air, came snatches of noise. Voices, a shout, a distant singular crack that might have been a backfire last week and was only one thing now. Gunshot. His jaw clenched. "Can't hear much from here," a voice said behind him. He turned his head. Chet stood a few feet away, rifle slung, hands in his pockets. "Not with that engine ringing in my ears," Eli said. "Thought you were busy counting lug nuts." "Counting how many of those kids out there had loaded weapons to go with their tempers," Chet said. "Fun math." Eli studied him. "You don't like Maple any more than the rest of us," he said. Chet's mouth tightened. "I like it fine when we're shipping lumber," he said. "I don't like it when we're shipping old men to the clinic because my cousin got twitchy." "You told him that?" Eli asked. Chet shrugged one shoulder. "Not in those words," he said. "But Bram's not deaf. He heard half the damn town this morning." He looked out toward the valley. "They're scared of him now," Chet said. "But scared can turn. I've seen dogs turn on owners they thought were gods once the shouting stopped working." "You going to be surprised if they do?" Eli asked. Chet scratched his jaw. "Bram thinks he can ride the fear all the way through this," he said. "Maybe he can. But if he pushes too many of the wrong people too far, well, I don't want to be standing next to the gas drums when that spark hits." Eli turned back toward the town lights. "You know you could help stop him from pushing," he said. Chet snorted. "By doing what?" he asked. "Throwing my rifle in the river? Writing him a strongly worded letter?" "By choosing where you stand," Eli said. "Not every order's worth obeying. Not every threat's worth backing up. You boys like to talk about being men now. Men pick their own lines." Chet was quiet for a moment. "You going to give that speech in town?" he asked. "Some version of it," Eli said. "Assuming Bram doesn't shove a rag in my mouth first." "You going to tell them what you're doing up here?" Chet asked. "The little safety features?" Eli's heart kicked. He didn't move, but his senses sharpened. "What safety features?" he asked evenly. Chet's lips quirked. "I'm not blind," he said. "You and Gary spending a little extra time on parts nobody's looking at. Not telling Kurt every thought. I've seen guys build in kill switches before." He shrugged. "Used to be in the Army," he said. "Engineers did it all the time. Can't blame them. Officers get stupid too." Eli exhaled slowly. "You going to tell Bram?" he asked. "Not right now," Chet said. "He'd just scream about loyalty and have you rebuild it anyway. Besides, might be nice to know there's a way to shut the damn thing down if he decides to ride it straight through someone's front door." Their eyes met. "I'm not sabotaging for fun," Eli said. "I'm not trying to get anyone hurt. I'm trying to make sure we have options. That's all." "I know," Chet said. "Look, Eli, half of us out here are just trying not to watch everything fall apart. Bram thinks he's the dam holding back the flood. He doesn't see he's making cracks in it too." Eli watched him. "You sound like a man who might need to decide which side of the dam he wants to be on," he said. Chet's jaw worked. "I sound like a man who wants the kids in this town to make it through winter without getting burned in someone's hero story," he said. He hitched his rifle higher on his shoulder. "I'm supposed to do another round before I sleep," he said. "Make sure the drums are still there. Make sure nobody's sneaking off." He turned to go, then paused. "Brooke's lucky," he said without looking back. "How's that?" Eli asked. "She's got you up on that ridge," Chet said. "And that pilot with his fancy words. Town's got us." He walked away. Eli sat in the dark, listening to the crunch of his boots fade. He thought of Brooke, of Logan, of the cabin, of the square. He thought of lines, fault lines in rock, lines of fire on hillsides, lines drawn in dust by men who thought their boots would never wear out. "You can't own fire forever," he murmured. "It cooks for you. It warms you. It burns you when you forget what it is." Out in the valley, a faint flare rose and faded. Someone lighting a barrel, maybe. Or something else. Eli stood slowly, every joint protesting. He walked to the edge of the yard, as close to the line of trees as he was allowed to go. From here, the ridge was just a dark shape against a darker sky. Somewhere up there, his daughter was probably staring down, trying to see him in the void. He lifted a hand, feeling foolish, and waved once. 2 days, kid, he said to the wind. Then we see what we can salvage from this mess. Behind him, the yard creaked and sighed, engines cooling, metal ticking, men settling into bunks and worries. Ahead of him, the winter night swallowed everything, but not forever. Not if he had anything to say about it. Chapter 10. The Demonstration. The note arrived with the morning. Brooke found it tucked into the latch of the cabin door, held there by a sliver of pine. No tracks she could see from the porch. Just a faint disturbance in the snow that might have been wind, might have been careful boots. She pulled the note free and unfolded it. The paper was torn from a larger sheet, the handwriting tight and utilitarian. Today, Bram bringing the rig to town around noon. Eli with him. He wants a show. We need witnesses. Heckler underneath, in a different, sharper hand, were 3 more words. He's alive. Brooke stared at those last 2 sentences for a long second. Alive. She knew that already. Heckler had told them. Eli's stubbornness had been practically audible in the sheriff's retelling, but seeing it in ink, she felt something in her chest unclench, then immediately knot tighter. Alive. And walking straight into Bram's spotlight. Behind her, the stove creaked. Logan's voice came from the bed. Bad news, he asked. Yes, she said. And good news, which is worse, depends on how today goes. She held the note out. He pushed himself up, winced as his leg reminded him of its existence, took the paper and read. Show, he murmured. Of course he wants a show. Eli's coming into town, she said, with the rig, noon again. Logan folded the note, carefully as if it might crumble. Then we're going down, he said. Obviously, she said. He swung his legs over the side of the bed, reached for his crutches. His face was pale, but his movements were steady. You're at, what, an 8 today? She asked. Let's call it a 7.75, he said. I'd hate to peak too soon. She snorted, but the sound was thin. They ate quickly. Bread, goat cheese, cold beans they didn't bother to reheat. Neither of them was hungry, but both of them knew better than to go into a confrontation on an empty stomach. Brooke checked the rifle, the bells, the lines. Habit now. Logan checked the pistol, the brace, the pack. Also habit. On the porch, she squinted at the sky. Lighter than yesterday, she said. No fresh snow yet. Better visibility. Good, he said. If things go bad, I'd like to at least see what's shooting at us. That's the spirit, she said. They set off. The descent felt shorter now, not because the path was easier. If anything, it was slicker, but because their minds were already in the square, 2 hours in the future. They spoke in fragments. If Bram uses the rig as a throne, we talk about what it can actually do. Limitations, fuel, maintenance. If he parades Eli like he's a trophy, then Eli will probably ruin his own parade. But we should be ready to back him up. If someone fires, we get to cover first, then decide if we return fire or not. Brooke glanced back over her shoulder. You're not going to freeze if it happens? She asked. Logan's jaw tightened. No, he said. I've already had that argument with myself. Good, she said, because I'm not carrying you back up this hill if you decide to philosophize in the middle of a gunfight. He almost smiled. Wouldn't dream of it. They reached the edge of town to find people already moving toward the square. Word had spread. Some carried lanterns. Some carried nothing but their coats and their curiosity. Faces were tight, eyes bright in that particular way that meant fear and anticipation were sharing a seat. They fell in with the flow without comment. On Maple Street, the Wilkins house stood in wounded silence, its windows still boarded, the scorch marks stark against the siding. A small cluster of neighbors had gathered outside, talking in low voices. One of them, Mrs. Havers, who ran the thrift store, caught Brooke's eye. You going down there? She asked. Yes, Brooke said. Good, Mrs. Havers said. Somebody needs to. She paused. Make him listen, if you can. We're tired of being scared of shadows and last names. Brooke nodded. No promises, she said, but we'll try. As they neared the square, the sound reached them first. Not voices, not today. An engine. Deep, uneven. Not the high whine of a modern truck, but the old, throaty roar of a machine that had been coaxed back from the dead. It rose and fell, sputtered, caught, roared again. Then the square came into view. The rig sat near the church, heads and shoulders taller than the cluster of people around it. On its makeshift frame, the old diesel engine thumped and growled, belts spinning, a generator head turning steadily. A line of bulbs, rescued from somewhere, wired with obvious care, hung on a cable strung from the rig to the church's eaves. They glowed. Not bright, not like the old days, but enough to turn the gray morning into something almost civilized. Faces lit, shadows sharpened, details visible. The effect on the crowd was palpable. Some gasped, some laughed, some cried openly. For people who had spent days in candles and dim lantern light, those flickering bulbs were almost holy. Bram stood in front of the rig, hands on his hips, smile wide. He'd dressed for the occasion. Cleaner jacket, hat set just so, boots wiped of mud. He looked like a man at the center of his own story. Next to the rig, slightly elevated on a low platform, Eli Alder sat on an overturned crate. He wore his usual uniform, grease-stained coveralls, flannel shirt, worn boots. But there was a neatness to him that hadn't been there at the yard. He'd combed his hair. His beard was trimmed as much as Marta's clippers could manage. He looked tired. He also looked very, very awake. Sheriff Heckler stood nearby, hat on, expression carefully neutral. Kurt was at the rig, one hand on a lever, eye on the gauges he'd scrounged from who knew where. Gary lingered near the shaft housing, close enough to reach the release if something went wrong. Chet was off to one side, rifle slung, gaze moving constantly. Rory and two other cousins flanked Bram, hands never far from their weapons. Reverend Cole stood on the church steps, watching the scene like a man trying to read a text written in smoke. Dr. Harrow was there too, medical bag at his feet, arms folded tight. Logan took all this in as they approached. He also noted exits, cover, lines of fire, the fountain, the war memorial, the angle from the grocery awning to the rig, the alley between the sheriff's office and the barber shop. Old habits, new stakes. Brooks slowed as they broke through the edge of the crowd. Heads turned, a wave of recognition rippled. Bram saw them and his smile widened. "Speak of the devil," he called, "and here comes the ridge." Brooks stopped a few paces short of him, Logan at her side. She looked up at the lights, then at the engine, then at Eli. "Looks like you got your toy working," she said. Eli huffed. "Barely," he said, "and only because I spent 2 days watching idiots try to wire a generator backwards." Laughter rippled, muted but there. Bram spread his arms toward the rig. "You see this?" he said, turning to address the crowd as much as Brooke. "This is what we can do when we stop waiting for someone else to save us. When we roll up our sleeves, get our hands dirty, and make something out of the junk the old world left behind." He paced a little, the born performer. "Power," he said, gesturing at the lights. "Not from some distant plant in the city. Not from some line that snaps as soon as a tree falls. Power we can move. Power we control." He pointed at the crew near the rig. "Local talent," he said. "Kurt, Eli, Gary, the boys. They did this. With what we had. No government, no company. Just brains and work." He let the engine roar a little louder for effect. People leaned in. Logan could feel it. The gravitational pull of competence. Even when the man wielding it was deeply flawed, the sight of something working in a broken world was intoxicating. Bram rode that feeling. "That's what I've been saying from the start," he said. "We can sit in the dark and cry about what we lost, or we can stand up, take what's left, and build something that keeps our kids alive." His gaze flicked briefly toward Brooke and Logan, then back to the crowd. "Some folks," he said, "come down from the hill and talk about committees, about boundaries, about how scary it is when someone with a gun knocks on your door." He shrugged elaborately. "I get it," he said. "Nobody likes a knock in the middle of the night. Maple was..." Ugly, I've said that. I'm not happy about how that went. He paused, letting the murmurs swell and ebb. But while we're having these debates, he went on, while we're wringing our hands about who sits at what table, this thing, he slapped the frame, is here, real, running, keeping lights on, keeping tools working, keeping us from sliding all the way back to candles and cave paintings. He gestured broadly. So you tell me, he said, who's actually getting things done? Who's making sure your kids don't grow up thinking darkness is normal? He let the question hang. Then with a flourish, he turned to Eli. And the man behind the magic, he said, Eli Alder, the mountain wizard himself. He's the one who kept half this junk from blowing up. He's the one who came down off his ridge to help all of us, not just his goats. He thrust a hand toward Eli in an invitation. Why don't you say a few words? Bram said, his tone so smooth it almost hid the steel underneath. Tell folks what we've been doing up at the yard. Tell them how we're going to keep this town moving while everyone else waits for Santa Claus to deliver a new power plant. Eli looked at the offered hand like it might bite. Then he pushed himself to his feet, joints cracking. He stepped forward slightly in front of Bram, but not too far. A man between worlds. He cleared his throat. First thing, he said, voice rough but steady, this isn't magic. He gestured at the rig. It's an old engine, some belts, a generator head, and a lot of sweat, he said. It's loud, it's hungry, and if you don't treat it right, it'll chew its own guts out. A few chuckles. He rubbed his thumb along the edge of his palm. An old habit. Second thing, he went on, Kurt's right. This gives us options. Not miracles, but options. We can run a welder. We can run a pump. With the right wiring and some luck, we can charge a battery or two. That means the clinic doesn't lose all its meds the first warm day we get. That means we can pull water without breaking our backs. He nodded toward Kurt and the crew. These guys have worked their butts off, he said, not because they're chasing glory, because they don't like the idea of you showing up at their doors asking why the insulin's spoiled. The crowd listened. Heckler watched, jaw tight. Bram stood, arms folded, a pleased half-smile on his face. He thought this was going his way. Eli took a breath. Third thing, he said, this rig is not free. He lifted his voice. It eats fuel, he said. A lot of it. Old diesel, biodiesel if we can manage to cook some, maybe even tractor fuel if we get creative. Every hour this thing runs is an hour we're not using that fuel for something else. Trucks we might get moving. Tractors we might get plowing. Generators we might need in 3 weeks instead of 3 days. He looked out at the faces. It also eats people, he said, in a different way. It eats time. It eats backs. It eats hands. It eats the attention of half a dozen guys who could be home fixing their own pipes or chopping their own wood. He let that sink in. So yes, he said, this is a tool, a good one, a necessary one. I'm proud of what we've done here, but it is not a savior. It will not fix our problems. It will only change what they look like. He paused. And if we hand control of it to one man, he said, we are fools. The half-smile slid from Bram's face. The words dropped into the square, like a stone into a well. Logan felt the impact more than heard it. He shot a quick glance at Bram. Danger there. Eli continued before Bram could grab the reins back. I've been at the yard 2 days, he said. Long enough to see some things. Bram is right about one. We can't sit around waiting for Washington or Denver or anyone else to remember we exist. We have to work with what we've got. We have to cooperate. But, he raised a finger. I've also heard about Maple, he said. I've seen the scorch marks. I've seen men with guns decide that counting gas cans at midnight is a sensible use of their time. He looked straight at Rory. Rory shifted. I've watched boys walk around with torches like they're in a parade instead of a neighborhood, Eli said. And I know enough about history to tell you this. You start mixing fear, fire, and fuel. You don't get order, you get ash. The crowd was silent. A wind moved through the square, cold and careful. Eli's gaze swept the faces. I came down off my ridge because I don't like watching things break when I can help fix them, he said. That includes engines. That includes pumps. That includes this town. He pointed at the rig. This, he said, This should answer to all of you, not just to the man who controls the keys. He tipped his head toward Bram. Bram's jaw clenched. You going to finish my speech for me? Bram asked lightly, but there was nothing light in his eyes. I'm going to finish mine, Eli said. You can say whatever you like when I'm done. He turned back to the crowd. I heard we're talking about a committee, as he said. Fuel, food, security. I like that idea. Not because I'm fond of meetings, God knows I'm not, but because it means more eyes on the valves, more hands on the levers, more brains on the problem. He jabbed a thumb at his own chest. You want me to keep working on this rig? He asked. Fine, I will. But I'll only do it if decisions about how and when it's used get made by more than one man with a loud voice and a gun. He gestured. Doc Harrow, he said. Reverend Cole. Sheriff Heckler. Kurt. Maybe even my stubborn daughter and that pilot of hers. Folks who've got skin in this game beyond how big their gas cans are. He looked back at Bram. You want my hands over, he said. You get my conditions. A buzz started in the crowd. Whispers, threads of approval and skepticism. Bram took a step forward. So that's how it is, he said. You come down off your hill, use my yard, my tools, my fuel, and then tell me how I get to use the thing you built on my scrap? It's not your yard anymore, someone muttered near the back. Hey, another voice said. Quiet. Eli didn't flinch. I told you this was how it was when you first came up to drag me out, he said. You just didn't hear me over the sound of your own plan. Bram smiled thinly. You're a guest, he said. I took you in to keep you from getting trampled when the pumps went. I gave you a crew, a roof, extra rations. Eli tilted his head. Is that what you told yourself? He asked. Because from where I was standing, it looked a lot like you needed someone who could keep your big shiny idea from becoming a very loud bomb. A couple of people snorted. Bram's eyes flashed. You're real brave up there with everyone watching, he said softly. You going to be that brave when I tell you to pack up and go back to your goats? Maybe I will, Eli said. But then you won't have anyone to tell you when your belt tension's wrong. He nodded toward the rig. That thing starts throwing parts in the square, he said. People are going to remember who rushed it here to look. Important. And it won't be me. Logan could feel the pivot coming. He glanced at Brooke. Her fingers twitched near the rifle strap, not out of fear, but in readiness. Heckler stepped a little closer to Eli, as if he could physically buffer whatever was about to fly. Reverend Cole moved down a step, closer to the crowd. Dr. Harrow set his bag down more firmly. Bram took a breath, visibly reining himself in. Fine, he said, voice gone flat. You want your committee? Have your committee. Sheriff's already dragging me to his little paper party later. We'll write some rules. We'll put some names on a list. Everyone will feel better for 5 minutes. He looked around, raising his voice. But let's be clear, he said. Without this, he slapped the rig's frame again. Your fancy committee meetings are going to be held in the dark. He jabbed a finger at the bulbs. You like that? He called. You like seeing each other's faces without squinting? You like the idea of the doc having a freezer that doesn't turn into a puddle every other day? Then remember who lit this square today, because when it comes time to decide who gets the fuel, who gets the parts, who gets the privilege of plugging into this thing, the man who built it and the man who runs it are going to have a bigger say than someone with a pamphlet and a paycheck. He swung toward Logan and Brooke. And you, he said, hill folk, you want to sit at that table and talk about terms? Great. Bring a list. Bring offers. Don't just bring speeches, because if all you're handing out is lectures about fear and fire while I'm handing out light, he let the implication hang. People are going to remember who fed them and who fed their anxiety, he finished. Logan raised his chin. Then we'll bring more than speeches, he said. We already said we would. Food, wood, knowledge, help. But we won't hand them to you to use as leverage. That's the difference. Big words from a man leaning on sticks, Rory said loudly. A few of Bram's boys laughed. Logan looked at him. I've done more with one leg than some men manage with 2 and a gun, he said quietly. You want to test that? We can find a hill and a target. Rory's hand tightened on his rifle. Heckler's voice cut across the tension. Enough, he said sharply. We're not doing this here. Not today. He stepped between Rory and Logan, turning to face the younger man. You fire that weapon in this square without cause, he said, and I will arrest you, fuel or no fuel. Rory scoffed. With what? He asked. Handcuffs you can't charge? A radio that doesn't work? With my hands, Heckler said, and with whoever else is tired of torches at their doors. He looked at the crowd as he spoke. There, the subtle invitation, a murmur of assent answered. Rory's eyes flicked around. He saw more than one face that would not back him if he aimed. He settled barely, but the tension found another outlet. Near the front of the crowd, a young woman spoke up. Eli's right, she said. We should all get a say. I'm not letting my kids be scared every time someone lights a match because you think your last name gives you the right to knock on doors. Logan recognized her. Jess, who ran the coffee cart before it died with the power. Rory rounded on her. You like those lights? He snapped, gesturing at the bulbs. You like being able to see what's beyond your nose? Then show some damn respect. He took a step toward her, hand jerking toward his rifle again, more out of habit than conscious threat. Tyler, standing near him, moved too, one hand going to Jess's arm as if to push her back. For her own safety. Jess jerked away. Don't touch me, she said. The square's temperature spiked. It happened fast. Jess's boyfriend, Tom, a lanky mechanic, lunged forward. Get your hands off her, he said, shoving Tyler's shoulder. Tyler stumbled, grabbed for balance, his hand closing on the rifle strap of the cousin beside him. The cousin flailed, thrown off. His finger brushed the trigger guard. The barrel swung. It was all messy motion and adrenaline. But everyone saw the same thing. A muzzle turning toward the crowd, jerkily, unpredictably. Gasps, screams. Someone yelled, Gun! Logan's body moved before his mind could narrate. Crutches under his arms he dropped, just as Brooke had drilled him, pivoting, letting his weight slide down. His hand found the pistol under his coat. He drew, coming up into a half-kneel behind the low wall of the fountain, aiming not at a person but at the sky, ready to shift if he had to. Brooke swung her rifle off her shoulder, not raising it fully, but bringing it up enough that her readiness was obvious. Heckler's hand flew to his own gun. Reverend Cole stepped sideways, a subtle move that put part of his body between the nearest kids and the rifles. Eli did something nobody expected. He stepped off the crate, stumbling slightly, and planted himself between the rig and the densest knot of people, arms spread. Stop, he bellowed. His voice boomed over the engine. Everybody stop. For a fraction of a second, everyone did. Rory froze, arm half extended. Tyler froze, hand on Jess's sleeve. Tom froze, fist clenched. The cousin froze, barrel pointed at the ground, fingers still thankfully off the trigger. In that frozen moment, Chet moved. He stepped forward, faster than anyone had seen him move all day, and grabbed the cousin's rifle, high on the barrel, shoving it downward and away from the crowd. Idiot, he snapped. Watch your damn muzzle. He wrenched the rifle around, putting himself between it and the people. The cousin sputtered. Hey! Shut up, Chet said. Heckler used the opening. Rifles down, he barked. All of them, now. His voice cracked like a whip. To Logan's faint surprise, it worked. Maybe it was the habit of authority. Maybe it was the fact that everyone's adrenaline had just spiked, and they were desperate for a command that wasn't fire. Whatever the cause, one by one, the Bragg rifles lowered, slowly, reluctantly, but they lowered. Logan eased his own pistol down in the same motion, making sure people saw it wasn't just the Braggs being told what to do. Brooke did likewise, barrel angling toward the cobblestones. Silence punched the square. The engine thrummed on, oblivious. Jess jerked her arm free of Tyler's grip, eyes blazing. Don't you ever touch me again, she said. I don't care who you think you work for. Tyler looked shaken, more than angry. I was just trying to... Don't, Tom said, stepping between them. Just don't. Bram took a step forward, anger and calculation warring on his face. This is exactly what I'm talking about, he said, grabbing for the narrative. We can't have people shoving each other around in the square every time someone opens their mouth. We need order. No, Eli said sharply. What we need is to stop pointing guns at every problem and calling it leadership. He turned to the crowd again, raising his voice. You all saw that barrel swing, he said. You all felt your guts jump. You know that feeling now. That's not order. That's everyone waiting for the wrong twitch to turn into a funeral. He jerked his chin at the rig. You know what this is? He asked. This is a machine. It does what it's built to do. It turns fuel into motion. If we hook it up right, it helps. If we hook it up wrong, it rips an arm off. He pointed at Bram, then at the rifles. You know what this is? He went on. This is power. It does what we let it do. If we hook it up right, with rules, with shared decisions, with people willing to say no when a cousin gets twitchy, it keeps us alive. If we hook it up wrong, if we just let one man shout mine and point it wherever he wants, it will burn this town down faster than any house on Maple. He looked directly at Chet. Good catch, he said. Chet gave a small, stiff nod. Eli turned to Bram. You still think this is working? He asked. You still think fear is a stable fuel source? Bram's hands flexed. He looked at the crowd. At Jess, shaking but standing tall. At Tom, fists clenched but not swinging. At Chet, hands still on the rifle barrel, body angled between his cousin and the town. At Heckler, gun holstered again but ready. At Brooke, rifle held but lowered. At Logan, half kneeling behind the fountain, pistol pointed at the ground. At Reverend Cole, jaw set, eyes steady. At Dr. Harrow, watching like a man who knew exactly how many spare bandages he had left and did not want to use them. And at the people, so many people, faces lined with worry and hunger and exhaustion, faces lit by his engine, faces no longer looking at him the way they had the first morning at the pumps. Not all of them saw him as a savior now. Some saw him as a hazard. He realized it. Logan saw the moment, the calculation. Bram exhaled sharply as if spitting out a choice. Fine, he said. The word was almost lost in the engine noise, but it carried. He raised his voice. Fine, Isham, he repeated. We'll do it your way. For now. He pointed at Heckler. Tonight, he said, meeting. My yard, your office, I don't care. Me, you, Harrow, Cole, Kurt, Eli, if his back doesn't give out. Maybe the Hill pair if they can manage the walk. We put this committee thing on paper. Fuel allocations, generator use, security patrols, all of it. He jabbed a finger at the crowd. You want to feel like you've got a say, he said. You'll have one. You also get to feel what it's like when everyone wants something and there's not enough to go around. You won't like it as much as you think. He turned to Kurt. Shut it down, he said, jerking his thumb at the engine. We've shown them what we can do. No point burning diesel while they argue about it. Kurt nodded, hand moving toward the throttle. Eli hesitated. Wait, he said. He stepped up beside the rig, fingers brushing the metal. He looked at Gary. Gary's hand hovered near the release linkage, as it always did. On 3, Eli said quietly. Nice and easy. He raised his voice. You might want to stand back a bit, he called to the crowd. First time we're powering down from a full run in front of an audience. I'd rather not have anyone lose an eyebrow up close. There was a ripple of nervous laughter. People shifted back a step or two. Eli nodded at Gary and Kurt. 1, he said. Kurt eased the throttle down. The engine's roar dipped. 2, Eli said. Gary's hand closed gently on the release. 3. On 3, Kurt cut the fuel. Gary flipped the linkage. The belt slowed. The generator head whined to a stop. The bulbs flickered, dimmed, died. The square fell into the kind of gray, flat light it had known for days. The silence after the engine cut out was so complete it rang. Eli rested his hand on the cooling metal. That, he said quietly, voice carrying in the sudden stillness, is what an off switch looks like. He looked up. You want this town to survive? He asked. You build some of those into your power. All of it. Machines, guns, decisions, leaders. No man gets to run full throttle forever. Brooke felt the words settle in her bones. So did a lot of other people. Reverend Cole stepped forward, breaking the moment. Committee meets tonight, he said formally. I'll unlock the church hall if the office is too small. Anyone who's on it better. Show up. Anyone who's not on it better be ready to live with the decisions. He looked at Bram. You in? He asked. Bram's mouth twisted. Yeah, he said. I'm in. He looked at Logan and Brooke. You wanted a seat at the table? He said. Congratulations. You just bought yourselves a whole lot of responsibility. Brooke met his gaze. We already had it, she said. We just admitted it out loud. He snorted. We'll see what you think after your first winter ration meeting, he said. He jerked his head at his cousins. Get this thing back to the yard, he said. Slow, no joyrides. Sheriff, you coming or you staying to hold hands? I'll come, Heckler said. We've got logistics to talk about that don't involve people yelling. He glanced at Eli. You coming back up with us? He asked. Eli shook his head. Not yet, he said. I'll ride with them. Keep an eye on the belts. Besides, if I walk away now, Bram's going to start thinking everything that goes wrong with this thing is someone else's fault. I want him to know exactly who he's dealing with when something snaps. He looked at Brooke. I'll be up the ridge when I can, he said. You keep those bells ringing. Her throat tightened. You keep your fingers, she said. And your mouth. I like both attached. He smiled, quick and brief. Always did have a gift for compliments, he said. Heckler moved closer to Logan as the crowd began to shift, the square's strange tension loosening into smaller conversations. You all right? He asked quietly. Logan holstered his pistol, pushed himself upright with a grunt. Define all right, he said. You didn't shoot anyone, Heckler said. That's my favorite kind of day now. Then I'm fantastic, Logan said. He looked at Chet, who was still holding the cousin's rifle at an awkward angle. Nice move, Logan said to him. Chet shrugged. Didn't feel like getting shot today, he said. Selfish, really. Whatever the reason, Logan said. Thank you. Chet nodded once. Don't make me regret it, he said. Bram's boys began to move the rig, turning it carefully in the square. The crowd parted to let them pass. As the machine rolled away, people drifted, clustering in knots. Some went straight to Reverend Cole, questions already forming. Some went to Dr. Harrow. Some came to Brooke and Logan. Jess and Tom approached, Jess still a little shaky but her jaw firm. Thanks, Jess said, for not letting him turn this into a circus without clowns. Pretty sure there were still clowns, Brooke said. Just armed ones. Jess huffed a laugh. You think this committee thing will actually work? Tom asked. It'll work if people show up, Logan said. And keep showing up. And keep arguing without reaching for rifles. Tom glanced toward the alley where Chet disappeared with the cousin, presumably to have a loud conversation about muzzle discipline. That's a big if, he said. Yeah, Logan said, but it's bigger than zero. That's more than we had 3 days ago. Eventually, the square thinned. People went back to their lines, their errands, their fragile routines. Reverend Cole, Heckler, Harrow, Bram, Kurt, and Eli agreed on a time for the evening meeting with a handful of words and a lot of loaded looks. Brooke and Logan didn't stay for the rest. They'd done their part for one day. They turned toward the road leading back to the ridge. As they walked away, Logan glanced over his shoulder. The war memorial stood where it always had. The burnt siding with "No More Fires" scrawled across it still leaned against it. But now someone had pinned another piece of cardboard beside it. The words were shaky but legible. No more torches without talk. He nudged Brooke. She followed his gaze. Her lips twitched. Talk first, she murmured. Then maybe we can get to no more torches entirely. One step at a time, he said. They walked in silence for a while. The engine noise faded behind them, swallowed by trees and distance. Midway up the path, Logan broke it. When you told me to come down off that ridge the first time, he said, this isn't what I pictured. Me neither, Brooke said. I was imagining more shouting and less committee scheduling. You disappointed? He asked. She considered. A little, she said. I kind of wanted to hit Bram with a wrench. You still might get your chance, he said. She smiled thinly. I'll keep it on the table as a backup plan, she said. Up at the cabin, the bells over the door chimed as they entered. The space felt both smaller and bigger now. Smaller because the world they were tied into had grown. Town, yard, church, clinic, square. Bigger because the choices they'd made had carved out a little more room for something besides fear. Logan dropped onto the bed with a groan, leg throbbing. Brooke went to the table, pulled the notebook closer and added a new heading under the existing scribbles. Committee, first session. Underneath she wrote, fuel, limited. Wood, more flexible. Food, ridge can supplement, not supply. Generator, controlled use, not constant. Security, shared responsibility. Off switches everywhere. She tapped the pen against the margin. You realize, she said, this means we're going to have to leave the cabin more. Logan sighed. I was afraid you were going to say that, he said. Welcome to civic engagement, she said. It comes with cold toes and bad coffee. He looked at her. At least we're not making these decisions alone, he said. That's something. She nodded. Yeah, she said. It is. Outside, the light changed. Not much, just the subtle shift that meant afternoon was tipping toward evening, and with it, the first committee meeting that would decide more than any one person liked to admit. Brooke closed the notebook. For today, she said, we did enough. For today, he agreed. They didn't know yet what the committee would actually manage. They didn't know what Bram would do when his temper outweighed his pragmatism again. They didn't know how many off switches they'd need to build, in machines and men. But they knew this. The square had seen power turned on and turned off. The town had heard someone say, out loud, that no man got to run full throttle forever. Lines had been drawn, not in blood, not yet, in words and choices. In the simple, stubborn act of people standing where they refused to move from, even when men with guns went twitchy. On the ridge, in the yard, in the square, winter was still coming. So were hard days and harder nights. But for the first time since the sky had gone wrong and the lights had died, Hollow Ridge had more than one way forward, and more than one pair of eyes watching the road.